Hey guys, it's Sarah. Welcome back to another video here on my channel. This is my compilation video of all of my recaps of season 4 of the Vampire Diaries. So for those of you that don't know, I make recap content over on my channel. I do weekly uploads, usually like 2 to 3 a week. I put out a poll and a lot of you guys said you wanted me to go ahead and make compilation, like huge videos of all of my smaller ones. So here we are. This is season 4. I hope you guys enjoy. So we open with Elena in bed. She wakes up and Stefan's sitting beside her and Damon is kind of like on the window seat off to the corner. And she's like, what's going on? What happened? And they kind of explain to her, you know, Rebecca drove you and Matt off the bridge. And she's like, oh my God, is Matt okay? And Damon's like, yeah, Matt's fine because somebody decided to save him. And Stefan's like, okay, yeah, Matt's totally fine. I saved Matt and you died and you had vampire blood in your system. And Elena's like, no, but that would mean, and they're like, yeah, girl, you are now a transitioning vampire. So Elena starts freaking out because she was ready to die and she didn't want this. She doesn't want to be a vampire. Damon is like, there's nothing else for it, homie. If you don't want to die for real now, you're gonna have to feed so that you can become a vampire. And Stefan is like, bup, bup, bup. There is actually a secret third option, okay? Bonnie thinks that she's figured out a way to keep you human, so we can hope that Bonnie will figure that out and everything will be fine. And Elena's like, yes, I would like to use Stefan's third option. And Damon is like, you know what, Elena? Whatever you want. We're always listening to your decisions, so of course, you're in charge. Elena really struggles with the turn, and because she's our main character, I think they do the best job of like showing us this. We kind of get to see through her eyes that like the lights are bothering her, they're really bright, the sounds are really grating on her. So it's kind of like she's got a really extreme migraine, but then also she wants to eat her little brother. If you guys hear any random noises aside from my AC, which I know goes off and on during these, but my cats, my 2 little angel babies, I'll put them on the screen. I have so many cute pictures of them now. They are playing off to the left. They're occupying themselves, but I'm not gonna put them away because I don't want them to cry in another room. So if you hear random things or if the tripod that you're balanced on moves, just know that that's them saying hello. So Klaus, remember, is trapped in Tyler's body right now and he wants out, but Bonnie is like, now look, I have to try to figure out how to save Elena first. And Klaus is like, no, you need to handle me. I'm the most important. And she's like, Klaus, if I can save Elena, then you can have hybrids, okay? So let's try to figure out that first because we know that's what you really want. The pastor of the town comes to see Meredith. We've not really seen this guy yet, but he shows up and he's like, hi Meredith, you should start looking for another job. Carol's no longer the mayor, Liz is fired, and I'm taking over. Matt and Caroline are talking in his hospital room. He's really upset about Elena, and Caroline's basically like, you know, she made the decision, it wasn't your fault, you can't blame yourself, but you know, he's already been struggling with like guilty feelings of like being the normal one that can't do anything, and now he's the reason why Elena's a vampire, so it's very upsetting for him. Caroline was meant to run away, but she didn't, so she's a fugitive right now because you remember Liz and Carol are in trouble, so Tyler and Caroline are in trouble. So she hasn't left yet because she didn't know where to go, and she starts crying in the room with Matt and he gives her a big hug. Carol is arrested at home, and that's when she finds out she's not the mayor anymore, and she is basically being taken so that they can try to find out where Tyler is. At the same time, Liz gets snatched, and they're like, you're not the sheriff anymore, Liz. We took the town's vervain supply, including the stuff we found in the Salvatore house. We're making our move. Caroline gets snatched while she's leaving her house. Elena tries to eat a sandwich that Stefan makes her, and she can't because it tastes terrible. And then she makes a joke about crossing a bridge when they come to it, and then, you know, because she just died going over a bridge, she freaks out and starts laughing. Then she starts crying, and Stefan is like, yeah, you need to go lay down because this is gonna keep happening. You're just on a roller coaster of emotions. Well, when she goes upstairs, she sees Damon in her room, but it's not really Damon, it's a memory, and she starts unlocking all the memories, including the one she's witnessing right now, which is the one where he came to her to give her back her necklace necklace and was like, I have to be selfish just this one time. You just have to hear it just this once. I love you, and that's why I can't be selfish with you. I have to let you go. I wish you could remember this, but you can't. And then he left her there. Now she remembers that, which means she's also gonna remember that she met him first. Rebecca goes through Klaus's drawings and cries and then has a hissy fit and starts throwing stuff because that family does not know how to regulate themselves. You know, one emotion leads to another. Somebody always ends up dead. Damon shows up and she's like, don't you know better than to sneak up on a lady? And he's like, oh, do you see any around here? Burn. He tries to stake her because he is so done with her bullshit and what she did to Elena. She freaks out on him and of course is gonna win, but then before she can kill him, somebody starts shooting through the windows and gets her with wooden bullets. Elena gets called downstairs and Stefan is surrounded by a SWAT team and he's also being taken. Carol calls Tyler, who is, you know, still technically Klaus, so he's like, oh, insufferable woman, and he answers and he's like, hi mom, what do you want? And she explains what's happening and she's like, look, I'm trying to get you out of town. You can't be anywhere near Caroline. Caroline's been taken. And Tyler's like, what do you mean? Because it's Klaus. And so he immediately is like, 911, emergency, I have to go save my girlfriend. We cut to Caroline in the back of a van with Rebecca. They're like, what are we doing? Where are we going? And then they get run off the road. There's a bad wreck. Before the cop car that is not hurt comes back around to get them again, Tyler pops out and is like, Caroline, I got you. He saves her. And then Rebecca is like, hey, what about me? And he leans back into the car and he's like, keep them busy, little sister. Damon, Liz, and Meredith meet up to make a plan together. Matt shows up and is like, what can I do? How can I help? And Damon just jumps on him and is like, in what world are you the one who gets to live? And then they have to convince him not to kill Matt, even though he comes very close to doing it. Elena has been taken to the pastor's house. They do not know she's in transition. So the pastor is basically like, don't worry, Elena, we're gonna keep you safe from them. We're gonna use you and Stefan to lure Damon over here. And then we're gonna use Rebecca to lure her brothers back to town. And then we're gonna kill all of them. You're gonna be safe. Well, Elena freaks out because everything is too loud. She's too overwhelmed. She goes running outside. And when she gets outside, they realize something's wrong with her and they grab her. Caroline is excitedly kissing Tyler in the woods, which means, yes, she's excitedly kissing Klaus in Tyler's body in the woods. In his defense, he does very weakly try to stop her multiple times, and she keeps talking over him before he can fully explain. But then he says, easy love, wrong equipment, wrong time or something. And she's like, what are you talking about? It's the perfect time. And then she's like, hold on. Did you just call me love? And he's like, yes, I did. And then she figures it out and she's like, you're disgusting. And he's like, I know. Also, you're a really good kisser. And she's like, ew, what the fuck is going on? The spirits don't want to help Bonnie save Elena. She tells Jeremy she can try one more thing, but it's going to require her going to the other side. And Jeremy's like, you mean dying? And she's like, yes, if I do the Heartstopper spell on myself, I go to the other side, I can bring Elena's soul back across. And Jeremy's like, that feels unsafe. And she's like, it'll be fine. I'm really strong now. I have a new way of using my power. And he's like, I still don't feel good about this, but she convinces him. Matt helps the gang figure out that they are probably at the pastor's cattle ranch because there's like big stalls that could be modified to hold vampires. Let him have his moment, okay? Maddie figured it out. They go running to find them, and we see that Rebecca and Stefan are in separate cells. Elena's also there. There's Vervain being like funneled in through the vent system, and they've all been weakened. Elena also never fed, so she's gonna die in about 3 hours. Bonnie does the spell, and it freaks out Jeremy because he sees all the scary black lines on her again. And then when she wakes up in Elena's cell, she's like, okay, perfect, it worked. She goes to bring Elena out. Elena starts like following Bonnie, but then Grams shows up and is like, Bonnie, stop. This is not your thing to fix. You need to go, get out of here. If you mess with this magic again, the spirits are going to punish you. So Bonnie gets taken away from Elena, and then she wakes up with Jeremy. Klaus Tyler insists that if Bonnie doesn't do the spell, he's just gonna rip out Tyler's heart and bounce into another body, maybe Jeremy's, and he'll just start killing people until Bonnie helps him. So finally Bonnie agrees. Elena is dying. Stefan is really upset with himself because he should have just listened to Damon, and she's like, no, you had hope, and that's all I ever wanted for you. I don't want you to lose that. Then he says that he loves her so much, and she's like, do you know why I was coming back to town? I was coming back for you, Stefan. I love you too. And then they have this moment where they're like, I wish I could see you. And then they both go, I'm smiling, even though they're not. They're both really upset. Damon and Matt show up to the pastor's house. Damon attempts to use Matt as bait. It does not work the way that they plan, and Matt ends up getting hurt. Bonnie does the spell, and it seems to work, but then Tyler, like, starts coughing and passes out, and Caroline's terrified. And then Bonnie sees Grams show up. She holds on to Bonnie's hands, and she can't let go, and the dark magic that Bonnie used goes into Grams, and Grams is like, this is your punishment. They're hurting me because of what you did. And then Grams is, like, taken over by the darkness, and she's in a ton of pain, and Bonnie gets scared and finally lets go of her, and then starts freaking out, trying to figure out what she did exactly. Tyler is unconscious on the ground. He's fine, but we're not going to come back to this again, okay? They're just going to jump ahead, and we're going to find out that Klaus got put in his body and Tyler's fine. No more repercussions, but for some reason they don't, like, button the scene and tell us what happened. Rebecca, because she's a hopeless romantic, helps Stefan get a guard, and they knock him out and kill him, get his blood to like pool next to Elena's cell, and she's able to get just a little bit of it, which means she's gonna live. Damon tries to kill Matt out of anger again, but Elena shows up full vampire to stop him. Then Stefan ends up giving Matt blood to heal him, because remember, he got hurt in the scuffle that happened. But then Matt is like, oh my god, stop healing me. I'm so sick of being saved. And Stefan's like, you're sick of being saved? We're sick of saving you, dude. You need to be better, okay? Elena gave up her life for you. Every day that you wake up, you need to earn it. You need to earn your life, which is just like wildly unfair to me. Like, Matt's allowed to have survivor's guilt. Matt's allowed to feel upset about what happened. He didn't want to be picked over Elena any more than the boys wanted to pick him over Elena. So, like, calm down. Elena tells Damon that she remembers everything now, and boy, is he spooked by this. He confirms for her that if it had been him in Stefan's place that night, he absolutely would have let Matt die in order to save Elena, because he's always gonna pick her, and even if it goes against her wishes, he's gonna do what he has to do to keep her safe. It's a really good monologue for him. It's all about like how he thought her human life was silly in the beginning, but now that he's in love with her, he like desperately wants her to have that chance, so he would always do whatever he can to give it to her. Klaus is back in his body. Rebecca shows up to confront him, and she's like, I can't believe you let me think you were dead. I mourned you. I was so upset. And he's like, yeah, well, now I'm back. Like, get over it. Everything's fine. And she freaks out on him and grabs the blood that he took from Elena that he's been keeping safe, and she's holding it. And he's like, Rebecca, what are you doing? Put it down. If you do this, like, we're not family anymore. And she's like, here's your family. And she grabs it and squeezes all the blood out. And he, like, really panics over that, even though, like, theoretically, you could just, like, scoop it up and save it and, you know, still use it. It'd be a little dusty, maybe, from being on the floor, but, like, it could be done. And instead of thinking like that, he just freaks out on her and is like, from this moment forward, we're not siblings, we're not family, I hate you, you're dead to me. And he breaks her neck and leaves her there. Stefan and Elena watch the sunrise together. She's coming to terms with things pretty quickly now. She was very upset initially, but now she's like, you know, at least I do get to live. Like, even though this isn't the life I wanted, I'm gonna get to live. I'm gonna be a sister and a friend, and I'll be with you potentially forever if that's what we want. And it's a cute moment. He gives her her daylight ring that Bonnie made so that now they can actually watch like the full sunrise, and they kiss. So I guess they're back together now. Final scene of the episode is the pastor bringing the council members, minus like Liz and Carol. So anybody that's like connected to the supernatural does not come, but the pastor invites the council members over to his house, and he's like, look, we have a vampire problem. We're gonna figure it out. Everybody's gonna be okay. He undoes the gas line behind his stove, and he's like, we are the beginning. I'm here to bring you forward through into a new life. We're starting over together. I'll see you on the other side. And then he blows them up. Episode 2. Elena and Stefan wake up in the woods. He's taking her on like a camping trip situation to teach her how to feed off of animals. He's worried that because her compassion is her like leading character trait, he's like, if she hurts anybody, it's gonna destroy her and we're gonna lose her. So if I can get her on the bunny diet right away, she'll be just fine. Damon is like, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. She needs fresh blood from the vein. She's a new vampire. We need to get ahead of the bloodlust and help her get through it as early as possible so that it's not a surprise later on. Elena wants to try the bunny diet against Damon's wishes. In the woods, Elena goes through with her first animal feeding, and then her and Stefan start getting freaky. But then she gets sick and runs off and throws the blood up. This guy shows up and starts searching the pastor's house. He finds a note in the stove. Liz goes to Damon and asks if he did the killing at the pastor's house, and he's like, no, Liz, I didn't. I take credit when I murder people. And she's like, right. So who did? And he's like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. It seems like the pastor just wanted to take out the whole council for some reason. Well, then this guy shows up again and says his name is Connor Jordan, and he tries to talk to Liz, and he's basically like, I'm an independent contractor. I'm just looking into what happened at the pastor's house, and she blows him off and says, oh, it was a gas leak, like gives him the same spiel that they already did for the town. Matt talks to Jeremy and is like, listen, if there's anything Elena needs, please let me know. I want to be able to help her. Like, this is my fault. I want to do everything I can. Jeremy's like, absolutely, but she's not mad at you. Everything's fine. Well, then April shows up, and two of my least liked characters, three of my least liked characters are in this season, okay? And April is one of them. There's just something about her, guys, like, she's so awkward every time she's on screen, okay? I watched one of Serena Skyborn's videos about Pretty Little Liars, and she was talking about Sarah Harvey and how she's just, like, unsettling every time she's on screen, and that's how I feel about April. Like, there's just something about her that I'm like, ugh, I wish you weren't talking. And I hate that. That's so mean. But it's how I feel about her, guys, okay? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm here to tell you the truth. But yeah, April is the pastor's daughter, and she's back in town for the funeral, but also now she's moving back to town. She's been at boarding school, and now she's gonna be at the high school with Jeremy. Elena calls Caroline and is like, hey, something's wrong. I'm having some transition issues. But Caroline doesn't answer, so then Stefan comes in and is like, I have champagne from the year you were born. Let's pop it and celebrate your first feed. And she's like, so here's the thing, it actually like made me sick. And he's like, oh, don't worry, I choked it down in the beginning too, it's no problem. And she's like, okay, sure, if you insist. They start celebrating together, and then Damon calls and is like, we have a problem. The pastor killed the entire council. Elena and Stefan rush to the grill to talk to Damon. She tries to sit beside him, but he's like, that seat is taken. And she's like, there's no one sitting here. And he's like, yeah, and I'm pretending like there is, because the alternative is too depressing to talk about. He's saving a seat for Rick. So she moves around him and is like, did you kill the people? And he's like, why does everybody keep asking me that? Do I have a council killer t-shirt on? Like, no, I didn't kill the council members. She tells him about the animal blood situation and how she can't keep it down. And he's like, okay, well, pick a human and we'll get you one. And she's like, no, I don't want to do that. And he's like, okay. So he takes her into the bathroom and is like, here you go, feed off me. And she's like, why would I do that? And he's like, because you need blood from the vein and this could help, okay? Just don't tell Stefan. And she's like, why can't I tell Stefan? And he's like, because blood sharing is personal. And I would say it is, okay? This is a lot, all right? So she starts feeding off of him, and the way he collapses back against the stall door, I need a minute. I have to go, okay? I'm needed somewhere else. Tyler and Caroline are hooking up, and she's like, oh my God, I can't believe we're doing this. People just died. And he's like, grief hookups are a thing, like, don't freak out. And it's funny. They end up saying I love you to each other, and it's a sweet moment. But then Connor shows up and he's talking to the mayor, and he's like, you know, why is the town covering up what happened at the pastor's farm? I know it wasn't a gas leak. She's like, I don't know what you're talking about, you need to leave. Tyler comes downstairs and he's like, can I help you with something? And Connor's like, yeah, maybe. Connor Jordan, and he goes to shake his hand, and when he does, Tyler's like, oh my God, my hand, because the guy's wearing gloves and they're like steeped in vervain. So then he just whips out a gun and is like, pow, 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 and gets Tyler. Tyler's unconscious on the ground. His mom is like, ah, Tyler, because he goes to stake him, and then Tyler jumps up and jumps out the window and runs off into the woods, and Connor follows him. Then Caroline comes running down the stairs half dressed, and her and Carol are like, oh, what's happening? Caroline and Tyler end up at Stefan's house, and Tyler is on the couch, and Stefan is like pulling the bullets out of him carefully, and Stefan basically is like, if you were a regular vampire, like this absolutely would have killed you. Your werewolf side is the only reason why you're okay right now. And on the bullets, Stefan can't touch them with his skin. He's like holding them with tongs because they hurt him just from like touching him just a little bit, which normally wood only hurts them if it's like in them. Like that's the only time that it's like painful. So that's weird that he can't touch the bullets. And then on them, there's these little like rune stave markings, and Stefan doesn't understand what they are. Everybody acts like they don't know what these are. It's very clearly Nordic runes. I will never understand how no one seems to know what a Nordic rune looks like. I've never gotten it, okay? At the funeral memorial for everybody that died at the pastor's house, Elena is really struggling. She can't hold it together because when she thinks about how many people died and how their loved ones must feel, she just gets overwhelmed with her compassion and she wants to burst into tears. She talks to April, and April tells her that she's really upset because everybody hates her dad now and she doesn't know how to like exist in the town, and she's worried that if she can't speak at the funeral, no one's gonna speak at the funeral because they're all mad at her father. Elena, while hugging her, freaks out, and initially we think it's because she's gonna bite April, but then she runs off into the bathroom and starts just like projectile exorcist vomiting all the blood she took from Damon. Stefan goes to see Bonnie. She is not doing well, but she invites him in for the first time so that he can talk to her. She's at Grams's house. Once she tells him what's going on, he explains that what happened to Grams was probably just a fear tactic, just from the spirits like giving her like a brutal warning to be like, we warned you and now we're like gonna mess with your head. And she's like, well, it worked. I can't do magic anymore. Now I'm terrified. He asks about the markings on the runes, and even Bonnie is like, I don't know what these are. How does no one know what Nordic runes are? I don't understand. Do y'all just not have those in Mystic Falls? I don't get it. I don't know how no one's seen them before. It makes no sense. Damon comes to help Elena in the bathroom. Connor is there trying to get into the bathroom. So Damon brings her a change of clothes, and then she like haphazardly cleans up. She does not do a good job of it. Okay, there's blood everywhere. It's very hard to get it fully clean. Knowing that something is funky, Connor attacks April while she's like up on the balcony. You know, like when you're in a church room and there's like the big church area, and in front there's like the pulpit and everything. Okay, up above there's like a little upper balcony space, and that's where April is sitting. Like when you first come in, there's usually like the bell tower right there, and if you go up, there'll be like a balcony over the congregation. Yes, sorry, big description to tell you that that's where she's at, okay? So she's at the back of the church, above the front doors, on a balcony. He stabs her and then ties her up and leaves her there. Damon brings Elena a blood bag. She cannot eat it. She starts choking it up, and he's like, whoa, girl, we can't be doing this in public. And she's like, I know, something's wrong. I'm gonna die. Why can't I keep blood down? And he's like, you're not gonna die. You're fine. You need fresh blood from the vein. You're gonna be fine. We're gonna get through this. Everything's gonna be okay. She immediately calms down and is like, okay, I have to go back inside. So she goes back inside. Stefan sees Damon with the blood bag, and Damon's like, oh, wonderful. This is gonna go well. Stefan's like, why can't you just respect my wishes? And Damon's like, because she's dying and she's lying to you, okay? She can't keep the bunny blood down. She couldn't even keep my blood down. She needs fresh blood from the vein. And Stefan's like, what was that second thing you just said, Damon? And Damon's like, shit, my bad. So then the brothers get into a tussle. Elena goes back inside to sit with Matt and Jeremy. The gang's kind of on one row right there together, just like separated out. And when Carol starts the ceremony, she calls for April to come up and talk about her dad. April does not come because Connor has her tied up on the balcony, remember? And he's sitting up there with a big gun with wooden bullets, ready to get somebody. And Elena goes up instead, but then she's sick, and there's a lot of blood in the room, so she starts kind of like hyperventilating, freaking out at the front of the room. They all start to smell April's blood at the same time from where they're at in the room, and she's up behind them. And Damon's like, nobody move. it's a trap. And everybody's like, what's going on? What is this? So they very quickly get Elena down and they just act like she is having like a breakdown over everything. And Carol comes up and is like, okay guys, let's just sing. So then they all start singing. So they're singing, filling the hall while the gang is whispering to each other. I love this scene, okay? So the church is singing all around them and then the gang is just whispering still to each other. And Damon's like, all right, well, I'm gonna go kill him. And Stefan's like, no, Damon, oh my God, don't move. And Damon's like, well, you have about 10 seconds and then I'm gonna go old school on the new guy. And they're like, no, Damon, you can't do that. And he's like, all right, well, 3, 2, 1, here I go, bye. And he goes to leave and Matt is like, wait a second, Elena, feed off me. And he gets Elena to like curl up on his chest and he acts like he's comforting her and she just like quietly bites him because Elena is like seconds away from just full vampire mode, ruining everything, giving everything away, running up to the back of the congregation to get April. And they know that if she does that, Connor's gonna attack. So she feeds off of Matt. Everything's fine. You'd be so proud of Elena. She's able to control herself and she lets go of Matt and all is well. Now that she's better, Elena wants to rush to help April because they know that there's so much blood, something's really wrong with her. And Stefan is like, we can't, it's a trap. But then Tyler gets up on stage and is like, hey, I'm interrupting the singing to tell you all that I really loved the pastor. He was such a good guy. He's the one that got me into sports. He's the one that taught me that it's important to give up yourself for the community and you're more important when you're part of a group. And then bow, he gets shot by Connor. Damon immediately takes off to go kill Connor. Caroline gets the stake out of Tyler while the congregation is just fleeing the scene and running away. Carol wants to call an ambulance and Caroline's like, he's gonna be fine. And Carol's like, the entire town just saw him get shot. Okay, I have to call an ambulance. Stefan stops Connor from staking Damon, and then when Damon gets up and Connor gets away, Stefan punches him in the face. Elena runs to help April, but then immediately gets overwhelmed by the amount of blood. She nearly attacks April, and then Caroline is like, no, we don't do this. And she talks her down, and she's like, this is an orphan, this is our friend, she needs our help, Elena, you have to be stronger than this. And she teaches Elena how to help April by Caroline heals her, and then Elena does the compulsion on her under Caroline's instruction, and it works, and April's gonna be fine. Connor sees the blood on Matt's neck at the grill, and he's like, what happened to you? And Matt's like, oh, my girlfriend got a little carried away. And then Connor and Jeremy are talking, and Jeremy's like, nice ink on his like arm. He sees a tattoo on his arm, and when they walk outside, Matt is like, what are you talking about? There was no tattoo. And Jeremy's like, yeah, it was huge. You didn't see it? And then we see Connor sitting at the grill, like very perturbed that Jeremy seems to have seen his tattoo, and it vanishes. So does he have a tattoo or not? Connor goes home and opens the note that was left for April that he found in the stove. Basically, her dad was like apologizing to her that he had to leave this way. And he said, you know, his death was the sign of like greater evil to come. It's just the beginning. She needs to be careful, blah, 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 impending doom. Stefan freaks out on Elena for feeding on Damon, because apparently that's a big sensitive topic amongst the vamps, okay? This is the first time it's become an issue. As I said before, most people do it and we don't know that anything special about it. It just seems kind of kinky. But now it's like, I can't believe you let Damon share your blood. Like, well, that's terrible. And she starts crying and she's like, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a big deal. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not keeping blood down. Something's wrong with me. He immediately feels bad and is like, look, just come with me. There's something we need to do. He takes her to the high school where the gang is waiting. They were planning on, after the memorial for the people that died in the fire, they were gonna release paper lanterns as a town to like memorialize the dead and grieve, because there have been so many deaths in the last 2 years, but they didn't get to because Tyler got shot. So now they're gonna do that. Damon pitches a fit. They all start lighting them for different people. So Stefan lights one for Zach and Lexi and Rick, and Jeremy lights one for Jenna and their parents and Anna and Vicky. Matt lights one for Vicky. Bonnie lights one for Grams. When they try to give Damon the lighter, he freaks out and leaves and is like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and just storms off. Elena goes and she lights one for everybody, because of course she does. And then she's like, and also myself, I guess. And then they send the lanterns off. Like, these are the moments that people don't like Elena for. There's a lot of Elena slander out there. She does tend to make things about her, but we've got to remember she's our main character. The story is quite literally about her, okay? We cut to yet another of my favorite scenes. This is one of like the best seasons. There's just like so many really good moments in this season of the show, but this is a really special one. Damon is at the cemetery at Rick's grave drinking, and he's basically like, I can't believe you left me here to babysit. Like, they're lighting lanterns off as if that's gonna do anything. Like, they're just such children, Rick. Like, they don't understand that when you lose somebody, it doesn't matter if you pray about it or light a lantern or burn a candle or whatever. They're just gone, and there's no getting them back, and there's just a hole where that person is supposed to be for you. Oh my God. The camera pans and we see Rick sitting there with him listening. Kill me. And then Damon is like, I just can't believe you left me here to babysit. I should have been gone by now. I didn't get the girl. And now I just can't leave. Like, I can't leave because you're not here. Rick watches him walk away. Damon left half the bottle for him. And he's just like, oh, I miss you too, buddy. We open episode 3 with Tyler in the hospital. He wakes up because there's a guard outside his room, but Connor is in the hospital and gets the guard away and knocks him out, and Tyler hears that. So Tyler wakes up. Connor is coming to his door, but when Connor gets inside, Tyler's not there. He's like, where did he go? He was just here. Tyler jumps out and attacks him. They get into a fight, but Connor uses a paralytic on him, so Tyler can't fight back. Then Connor like lifts his like mouth open and goes behind Tyler's fangs and freaking like pulls out venom. I don't like the implications of what that means for Tyler's mouth. He's got venom pockets now? No, absolutely not. I could have gone my whole life without thinking about the logistics of where the vampire werewolf venom lives. Connor, of course, is gonna distill down the werewolf venom to make it into a weapon. Stefan buys a motorcycle because he wants to teach Elena how to have fun. Damon is planning to go after Connor so that he can leave town finally. Because remember, that was the deal the boys made, like whoever Elena picks, the other one was supposed to leave town, but they can't really leave right now because they need Damon's help. Matt meets up with Elena at their old makeout spot, and she is feeding from him now routinely. She feels bad about it and is like, I can't believe I'm using you as like my own personal blood bag. And he's like, please, I'm so happy to help you. Like, this is the least that I can do. You are like this because of me. And he really genuinely means it. Like, I think Matt is the kind of guy that goes through life like needing a purpose. And for him specifically, he seems to gravitate towards like helping people, which is why I think that for so long, Elena and Matt made sense as a couple, because they want a lot of the same things out of life. They just don't make sense together as more than friends. We learn from Matt that the town has a curfew in force now, because now that all the council is dead, everybody's a little freaked out. Klaus comes back to town to help Tyler, since the hybrids are like a dying breed now that Elena's blood's been destroyed and he can't make any more of them. He doesn't want to lose them, so he has got hybrids stationed with Tyler to keep him safe. At school, Elena has a really hard time being in Rick's classroom again, and then Rebecca comes in and Elena's like immediately filled with rage because Rebecca is just a raging asshole, okay? She makes fun about Rick dying, she torments Elena, she's also having a party to celebrate curfew. She's like, anti-curfew party at my house, everybody come party. Elena ends up throwing a pencil at Rebecca, and then Rebecca grabs it, turns it around, and stabs Elena with it. Connor shows up at school to talk to Jeremy. When Elena rushes outside into the hallway to clean herself up, Connor is there trying to talk to Jeremy. Elena goes to go after him, and Stefan is like, you are literally bleeding right now. You need to go clean up. I'll go handle this, okay? We're gonna be fine. But in the bathroom, Elena is cleaning herself, and a girl comes in behind her and is like, oh my God, Elena, are you okay? And she's like, yeah, I'm fine. Leave me alone. And she's like, oh, Rebecca wanted me to check on you, but you're okay? And Elena's like, yeah, I'm fine. And she's like, oh, okay. I'm not. And that's when Elena realizes that the girl has been bitten and is bleeding from the neck. And Elena's like, you need to go away. You can't be in here with me. Rebecca comes in and is like, what's wrong, Elena? She's delicious. And starts like touching the blood and putting it on Elena's face. Elena freaks out, but she doesn't hurt the girl, okay? But I'm talking, Rebecca ends up taking the blood and just like blah, 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 all over Elena's face, okay? It is really not fun. And Elena just goes full feral on her. Connor talks talks to Jeremy in an empty classroom while Stefan listens in. He basically explains that he needs to know what Jeremy knows because the tattoo is hidden. And Jeremy's like, what are you talking about? And Connor's like, well, the fact that you can see it must mean something. I'm not really sure what. I call it a hunter's mark, and it's only visible to fellow vampire hunters. He tells Jeremy that if he wants to know more than that, he's gonna have to come meet him somewhere private. Damon goes to Connor's trailer looking for him and instead finds these really cool like arrows that booby trap him, and they are attached to bombs, so if he's not careful he will blow up the trailer that he is standing inside. Caroline and Stefan have to talk Elena down from wanting to kill Rebecca because it's just not worth it. They convince her to go to the party that Rebecca's throwing and just try to have fun because Rebecca is just being mean to be mean. There's really no point in her actions. There's no like getting even with her. She's just being a bitch, so they need to just rise above it and move on. Elena agrees and is like, whatever, I'll go get ready, and they leave. Tyler is at home and a girl comes in to see him, and that girl is Haley. Yay! Now look, once again, I'm gonna tell you guys, she's one of my least favorite characters. This is 2 of 3 now that we have met. I know, okay, without spoiling anything for anyone, please don't spoil it in the comments either, okay, because it's a big thing that's coming. But I know that Haley is involved in the spin-offs, and I know that a lot of people like her in the spin-offs. We're gonna get to that, okay, but for right now, I really don't like her, and I'll tell you why in a minute. It's coming soon. She is basically Tyler's friend that was with him in the mountains, and she's like, you left without saying goodbye, and I was just coming to see if you're okay, and clearly you're not. And he's like, yeah, you have no idea. There is so much shit going down in town right now. Damon calls Meredith to help get him out of the booby trap, and she comes to help him. They have kind of a tie to each other from Rick. It's not really romantic. It's also not really platonic. It's just kind of like they both loved Rick and now they are alone and they could help each other or they can be sad. Would you guys like to meet Oliver? He's here. They got to meet Elijah last time. They got to meet you. Say hello. He's like, I just want to get down. I've had my nap. I just want to get down. Okay. I love you. Run free, little man. When he jumps like a flying squirrel, just like all 4 limbs, spread eagle, and then he just like lands. It's ridiculous. Rebecca tries to invite Matt to her party and apologize to him for, you know, literally trying to kill him, and he just is having none of it and just walks away from her. Connor interrupts Matt in the hallway and snatches the bandage off his arm so he can clearly see the bite marks that Matt's been hiding, and he's like, your girlfriend, huh? Tell me which one of your friends is a vampire. And then Matt tells him that it's Rebecca. Damon comes home to Elena tearing through his room saying that she's looking for alcohol. He says that it's in the top drawer of his dresser, and then when she goes to look for it, that's his underwear drawer. And he's like, girl, I know you're looking for the white oak steak, okay? You need to get it together. I'm not giving that to you. And she's like, why not? Why can't I have it? And he's like, because I'm not an idiot and you're not gonna go after Rebecca, okay? We're not doing this. You can't have it. Well, he's changing his clothes while this is happening, and he starts to take off his pants, and he's like, are you staying for the show? Or are you leaving? And she hesitates, but then she leaves. Jeremy goes to Connor to talk to him. Connor is like, so what are your vampire friends' names? Tell me who they are. And Jeremy's like, well, I don't actually know, but I do know that the doctor, Meredith, probably at least knows one of them because she uses vampire blood to heal her patients. So Connor and Jeremy take off for the hospital. Connor also says that he put something in the drinks that everybody at Rebecca's party is gonna be having, and the vampires will be dead. Any of them that go to that party will be dead. Caroline goes to try to get Tyler out of his house to sneak him to the party, but he says that he can't go, and then gives away that the hybrids are watching him for Klaus. So Klaus is involved in all of this, and if he tries to sneak out, Klaus is gonna be pissed. Caroline's like, what the heck? I can't believe he's back. We cut to Haley in a different room of the house. Klaus comes in and sees her and is like, now who the heck are you? And she's like, I'm Haley. Who are you? And he's like, I'm Klaus. And she's like, oh, I don't like you. Already I despise you. I've heard enough about you to know that you're stupid and awful. And he's like, wow, okay, I haven't heard anything about you. I wonder why. And then he like vamp hears Caroline at the door, and Tyler is like, you go to the party without me. I don't need to go to the party. You go to the party without me. And Klaus is like, oh, I understand. I see what's happening here. Do you guys see what's happening here? Because when I tell you I'm livid, I'm livid. Elena runs into April at the party and they start talking. April tells her that she doesn't think it was an accident, what happened to her dad, and she wishes there was more that she could do to find out, but she just doesn't even know who to ask or if anybody will even believe her. She's like, but with the fire and with the shooting at the church, like it just feels like something's wrong. Rebecca comes in and is like, I know, it feels like something wicked this way comes, doesn't it? Elena's like, April, go look at the rest of the house. I'll meet you in a minute. And April's like, okay. She leaves. And then Rebecca and Elena have another little sparring match against each other. Somehow, Rebecca snatches Elena's ring off her finger. So then Elena starts burning because she's just standing in the kitchen in the sun. She runs into the corner to hide. And Rebecca's like, come get your ring yourself, idiot. And throws it in the sink and turns on the little drain thingy, garbage disposal. Nightmare. That's what I hate that. I hate that in movies. I hate when people put their hand, oh no. So Elena ends up having to like run out, turn it off, grab the ring, put it back on, so she's fine. But now she's really angry. So she goes to grab the steak out of her bag. That's right. Damon gave her the steak. But before she can run off after Rebecca, Stefan shows up and is like, hold on, hold on. And she's like, what are you gonna do? Stop me? And he's like, no, if you wanna go kill Rebecca, go ahead, be my guest. But I am gonna tell you, it's gonna feel good for like 10 seconds. And then that rage and that happiness are gonna be replaced with guilt because Rebecca's gonna die and every vampire in her bloodline's gonna die. And you're gonna be responsible for hundreds of deaths in 1 second. Is that really what you want to do? She knows that it's not really what she wants, so he convinces her to go on a ride with him on the motorcycle and just have fun and forget about Rebecca and stop letting her control her thoughts. Elena agrees, but before she leaves, she does a solo handstand on the keg and drinks from it to make everybody be like, oh my god, Elena, you're so cool, which just like annoys Rebecca, and then Elena and Stefan leave. Rebecca starts to get dizzy because something, werewolf venom, was in the drinks, which means, uh-oh, Elena just drank it too. Klaus confronts Tyler about the whole Caroline Haley situation, and Tyler's like, you don't know anything, keep your mouth shut. And Klaus is like, I think I know exactly what I need to know, Tyler. You met Haley, tensions ran wild, and then something happened that you can't take back. So basically, Tyler and Haley were together in the mountains, and Tyler and Haley cheated on Caroline together. Damon calls Tyler, but Klaus answers, and Klaus is like, yeah, no, he doesn't want to help you track down the hunter, Damon, but I sure do. So Klaus is gonna go be besties with Damon now. Don't they make just like a terrifying friendship couple in y'all's mind? Like, oh my god. Stefan and Elena go on the ride on the bike, and Elena ends up standing up behind him and just like holding her arms out, and it's a cute little scene. Connor and Jeremy get to the hospital, but then Damon and Klaus are there. They kind of ambush them. They get Connor into like a secluded storage area and booby trap him with his own arrow bombs, so he's like stuck in the middle of the floor, and then Klaus and Damon are gonna be able to talk to him now. Stefan and Elena start to get freaky, and then because she's sick with the werewolf venom, she starts seeing Damon instead of Stefan, so they realize something's wrong, and when she pulls up her sleeve, they see the werewolf venom moving under her skin, and they're like, oh no, there was something in the drinks. Matt sees Rebecca, and she's like, I can't believe you came here, and he's like, yeah, well, I just wanted to talk to you because I need to tell you how I'm feeling since you told me how you're feeling. And she's like, okay, tell me. And he's like, you know, I think you're amazing. You're 1,000 years old, you've had all this time to grow and learn and change, and somehow, anyway, Matt says she had all that time to be a better person and she threw it away, and now she's all alone and no one cares about her, and her brothers don't even love her. She's got no family, no friends, everything about her life is fake. She freaks out on him and rips out his heart, and then realizes it's a fever dream and he's fine, she didn't kill Matt. Klaus and Damon want info from Connor before they kill him, but Connor really doesn't know anything. Damon mentions the disappearing tattoo and how he wants to know about that, and the second he says it, Klaus is like, the disappearing what now? You have a what? Connor attacks Klaus with the stake, and Klaus sees the rune stave and is like, oh, I know what this is. What the heck? You're one of the 5. And then Connor freaks out and is like, I'm faster than a normal hunter, and pulls the arrow bomb so that he's trying to kill all three of them. Damon gets blown out of the room and Klaus and Connor are left inside, but we can assume that Klaus got out. Elena keeps thinking about Damon in her fever state, and she keeps asking him, like, what is it? Why am I thinking about you? And he's like, you're a vampire now, and part of you knows you're more like me than you are like him. Klaus shows up and is basically like, you know, Stefan, you need to be grateful I'm here, because if I'd left town like you said you wanted me to, who would be saving Elena right now? No one. He lets it slip that he might know something and she might actually be useful to him now, so he does save Elena and she's gonna be fine. April finds Rebecca in her room. Rebecca's doing better now because the werewolf venom won't kill her, it just made her really sick. April is cleaning up after the party and Rebecca's like, why are you still here? And April's like, well, cleaning up is better than going home alone and thinking about the fact that I don't have any friends. And then Rebecca offers to help April find out what happened to her family. Caroline goes to see Stefan. He wanted to talk to her because he's really worried about Elena. He basically is like, you know, she is changing and turning into this new version of herself, and I want her to be able to enjoy it, but if I let her be that person, I'm afraid that Ripper Stefan's gonna come out and I'm not gonna be able to control myself, and then what am I gonna do? Like, she's not gonna be safe with me because I'm not gonna be safe. And Caroline is like, look, I would do anything to keep Elena from ending up with Damon or ending up like Damon. So if it means that you have to come to me and I'm basically like your AA sponsor, then we'll do it. I'll keep you from becoming Ripper Stefan because you helped me when I was turning and I can be there for you now. Matt comes over to Elena and apologizes for the fact that he didn't realize that setting Rebecca as a target would put Elena in danger. And she's like, dude, you had no way of knowing that I was gonna go to the party. Like, don't worry about it. It's not your fault. But she is dealing with all these emotions in this conversation with Matt, and for some reason neither of them are like, maybe it's not a great idea for you to feed right now, but she feeds off of Matt and then freaks out and hurts him. She like nearly takes his arm off. Damon shows up though and stops it. He gets Elena under control and then he uses compulsion on Matt and gets him cleaned up, so Matt's fine. Elena feels terrible and Damon is like, no, you don't need to be ashamed of this. You don't need to be upset. You didn't do anything wrong. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm gonna teach you how to do this the right way. And she agrees. Connor wakes up back in his trailer with Klaus. Connor's like, what did you mean before when you said I was one of the 5? And Klaus realizes that Connor doesn't even know his own history. We open episode 4 with a flashback from the 12th century. There are a group of dudes in a circle in the woods holding swords, and there's a witch in the center of them doing a ritual. Once her spell is complete, oh, he's done. Are you done? Once she completes her spell, the tattoos start blossoming on the boys around her in the circle. Damon is planning to take Elena on a trip to college to teach her how to do the snatch, eat, release situation. She believes she needs to learn because for whatever reason, at this point they kind of assume it's because she's a doppelganger, so there's like something funky with her where she can only accept blood from the vein. And because she knows that Stefan struggles with it, she wants to go with Damon so that it doesn't put any pressure on Stefan. Rebecca gives Matt a new truck, but he is not having it. Klaus shows up and is like, you're way too eager to please the help. Like, this is ridiculous. He tells her about the whole Hunter's Mark, the 5 situation. She is immediately very intrigued and a little scared, but when he's just like, okay, come on, let's go, it's time for you to help me, she's like, there is no we, Klaus, I'm not helping you with anything, no. Elena and Damon take Bonnie with them when they go to the college campus because the person that took over her Grams's classes actually invited her, and he has some things that he wants to give her from Grams's stuff. This guy is that professor. The girls are immediately like, oh my god, he's so hot. He gives me such strong ick immediately, okay? He's like all the worst things about Joe from You in a college professor. Like, absolutely not. I would not trust this guy with a 10-foot pole. Connor's being kept at Klaus's and Stefan shows up and wants to know what's going on and wants to help. Klaus gives in because now that Rebecca's not helping him, he doesn't have anybody else to turn to, so he agrees to let Stefan in on the plan. In a flashback, while Klaus explains everything, we see that the hunters were really dangerous. They were going around like spreading the word about vampires and killing people, killing vampires vampires in front of people as like demonstrations and stuff like that. And the Michelsons knew about them, obviously, because they're like the head vampires, so they were on it. Rebecca was actually romantically involved with one of them, which was like a big red flag to all the brothers. And now Klaus wants Stefan to get Rebecca to agree to help because he needs information from Rebecca about that previous relationship to make everything come full circle. April runs into Matt at the grill. She's hanging out with Rebecca. Stefan shows up, interrupts the Matt situation, and tells April to be quiet, uses compulsion on her. And then he talks to Rebecca and is like, look, I know you don't want to work with Klaus, so work with me because I need to figure out what's going on here. And if you can help me do that, like, we can forget what happened and I will start over with you with a fresh slate. On the college campus, Damon tries to get Elena to pounce on a target, but when she goes to get the girl, she sees that there's like a picture of the girl and her little sister on her phone, and she just can't do it. Like, Elena can't fathom hurting people that are good. It's just like not going to be possible for her. So then Bonnie comes over and is like, hey, I found a flyer for a party tonight. Damon's like, perfect, we'll take you to this frat party and it'll just be Idiot Boy City and you can take your pick. Rebecca comes to dinner with Klaus and Stefan. After some initial fighting, Klaus and Rebecca make up. It's a very funny scene in which Stefan is like, you know, I'm still sitting here and I could name on my hand about 1,000 people that I would rather be having dinner with. Klaus starts telling the story about the 5. He reveals that Alexander is the one that Rebecca was romantically involved with. Alexander and the other hunters were made to eradicate vampires, kind of similar to Michael was by Esther. They had the ultimate weapon that would help them kill vampires. And then their tattoo is actually a map. Jeremy is the only one that can see the map on Connor, so of course Klaus has Jeremy and he brings him in and he's like, we're gonna have Jeremy write down the map and then we're gonna be able to use the map to follow it. We get the epic party scene in which Damon and the girls show up to this frat party dressed as Jack the Ripper and 2 of his victims, which is not the best taste, but it is what it is. Damon calls the professor creepy because, yeah, the professor's at the frat party. If that's not creepy, I don't know what else you need to know about him. But Bonnie is like, oh my God, Damon, no, he isn't. He's perfectly fine. Like, girl, are you blind all of a sudden? Good Lord. Elena catches a guy slipping a girl something in her drink and immediately goes after him, and it's her first snatch, eat, release situation. She does sort of go a little crazy, but Damon gets her and is like, let him go. We have to let him go. And she does, and then she gets it under control. He's really proud of her and they hug. Jeremy starts drawing Connor's tattoo, and he explains to Connor that the only reason why he agreed to help them trick Connor into going to the hospital and almost getting killed was because Connor was threatening his friends. And Connor's like, I don't understand how you can call these guys your friends. Like, that one just threatened to kill you, talking about Klaus. So he's just not grasping that, like, some of the vampires are good, some of the vampires are evil. And Connor also explains here that he first saw the mark on somebody else, and then that was a friend from, like, his time in the war. When that guy died a few years later, the mark appeared on Connor, and then whenever Connor kills vampires, it like expands. And Jeremy is like, okay, and Connor's like, well, you can see the mark on me, dude, which means that you must be one of us. Like, I know the Gilbert history, you must also be a hunter. Klaus tells us that the brothers sent Rebecca after Alexander. She was in love with him, is the thing, but they sent her to be kind of like the infiltrator because they could only get so much info out of him. So they trusted her to get the rest of it. So, you know, her and Alexander are in bed. She can see the whole tattoo on him. She starts asking questions. Then she sees the bottle of white oak ash and the dagger. So that's the weapons that they have. And he explains like, oh, this is like the ultimate weapon to kill like a special type of vampire. And, you know, this is going to help us like eradicate the vampires completely. And then he asks if she's thought any more about coming with him when he leaves to follow the map on his tattoo to like the ultimate weapon treasure situation. And she agrees to it. And while they're kissing, he freaking daggers her. And I will tell you, like, he looks upset while he does it because she is like horrified, heartbroken, and he does look sad when it happens. And we kind of cut back and forth between watching that happen to her and Klaus explaining to Stefan that the hunters actually snuck into the house that night and daggered all of them. So the 4 brothers and Rebecca were all daggered at once. And Stefan's like, the daggers don't work on you. And Klaus is like, yeah, I know. So then we cut back to Rebecca waking up in bed. There's blood everywhere. Klaus went on a rampage and Alexander is like stuck to the wall with his sword in his chest. Klaus goes off on Rebecca and is like, I know that there's more to this than what you told us. Like, there's no reason for you to like turn on your whole family. You made us all vulnerable. Like, what did he promise you? Tell me what he promised you. And it's so funny to me. This guy, the actor that plays Klaus, is so tall and thin, okay? But he is a yeller. And so he's all bowed up at her and they shoot it from far away. Whenever it's like up close on him, it works. It makes me laugh when they zoom out and you can just see like how tiny he is stature wise. Cause like compared to Rebecca, he's not even that much bigger than her. But he's just yelling at her and she admits that there was a cure. And that's what Alexander promised her, was that if they followed the map together, there would be a cure, she would take it, and she would be a human. In the present, Klaus starts picking at Rebecca because he wants her to leave again now, and he ends up being like, you know, you never learn, like, you're just always going after bad men, like men that don't really care about you. And she's like, yeah, clearly, because I'm still with your stupid ass, and you're the worst, and I wish I could just leave you. And in this moment, Rebecca realizes that the only reason why Klaus cares at all is because he of course wants the cure for Elena so that he can make more hybrids. So that's been the bane of her existence this entire time, is that he wants a hybrid family instead of just loving her and her siblings, so she leaves. Stefan of course agrees to help Elena because he wants to find the cure so that she can be human. Creepy Professor Shane has Bonnie in his office at night during the party time, and he is giving her things from Grams's office, and then she is like obsessed with all the stuff around his room. He's got like occult stuff everywhere and he's like, it's things I collected on my travels. She asks him if he's a witch and he's like, no, oh my gosh, I'm not. He asks if Bonnie practices the way that Grams did and she tells him that like, actually no, she lost control of her powers so she doesn't anymore. And then he explains that like, there's other ways to practice magic and he'd be happy to help her with it. We get the best dance scene ever, okay? In which Calvin Harris's I Feel So Close to You Right Now is just blasting. Blue lights are flashing. Elena and Damon are in the middle of a party. They're dancing, they're snatching, they're eating, they're releasing. Because there is Halloween costumes everywhere, no one worries about the blood on their faces. They get all close together. Later on, she's gonna call this dirty dancing. They are literally just like vibing in front of each other. I think that at one point, like, she might like put her hands around his neck. They're very far apart, okay? There's no grinding going on. It's not that big of a deal. It just looks like they're having the time of their lives, okay? Because remember, our girl Elena loves to dance. And you know who never dances with her? Stefan Salvatore. You know who has danced with her multiple times? Damon Salvatore, okay? So they're having fun. Let them enjoy this. It is not to be, because Bonnie shows up and is like, oh, I can't believe you're covered in blood dancing with Damon. And Elena is immediately like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm covered in blood dancing with Damon. I have to go. And she runs away. Klaus studies the drawings that Jeremy made and is like, this is not the full drawing. I've seen the tattoo before. What the heck? And Jeremy's like, well, this is all that it is. And actually, Connor told me that the more vampires he kills, the more of the mark shows up. So that must be all it is. Jeremy gets sent home after being compelled to forget everything because now they no longer need him. Connor thrashes in his restraints until a guard comes in. When the guard gets close enough to tighten them again, Connor like bites him and rips out the guy's industrial piercing, which is like a little, you know, bar with a double barbell situation. And he's gonna use that to pick his locks. Bonnie goes off on Damon for helping Elena and the fact that he's made everything worse. And he's like, Bonnie, you just don't want to admit that she already is like me, okay? We're vampires. If you can't make this fun, it will ruin you, okay? That's the big difference between Stefan and Damon, is that Damon can just let it go, realize that he's not a human anymore, he's got a different set of rules, and try to make the best out of it. And Stefan is like always fighting against his nature and trying to be something he's not. So Damon doesn't want to do that to Elena because he's like, she's not human Elena anymore, okay? She's vampire Elena. We have to figure out how to let her be herself, but nobody wants to accept that except for Damon. Stefan brings Rebecca back in and they talk kind of more calmed down. She says that she's sorry that she freaked out, but like Klaus just infuriates her and she can't help Stefan because she can't do anything to give Klaus what he wants. She ends up giving Stefan more info. So she says like, you know, I wanted the cure so badly before that I would have turned on my own family for it. I trusted Alexander. We were really in love. We were gonna get married. I was gonna take the cure and we were gonna be human together. It was gonna be amazing. And Stefan says he understands because he wants the cure for Elena and he would do anything for her, and like love like that is important. Again, because Rebecca is a hopeless romantic, she like starts telling him more and she's like, you know, I buried him, like the church where we were gonna get married that we'd already picked out, that's where I buried his body. And I know that makes me like so silly and ridiculous, but I had to do it because I did love him and I don't regret that part of it. Well, then she realizes in horror, oh my God, that's what you wanted to know because I buried him with his sword. And Stefan is like, oh, damn. Yeah, that is what we wanted to know, dude. My bad. And then Klaus shows up and is like, haha, little sister, you big stupid idiot, because he can't just like be nice. Like, just don't gloat, dude. And this next situation would not have happened. But she goes off on him and calls him terrible and all these names. And she's like, you know, I might be silly and emotional and into love, but at least like I've lived my life. At least I've taken these chances and tried my best. And I would rather live my life than yours because you're all alone. You're so alone that you have to compel and create a new family for yourself. And then she's like, do it. Do it, go ahead and do it. Look me in the eyes and do it. And he daggers her. So now Klaus is going after the sword. Stefan needs to handle Rebecca's body and they need to bring nobody else in on this situation. Damon brings Elena home. They talk on the front porch. She says that she's sorry she let things get heated. She never should have dirty danced with him, which again, I would not call what they were doing dirty dancing, but okay. And she basically is like, you know, I hear what you say about vampires and I believe you. I know that you're right. I know that that's how I should be, but I don't want to be like you. And Damon's like, oh, do I have some news for you, girly pop? You already are. And then Stefan comes out and is like, what's going on here? How you guys doing? You guys doing good? Go ahead and leave, Damon. I can take it from here. He says that he was talking to Jeremy, even though he was actually compelling Jeremy to forget everything. And then he lies to them about having updates on the hunter and basically is like, yeah, nothing happened. I don't know anything. Nothing happened today. Once Damon is gone, Elena freaks out about not thinking that she can handle being a vampire. And she's like, this is gonna kill me. Like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do this. And Stefan gives her a hug and just insists that all she has to do is hold on and they're gonna be okay. Connor breaks out of his chains and kills the hybrid that was watching him, which makes his tattoo spread. Once it spreads, the new symbol, it's like a pentagram. I'll see if I can find a picture of it. I'm sure there's gonna be one, but it's like branches with runes carved on the branches. They also kind of look like smoke, and then there's these different symbols like depicting different things. This is like a big pentagram on his shoulder, and it's on display in Professor Shane's office. We cut to Professor Shane in his office. Connor comes in, and Shane is like, aren't you supposed to be in Mystic Falls killing vampires? And Connor's like, why did you send me there? And we cut to black. Right, so Shane is a trash man, okay? We open episode 5 with Shane and Connor talking about the situation, how it was so much worse in Mystic Falls than Shane said it would be. Shane insists that they need to get rid of the vampires, but they need to not hurt Bonnie because they need Bonnie, and Connor is like, anybody that gets in my way, I'm taking out. And Shane's like, okay, fine, I'll occupy Bonnie instead. At the grill, Connor shows up and snatches Jeremy. Elena wakes up in her room and is journaling about how much she hates being a vampire. She says that the only thing getting her through is Jeremy and the fact that she needs to be there for him and she doesn't want him to lose anybody else. Stefan is tandem riding with her, okay, so we're like split between the two of them. He says that he's really worried about Elena because she's spiraling ever since her transition, and most days he doesn't even recognize her anymore. He's willing to do absolutely anything to get the cure for her. Klaus is digging up the site of the church where Rebecca buried Alex's body to try to get the sword. Matt is at the grill calling Jeremy, being like, where are you? We open in an hour. You're supposed to be here. You're late. Remember, Jeremy got snatched already at the grill. April shows up and is like, Matt, do you know where Rebecca is? She promised she would help me figure out what happened at my dad's house. And Matt's like, you know, April, no, I don't know where Rebecca is. And you know what? I don't care. Okay, you're better off without her. Forget about her. And then Connor comes into the room holding Jeremy at knife point and is like, nobody move. Damon goes to Elena looking for Stefan, but she says she hasn't talked to him either. And he's like, oh, are you guys fighting since you told him about last night? And then we realize Elena did not tell him about last night. So Damon's like, oh, you're in a little shame spiral. And she's like, no, Damon, I'm fine. And he's like, I know a shame spiral when I see one, honey. And then he tries to call Stefan on her phone and Stefan still doesn't answer. So they both know something is wrong. Connor won't let April or Matt go. He says that he is going to hold them there so that their friends will come looking for them. And then one by one, he'll be able to just pick them off. The Supernatural gang wants to go in and just kill Connor, but Stefan shows up and is like, no one's going in until I see what we're dealing with. And Damon's like, I'm sorry, but since when are you the only one in charge here? Stefan has to like think fast because obviously Klaus doesn't want Connor dead, so they have to keep him alive. But Stefan's like, how do I do this without them knowing that I'm trying to do this for Klaus? So he starts like trying to cover for himself, and he's like, if we rush in, he could kill Jeremy. Elena, he's got werewolf in him. He could kill all of us. And Elena's like, yeah, okay. All right, he's right, Damon. We should wait a little bit. We should do a little recon. And Damon's like, fine, Stefan, you have 1 hour. Bonnie is in the office with Professor Shane just mooning over his books. It's giving like Ezra and Arya vibes, and I don't like it. Like, he's too old for her, and it's weird. He's so uncomfortably flirty with her, okay? And the more we learn about him, the angrier this fact is gonna make you. He has a lot of like weird mind control meditation stuff that he's planning to do with her. She thinks it sounds kind of hokey, but he's like, just trust me, Bonnie, it's gonna work. And he ends up doing like a little mini hypnosis trick on her where he distracts her, makes her think something's happening, and then like steals her earring. It's weird, but it works. So that's how he's gonna keep her occupied. He basically insisted that she turn her phone off so nobody knows where she is and nobody can contact her while they're doing this meditation, while Connor is killing all her friends. Stefan's plan is to basically sneak in and get everybody out while not killing Connor, but he can't really say that. So he's trying to like keep things a secret, whereas Damon is like, I think we need to sneak in and start with killing Connor, okay? So they're on different pages on what's the best thing to do because Stefan is lying to everybody. Damon decides they're gonna go in through the tunnels and he's ready to go. And then Elena is like, I'm coming with you. I have to help with Jeremy. And Damon's like, that's so funny. No, you're not. She proves herself to him by like tackling him and doing a little trick shot on him to be like, see, I could have killed you just then, but I didn't. He finds this incredibly hot. He's like, you are more like me than you even sort of begin to understand, dude. This is amazing. She tells him that Jeremy's the only thing keeping her together, and he promises to get Jeremy out safe. In the grill, April is freaking out and Matt's trying to keep her calm. Jeremy goes to Connor and is like, you said April and I are missing memories. What are you talking about? And Connor's like, well, we had a whole conversation yesterday about my mark and the fact that you can see it, and you don't know any of that because you're a vampire friends compelled you to forget. And Jeremy's like, oh my God, what is the truth? I don't know anymore. And then Connor explains that the mark on his arm and everything like leads to something, and if he could just get it to be fulfilled, he would know who he is and what he's supposed to be doing, because he's never felt like he had a purpose in life, which funnily enough, doesn't that kind of sound like our boy Jeremy too? Stefan shows up to get the plan started, and Damon immediately jumps on him and is like, we know you're lying, so you're either under compulsion or you're working with Klaus. Tell us the truth. Stefan lashes out at Damon and verbains him and knocks him out. Elena is like, I can't believe you just did that. Are you working with Klaus? And Stefan's like, no, but Damon's a loose cannon and we had to put him down so that we can do this safely and get everybody out in a controlled manner, Elena, okay? I know what I'm doing. Trust me. When she says she wants to go, he's like, no, Elena, you can't go, because what happens if while you're fighting back and defending yourself, you accidentally kill someone? That is going to ruin you, and you know it. You need to stay here and let me handle it. Caroline comes over and finds Haley in the house. I can't explain to you guys how enraged I am by Haley's attitude here, okay? So Caroline is rightfully like, who are you? Why are you in my boyfriend's house? What the fuck is going on? And Haley is like, oh, you must be Caroline. Sorry, I'm just one of Ty's friends. Like, I'm just Ty's friend. Like, he didn't mention me. And Caroline's like, no, he didn't. Who are you? And Haley's like, listen, I don't do this teen drama. Take it up with Ty if you have a problem. Like, girl, I can't stand it. She has to be different in the spinoff, okay? Because if she is the same, I find her so insufferable because, like, it's just written so poorly because the actress playing Haley is gorgeous, okay? If you're this pretty, existing in a body like this, okay, and you rock up into this situation where you're friends with a guy who has a girlfriend and you know that he has not told her about you and the girlfriend is threatened, if you hadn't done anything wrong, wouldn't you be like, listen, I'm sorry, I know this is kind of weird, I'm just Tyler's friend, like I was with him in the mountains, I was just helping him, I'm sorry that he didn't tell you, I promise, like nothing's going on, you don't have anything to be worried about, he's a great guy, but he's just my friend. Wouldn't you do that? Wouldn't you just be normal about it? But no, Haley's gotta make it weird. So then we cut to Tyler in another part of the house talking to a hybrid, trying to convince them to not follow Klaus's orders because they know that if they go to the grill, Connor's gonna start killing them. But the hybrid is like, I have to do what Klaus says. Tyler tries to convince him and then is like, fine, I'll just call Klaus for you. So he does that. And then while he's on the phone, Klaus is like, you know, you better be careful, Tyler. You better not interfere because if you're not careful, I'll just tell Caroline about Haley, was it? Caroline hears that. So now even more red flags are going off in her brain and she's like, oh my God, he cheated on me. Well, Tyler immediately backs down and is like, yeah, do whatever you want to do to the hybrid and just gives up. And Haley is like, oh my God, you're not even gonna fight for him? And she chases Tyler off into another part of the house. Klaus finds the sword. Stefan calls Connor and insists that the hostages be released. Connor is like, yeah, I'll do that. Come inside and get them. And then Stefan is like, don't you want to know why Klaus kept you alive? Aren't you curious? And Connor hangs up on him and just starts freaking out and breaking the phone. April is really scared about the vampire talk because her dad told her stories when she was a kid, much like all of the founding families. Matt tells her that they're just stories, it's not a big deal. And then he starts trying to break them out of the storage room that they're in and through the tunnel, but the tunnel's been bricked over on their end. So when he starts like chipping away at the bricks, Stefan is down below in the tunnel system trying to get to them and he hears that and follows it. When the hybrid that Tyler tried to stop comes inside, Connor kills him and oh my God, is this scene gory. Oh my God. Stefan shows up and gets Matt and April out safely. Damon wakes up and Elena realizes that Stefan took Damon's freaking daylight ring. So now he can't go anywhere. So the two of them realize something is really wrong. He must be working with Klaus. Like there is something going on. And Damon tells Elena, he's like, you get in there, you be smart because Connor doesn't know you're a vampire. So get close to him and then kill him. In the grill, Stefan tries to convince Connor to come with him, but Connor is like holding Jeremy at gunpoint and is like, you come out, Stefan, and then I'll think about it. Elena rushes inside and she's like, please don't kill my brother. He's the only one I have. Like, please don't take him from me. Like, I'm begging you. And Connor is kind of just like, yeah, you hear that, Stefan? You either come out or I'm going to kill the boy right in front of your girl. Is that what you want? So Stefan shows himself. Connor fires and hits Jeremy. The bomb that they were building earlier in the grill goes off. So now there's been an explosion. Elena jumps on Connor to kill him, but Connor gets her flipped and starts to stake her. And then Stefan shows up, knocks Connor off of Elena, and then runs away. Elena is fine and she ends up healing Jeremy. She has the like vampire reaction to the blood, but she doesn't hurt him. And he tells her, he's like, I trust you. You're not going to hurt me. It's okay. I'm not afraid of you. And while talking to Jeremy here, she realizes that Jeremy's memories were taken and she knows exactly who did it. And she's like, something is fishy and I know something's wrong. In the tunnels, Damon confronts Stefan and is like, I want to know what's going on. I want to know what you're doing for Klaus. Stefan is like, this doesn't have anything to do with Klaus. You're gonna gonna have to trust me. Damon is like, you're gonna have to do better than that because I want to kill him. Stefan releases Connor and tells him to run. So Connor goes sprinting off down the tunnels and the boys start fighting. Well, Damon gets Stefan pinned, gets his hand in his chest and is like holding Stefan's heart and is like, tell me what's going on. And Stefan's just like, I can't. Klaus will kill anybody that knows. And Damon's like, I don't care. I'm gonna kill you. Tell me what's going on. And Stefan spills the beans on everything and tells him what's happening and that there's a cure. And Damon lets Stefan go and is just kind of standing there like, a cure? There's no cure. Like, this isn't real. But Stefan's like, no, it is, I promise. Elena shows up in the tunnels and attacks Connor. He pulls a stake on her and stabs her. He misses, and then she freaking breaks his neck. Shane and Bonnie are still meditating in his office. That's right, they've been meditating for 7 hours. Is that not the creepiest thing you've ever heard in your entire life? What? I hate it. But she thinks it's really cool and like mysterious and awesome. And she's like, did it work? And he's like, you tell me. And she does a spell for the first time in weeks. The boys catch Elena burying Connor's body in the woods. She freaks out. She's upset with Stefan for lying to her and keeping things a secret. She heard everything that was said and she's like, I know that you were lying. I can't believe you did this. And then she freaks out on Damon because she's like, you told me to kill him and I did. Like, I can't believe I did this. I'm never going to recover. Caroline comes home and sees Tyler and Haley holding each other. Hello? She goes off and Haley's like, I'm gonna give you guys some space. And she's like, oh, are you? Thank you so much. And I'm just like, girl, same. Like Caroline's reactions, you think about how like Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs Caroline's been in the past. The way she handles Haley, she is so restrained and calm. The way I would have ripped that girl's head off. Are we kidding? Tyler explains very quickly that Haley saved his life when he was in the woods. He almost died. The sire bond breaking situation was really, really bad. And Haley saved him. But that is it. He's like, we have a close bond. She's a really good friend. But I promise you, that's it. And Caroline's like, why didn't you just tell me that? Why does Klaus think there's something going on with you? And Tyler's like, because that's what we want him to think. Because the reality of the situation is Tyler and Haley were working together to break the hybrid sire bonds on other people. So they've been trying to do that and kind of subsequently making their own like little werewolf pack of hybrids together that they're saving from Klaus. And it's better if Klaus thinks that they're having a secret hookup instead of secretly working behind his back. Jeremy and Matt give April a vervain bracelet to keep her safe. Matt asks Jeremy if he's doing okay and Jeremy's like, I'm just really sick of the secret. Speaking of Jeremy's secrets, he sees the beginning of a hunter's mark forming on his hand. Stefan and Damon discuss the situation with Klaus. Stefan doesn't want Elena to know the full truth, so she only heard part of what the boys were saying in the tunnels. She doesn't know about the cure, and she doesn't know about the fact that killing Connor took away the map, which would give them the map to the cure. He's like, we can't tell her about that. She has to just not know that that's a thing. Stefan's just like, we'll just find another hunter. There's got to be more out there. Klaus said there were 5 of them, so there's at least 4 more floating around. We'll just find another one and it'll be fine. Damon wants to know why Stefan wants the cure so badly. He's like, do you want it because you don't want her to be a vampire anymore, or because you can't love her this way? And Stefan's like, I love her so much, okay? But this isn't her. This isn't what she wants, and I want to give her the life that she wants back. And Damon's like, okay, well, I just want you to know that I love her either way. I don't care if she's a human, if she's a vampire. I just love her, and she's enough for me. So if I help you do this, I'm doing it for you. Elena journals about the killing and is like kind of freaking out about it. She's saying that she feels like she really lost herself and now she really doesn't know who she is anymore. She ends up seeing blood on the page, and then when she turns, there's like a trail of blood leading to her bathroom, and she's like, oh, what's going on? She opens the door. Inside, it's just a horrific blood-splattered mess, and on the mirror is the word killer written in blood. Not good. And then all of a sudden, it's gone, and it was like a weird hallucination. Man, y'all, I just recorded a whole opening for episode 6 and lost it all. Let's try it again. So this episode needs to come with like a really intense trigger warning. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say with the algorithm, but we're going to be talking about some really heavy topics centering around self-harm and ideations of like extreme self-harm. If this is going to be hard for you to listen to or damaging or dangerous in any way, please skip ahead to this timestamp right here. I can't do chapters yet in my videos. I don't get that feature until we hit 1,000 subs, so it's coming in the future. But please go to this part right here. That's gonna be like a trigger-free recap of the episode, because there's not really a way to talk about this episode in full without getting into these topics, but I don't want it to hurt anybody. If you still want to know what happens in episode 6, go ahead and skip to here and you'll get kind of a more subdued recap. If you want to just go ahead and jump to episode 7, go to here. So the big thing that's happening in this episode is Elena is being haunted by the ghost of Connor. So he's the hunter that she killed in episode 5, and it's going really, really badly for her. He is basically just hovering around her constantly, telling her she's a monster, she's terrible, she deserves to die, she should just go ahead and take care of it for herself, and then no one would miss her, no one would care. And because she is so sleep deprived and she is struggling with the guilt of killing him, it's like working. She's starting to like believe those things and believe him, and she's really struggling with these horrific hallucinations and all the things he's saying to her. It's really like emotionally manipulative and stuff like that, because Connor like was a bad guy in terms of the gang versus Connor. Connor was trying to kill Elena, Damon, Stefan, Caroline, Tyler, like all of those people would have been in danger from Connor. So Elena taking him out was the right thing to do, but because she's got all of that compassion and she feels so strongly that like human life should be spared, it's hard for her. And he also rubs it in her face that like he's a brother and he had parents that she took him away from and all of this. So again, it's just really emotionally manipulative and dangerous for her, but it's what he's supposed to do. So we open with him tormenting her. She goes downstairs. He starts messing with her in the kitchen. She calls for Jeremy to come down and help her, and all of a sudden, like, Connor is, like, on her, grabbing her. He can touch her physically, even though he's supposed to be a ghost. She grabs a knife and stabs Connor in the throat, but it's Jeremy. So that's another thing that Connor can do, is, like, take physical form when there's somebody else in the space with him. He can trick Elena into thinking that it's actually him. So that's what he did. He basically like overlaid himself over Jeremy. So when she stabbed him, she stabbed Jeremy. Jeremy dies. It's horrific. But he's wearing the ring, so he's gonna wake up and be fine. But remember, there's all this issue with like what happened to Rick, so they've been trying to avoid anything happening to Jeremy, and yet here we are 2 minutes into the first episode. It's crazy. Elena ends up calling Damon over to help with this, and she basically is like, well, I trust you, we don't trust Stefan right now, I don't want to talk to him. This is hard for Damon, because Elena is dating Stefan. So he's kind of just like, you know, this isn't supposed to be my job. Like, you shouldn't have called me. You should have called Stefan. This is weird that I'm here helping you through this. And she's like, yeah, well, I don't trust Stefan, so what are we gonna do? And then Stefan walks in because Damon called him, and he's like, about that, so I called him anyway. And then Elena and Stefan have this like awkward interaction where she just doesn't want anything to do with him right now. Because remember, he's been lying and working with Klaus behind everybody's back. So there was that hybrid that died in the grill going after Connor in the last episode. We find Tyler coming into a room in his mansion where Haley and Chris, who is another hybrid, are drinking in honor of this friend that they lost. And Tyler's basically like, you guys need to go somewhere else. Like, I can't be doing this. We're not acting like this in my house. Go ahead and go somewhere else. Haley gets up and like forces him to take a drink and then spills it on his face, wipes it off, and then like sucks it off her thumb all seductively. And Tyler's standing there like, girl, what the f? And then Klaus walks in and he's like, oh, okay. So Klaus comes in and is just like, oh, am I interrupting something? what are you guys doing? Like, I see I've interrupted a moment. And Tyler's like, we're not doing anything, leave us alone. But then Caroline shows up and she's got a box of Tyler's stuff and she just like barrels into the house and she's like, here's your stuff. I've got your sweaters and your bracelet that you gave me, take it back. And Tyler's like, Caroline, come on. And she's like, no, Tyler, I don't want to hear it. And then Klaus walks over and he's just like, I'm so sorry this happened. I'll give you guys a moment to figure it out. And he leaves. And then it's just like Caroline and Haley and Tyler and the girls start laughing. And Tyler's like, hey, y'all bitches planned this? Like, damn, you guys are really good liars. And they're just like, haha, he bought it, yay. Tyler kisses Caroline. And then Haley's over in the corner and she's like pouting. No. Absolutely not. I don't like this girl. Because it's morning, everybody's like getting ready for their day still. Elena's taking a shower and she starts to hallucinate blood coming out of her faucet and just like the floor of the shower just covered in blood. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. I saw this scene, God, at this point for the first time, probably like 7 or 8 years ago. I don't think a full decade, but like 7 or 8 years ago. I think about this scene almost every time I'm in the shower. It like unlocked a fear in me that like I've never been able to let go of. Klaus calls Stefan and Stefan's been avoiding Klaus because he's afraid that Klaus is going to be so angry about losing Connor that he's just going to kill him. And Klaus instead is like, oh, it's no big deal. Like, he's 1 of 5. We'll just find another one. Like, I'm going to leave that up to you because I already got the sword. So you go ahead and find the next hunter for me. And Stefan's like, yeah, okay, I can try to do that. Remember, Jeremy is a potential, but we don't want anybody to know that. And then Klaus is like, so how's Elena doing? Have the hallucinations started yet? And Stefan's like, how did you know about that? And Klaus is like, because it's a curse, my guy. So remember, Klaus killed the original hunters back in like the 12th century. And he tells Stefan that like, yeah, when he killed them, he was plagued with hallucinations. It was horrible. And he's like, you really should give Elena to me because I'm going to be the only one that can help her through this. She's a danger to herself and others right now. Like, if she hasn't hurt somebody already, Jeremy, then she's going to. Stefan like denies how bad it's getting and is basically like, no, we don't need you, that's ridiculous. Meanwhile, Elena's in the house having a hallucination, and when she runs outside past Damon, Klaus snatches her and they disappear. So the gang at school, like Jeremy, Matt, Bonnie, Caroline, they're all working to set up an occult exhibit for Bonnie and Professor Shane. He's come, we never really fully learn what it is. It's just him coming to do like a presentation at the school, and it will be important later, but now it's just like plot filler to get Shane involved at the high school and the kids around him, you know, even though he's a college professor, and it really makes no sense to me why he comes down to the high school. It is what it is, okay? So they're all helping set that up. Jeremy tells Matt about his mark and what's happening to him, and Matt is just like, yikes, bro, what are we gonna do about that? And Jeremy's like, nothing, there's nothing we can do. April shows up and tells Matt that Professor Shane looks weirdly familiar. The boys call Bonnie in to help with the whole Elena situation, and she says that she's gonna have to bring Shane in because he's the only one that can help her with her magic since the spirits aren't working with her anymore. Klaus takes Elena to a safe room in his house. There's basically like no windows, minimal furniture she can hurt herself with, all of those things. And she says, you know, why are you doing this? Why are you helping me? And he's like, because I dealt with the curse before and I know what you're going through and it's pretty horrific. So I'm just gonna keep an eye on you, keep you safe. You know, secretly, he wants her safe because if she can be turned human again with the cure, which is the whole goal, then he'll be able to make more hybrids. So still selfish reasons, but he is helping her at this point. She asks him how long his lasted. He says it was 52 years of torment. Constant torment for 52 years. And because Klaus is like hella immortal, he couldn't even do anything to himself. He just had to suffer through it the whole time. When Elena tries to figure out how he stopped it, he's just like, I didn't. Just one day it stopped on its own. Stefan goes to Caroline and Tyler for help, and they end up filling him in on the whole we're breaking the sire bond situation, because remember, that's Tyler and Haley's whole plan right now. So Stefan is initially like, okay, it's gonna be impossible to get the hybrids away from Elena so that we can get her back from Klaus, but we're gonna have to figure it out. And Tyler's like, well, actually, Chris is unsired to Klaus, and he's the one like in charge, so it's really not going to be that hard. We can do it. Connor is in the room with Elena, and he starts like telling her about his family and how she took him away from them and she's a terrible person. He also gets her to admit that she enjoyed killing him because remember, like, baseline, vampires are predators, so they do enjoy the kill. That's one of those things, moral-wise, where you kind of have to remember that's what Damon's always trying to explain. They are predators. It's like a lion attacking a gazelle. They want to do that because they want to eat the thing. So vampires want to eat humans. So even though Elena feels bad, like in her mind, she's like, I'm sorry I killed you. I wish it could have been different. Biologically, she enjoyed killing him. That's not a lie. But he turns it into this whole thing of like, she's a monster who loves to kill and she's always wanting bloodlust and blah, 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 which is not Elena. So then when she stops listening to him, he changes into Catherine and Catherine starts tormenting her. The presentation that creepy Professor Shane is giving at the high school is about this. I'm hoping there's a picture of it. If not, I am just gonna put a rock here, okay? It is what it is. It's a big rock. Damon's gonna call it that in a few episodes. So this is like the world's oldest tombstone. He explains that it belonged to a witch named Silas. The rundown of this story gets a little funky, okay? I'm gonna do my best. Silas was a witch who, with his best friend named Ketsia, created immortality, okay? So we've been taught that Esther made immortality. Now we're being taught about this. This is different from vampirism, okay? Or is it? Who's to say? Silas and Ketsia made immortality. Ketsia thought they were going to take it together and be together forever, but actually Silas wanted it for him and his girlfriend, okay? Ketsia freaked out and locked him in a tomb for eternity, and then Shane is like, legend says Silas wants to rise again. Catherine starts digging in on Elena and is like, you know, every day you get more and more like me, which means Stefan hates you more and more. He's never gonna love you again. He's never gonna accept you. Once he knew the real me, he hated me, blah, blah, blah. Because, you know, Stefan's a little bit into purity culture, okay? He wants his women soft and quiet and gentle and kind. He wants no spice with his ladies, okay? And then Catherine hits her with the, but at least Damon will probably still love you. And it's funny because like with Connor, Elena gets relatively violent. With Catherine, she just goes feral on her, okay? They just start like brawling in the room. Damon is in Rick's office at the school waiting on Bonnie and Professor Shane. He finds the secret booze that Rick had in his desk and starts drinking it and reminiscing a little bit. Then Bonnie and Shane come in. They show Shane the hunter's mark and Shane knows what it is right away and is just like, why are we messing with this? Is something going on that I need to know about? And Bonnie's just kind of like, so like theoretically, if somebody killed a hunter, what would happen to them? And Shane is like, well, you'd activate the hunter's curse and you'd be tormented until the next hunter is ready to take the place of the one from before. So basically, they need a potential hunter to be awakened, i.e. Jeremy, and Jeremy has to kill a vampire and then his mark will start. Because right now it's just like on his hand and it'll start spreading as he kills vampires and it goes like up the arm, all the way up the shoulder and across the chest. Shane leaves the room and Damon is like, little Gilbert, your services are needed. And Bonnie is like, what? Tyler and Stefan convince Chris to help them get Elena out. They promise him that he'll be kept safe. They'll get him out of town because once he helps them, Klaus is going to realize that his sire bond is broken and he's going to need protection. Klaus is with Caroline at the grill being like sweet talked by her to be kept distracted. That's kind of what they always do. And he ends up saying to her that if Tyler was still sired to him, he never would have hurt her because Klaus wouldn't have let him do it. Caroline asks him to let Elena go, trying to get him to do the right thing, but he insists that Elena needs his help, so he won't agree to it. Stefan breaks in to get Elena, but she thinks he's Connor, so she stabs him. And then she runs away. Jeremy comes running in to Damon and Bonnie and is like, what's going on? Where's Elena? And they're like, so here's the thing. In order to save Elena from the curse, you're gonna have to start killing vampires. And he's like, absolutely, give me a stake. I will take Damon out right now. And Damon's like, bro, I thought we were past this. Stefan calls and tells Damon that, oopsie, I lost my rabid girlfriend. Could you please go after her because she'll listen to you? And once again, Damon is like, I love that this is somehow my job, even though I'm not even the one who gets to kiss her. Caroline has to be like, so Klaus, my dear, don't be mad. Okay, promise you won't freak out. And he's like, what did you do? And she's like, just promise you don't get too mad at me. And he's like, what'd you do, Caroline? And she has to admit that they lost Elena. And he's just like, bitch, what? And she tries to like stop him from going after everybody. And he's just like, you're beautiful, but if you don't shut up, I will kill you. But before he can like fully run off, she's like, now hold on, we know what to do to end the visions. And he's like, okay, explain. Elena ends up at the Wickery Bridge because the hallucinations are pushing her to go ahead and just die because she already almost died twice, and the second time she was ready. So the world would be better off without her, no big deal, no one will miss her, and she is so messed up in the head that she fully believes what's happening. She ends up seeing her mom, and her mother convinces her that it's time, and that's what she wants. Elena takes off her daylight ring and throws it in the water, and she's basically planning on when the sun comes up over the edge of the trees, she's just gonna burn up on the freaking bridge. The second she takes the ring off, she starts worrying about Jeremy, and she's like, I can't leave him, I'm the only family he has left. And her mom is like, but you're not his family anymore. You're dead. You'd be better off as a ghost who can help him since he can see dead people than if you're a vampire and a monster who's just gonna hurt him, Elena. Elena thinks that she's a disappointment to her parents. She feels terrible. Her mom is like, oh, we're so proud of you. We loved who you were. But then you died, and this monster that you are now deserves to die too. It's heartbreaking, okay? It's a hallucination of her mom, but I can't even imagine those feelings. And because Elena is, again, so sleep deprived, so sick, like this has been going on only for 24 hours. She is like bottom of the barrel, really struggling. I can't even imagine how Klaus dealt with it for 52 years. That's like, oh my God. Damon shows up and is like, hey, how are we doing? Let's back away from the edge of the bridge. And she's like, Damon, you were right. Vampires are evil. We're monsters. I don't deserve to live anymore. Haley and Tyler are getting Chris out of town, but when he opens the door, Klaus is there and he like throws Chris back into the room. So they're all just like, whoa, what's going on? What's happening? Klaus doesn't kill him, but he does threaten Chris, Haley, and Tyler. And he's basically just like, I don't know what's going on here, but I don't want any more of it. My hybrids are sired to me, and that's how it's gonna stay. Chris goes to leave again, and then Stefan and freaking Jeremy show up, and Jeremy's holding an axe. Stefan like kills Chris, but remember, because they're hybrids, they have to be beheaded. So while Haley and Tyler are freaking out, being like, what's going on? Don't do this. Jeremy just knocks his head off. We cut back to Elena on the bridge. The curse is instantly broken, and she's like, okay, great, he's gone, wow. And she immediately feels better, but then she's not wearing her daylight ring, so she looks down at her hand and back up at Damon, and she's starting to smoke because the sun is coming up, and he's like, Elena, where's your ring? And she's like, and he tackles her, and they go over the bridge into the water together. Elena wakes up in her bed with her daylight ring back on. Damon is there. She basically says that she remembers everything that happened, but it feels like a really, really bad nightmare and not something that like really happened to her. He sits down with her on the bed and they hold hands. They share longing looks. There is like absolutely something happening there. And then Damon is like, I have to ruin this. And he tells her that Stefan wasn't lying to her just to lie. There was a really good reason. And he explains that everything Stefan's been doing, all the shady behavior has been for her because he's looking for a cure. Caroline goes to see Tyler, kind of expecting him to not be upset with everything that happened. But he's pissed because you gotta remember, Tyler's a hybrid. Tyler's a werewolf, so there's all this like pack mentality, and they were helping the hybrids get away from Klaus. This was like really important to Tyler to free them and take them away and make sure they were safe, because Klaus is basically using them as slaves, and it's really, really bad. Caroline's kind of just like, I mean, Chris wasn't even our friend. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And Tyler's like, where have you been? Like, Chris was my friend. Chris was part of my pack. I don't know how to explain that to you any differently, Caroline. And it just kind of goes over her head. She's always been a little insensitive, but this is like really a moment where she just doesn't get it. And then she pushes his buttons and Tyler ends up like storming away from her. She also tells him that in order to get Klaus to agree to sacrifice Chris, because the hybrids mean so much to him, she had to agree to go on a date with him since Klaus thinks that Tyler and her broke up. Damon goes to the grill and orders a drink for him and Rick. He is still saving Rick's seat beside him at the bar. Kill me. Matt shows up and is like, so I have some news. It turns out that April did know Professor Shane because her dad knew him and they had a friendship. Matt got Liz to pull the phone records. I don't know how he convinced her to do that for him, but she did. And he basically found out that the month before the pastor died, he made like daily phone calls to Professor Shane. The day of the explosion, he called him 10 times. So Damon is like, wow, Maddie, you really came through this time. We cut to Bonnie and Shane in his office. She asks like how he knows so much about so many different things. He doesn't explain that it's because he needs it for the plot and he is like our source of information this season. And instead he's like, oh, I travel a lot and so I just do a lot of studying. I just read a lot of books. Also, I know you have a new hunter. When you get that new hunter completed and the map is ready, you're gonna need me because I'm the only one who's gonna be able to help you with this. He is so manipulative, okay? He is like to a T, just like a narcissistic, manipulative abuser, okay? He really has Bonnie so isolated and so reliant on him that she trusts everything he says and she doesn't know how to ask anybody else for help because he's made her think that he's like the only one good enough to help her. Elena and Stefan talk and he says he's not even upset that she knows about the cure because it's like a load off his shoulders. At least now they all know what's going on. She wants to know why he sent Damon after her instead of coming after her himself. He explains that it's because recently she listens more to Damon than she does to him. She says that like, yeah, you know, she likes being around Damon. Damon makes her feel like seen and listened to and understood because he seems to be able to accept the way she's changing and Stefan just can't do that, so she can't talk to Stefan. He kind of brings up the fact that she probably still has feelings for him and Elena is like, yeah, I don't really know what's going on. Like, my feelings for Damon when I was a human were one thing, but now that I'm a vampire, they're just amplified. And Stefan's like, yeah, I was afraid that that would happen. And then he basically explains that when he was the Ripper, he could see why Elena fell for Damon because he was like pushing her towards Damon the whole time because he didn't think he was ever going to come back from that dark place. But now that he's back and he's normal, he just can't take seeing her fall for Damon anymore. So they break up. Episode 7 opens with Caroline just in her element. She's planning the Miss Mystic Falls event this year. She's just running around telling everybody what to do. She calls Stefan and she's like, where are you? You're supposed to be my friend. You're supposed to be here helping me. What's going on? Well, Stefan is out in the woods doing like push-ups on logs and eating bunnies because he's trying to not start killing people after the breakup with Elena. Caroline's like, you really need to get it together because the second we get her back to human, she's gonna be totally into you again and everything's gonna go back to normal, but Stefan isn't so sure. Klaus shows up in the woods and attacks Stefan and is just like, what were you thinking telling everybody about the cure, you idiot? Like, I told you not to do that. And Stefan's like, what are they gonna do? We all want it for the same reason. The only one of us that needs it and wants it is Elena, so that's what we're doing. It's not that big of a deal. Klaus kind of comes around to that because He loves Stefan. He's never gonna actually kill him. He's just always gonna be kind of vaguely threatening with him. And he's basically just like, okay, well, now it's your responsibility to get vampires for Jeremy so that Jeremy can start killing people. While Stefan is preparing to leave and go out of town to find those vampires, Damon shows up and he's like, where are you going? And Stefan's like, oh, did you not hear? Elena and I broke up. And Damon's just like, oh, okay. Elena is helping with the event as well, so Caroline kind of corners her and is just like, I don't know what you think you're doing. Stefan is your soulmate. They always say Stefan and Elena are like an epic love story. Epic gets thrown around a lot. So yeah, basically she's like, Elena, you're supposed to be with Stefan. Damon's disgusting. Damon's a trash man. Like, you shouldn't want to be with Damon. And Elena's just like, okay, Caroline, I get it. You don't like him. But nobody ever really gets into like why Caroline doesn't like Damon. I think that in the show they try to pitch it as like, she just wants her to be with Stefan and she thinks she knows what's best for her. But I would like to remind everyone that Damon like really hurt Caroline. He manipulated her, he used compulsion on her. It's all assault because none of it was really consensual, because there can't be consent if he's like warping her worldview. But that's not really a discussion that we ever have about what happened to her in the show. So it's all just kind of very messy. And a commenter, a few of you guys at this point have pointed out that like there's totally valid reasons for Caroline to really hate Damon. And while I agree with all of you, because like rationally, yes, there are, they just never do a good job of like expanding on that in the show. So the show's version of it always feels a little like shallow, because it just comes down to Caroline repeatedly saying, but Stefan is your true love and Damon sucks. And like, that's as far as she ever really gets into it. Shane shows up to be a pageant judge, and like at least they wrote in that he admits, wow, I'm like wildly unqualified for this, because like, yeah, dude, why do you keep showing up everywhere? Go away. Matt is gonna be Elena's escort because she could not take Damon and Stefan and her broke up. April is going with Jeremy. Matt and Jeremy are there kind of helping move stuff around. Jeremy shows off his new strength by picking up 2 giant kegs of alcohol from the back of a truck and like jumping down with them, no problem. And Matt is like, this is awesome that you have all this new strength and energy, but also you live with your sister who happens to be a vampire, so let's be careful. And Jeremy's just like, don't be ridiculous. I would never want to hurt Elena. Are you crazy? Stefan ends up at the hospital looking for somebody to turn. I think at first he's trying to find somebody that's like terminal, but then he finds somebody that is in a room being guarded by a police officer. He gets the cop to go away, and when he goes inside, he finds a murderer. He uses compulsion to get the guy to admit that yes, he's guilty of the crime, and the only remorse he feels is having gotten caught. So Stefan immediately turns him, and that's gonna be like victim number 2 for Jeremy to kill. Klaus comes to see Caroline while she's working. He thinks she is so cute. I love the scenes where they let us watch Klaus watching Caroline, because he just looks at her like she is just the sun. Like, it's so cute. But he basically convinces her to let him take her to the Miss Mystic Falls event so that he can be like a co-host with her and help her do everything she needs to do, because he loves watching her be in her element. And she agrees, but she says that he's not allowed to bring her any gifts. Haley and Tyler have the hybrids in like a secluded area so that they can help them break the sire bond. Haley's currently working with a girl named Kim, who is like really argumentative and not enjoying the process, because like it's not fun, you know, they have to do the turn over and over again until they don't feel pain, and that's how the sire bond breaks. Tyler comes in and he's like, okay, so Klaus wants to take Caroline to a dance, so we've got one more day, we're doing good. And Haley is like, oh, a dance? We should go to like, you know, sell the ruse, because isn't it at your house? Yeah, we have to go, Tyler, you have to take me. And he walks out and he's like, yeah, whatever, just wear a dress, I guess. Well, Haley looks all excited about him taking her. Elena is getting ready and she's like struggling with her necklace clasp. She sees Jeremy in the mirror behind her and he's like, do you need some help? And she's like, yes, please. He comes in, he starts doing the necklace for her, and she makes a comment about like getting ready for the day and like being excited. And he just goes, I wish you'd stop pretending like you're my sister. And then he starts choking her with the necklace. She starts to bleed, and then Jeremy wakes up in bed and is just like, whoa, what just happened? And when he looks down at his hands, he's holding a knife and a stake that he's whittled with the little stamp of the Nordic runes. Matt is like, I told you, I knew this was going to be a problem. It's the mark, dude. We have to tell people. And Jeremy agrees because he's terrified of hurting Elena. Caroline and Elena are trying to help April pick between a red dress and a blue dress. They think she should go with the blue dress because they're like, the red's just too showy. You know, it's not the one. You need to do the blue one. It's the better option. Damon comes in and April's like, what do you think? And he's like, definitely the red one. And Elena changes her mind and is just like, yeah, I mean, the red one is nice. And Caroline's like, what the heck? You just told me you like the blue one more. And Elena's like, I mean, April, pick whichever one you like. Like, whichever one you like, that's the one you should pick. And she runs after Damon. And Caroline's just sitting there like, what just happened? Elena runs after Damon. They're at the bottom of the staircase. He's like, I'm not going to tell you that I'm sorry you broke up with Stefan because I'm not. And she's like, okay, I'm glad he told you. Did he tell you why? And Damon's like, no. And she goes, you. And Damon is just like, yes, yes, yes. Oh my God. He's so excited. But before they can do anything, freaking Shane shows up and ruins the moment. Damon immediately confronts Shane and is like, so I know you were talking to the pastor and I think it was you that blew up the council. And Shane is like, are you really accusing me of this in the middle of a crowded room? Bold. Stefan snatches Jeremy away and takes him to kill the murderer, and the guy kind of goes feral and attacks Jeremy, so he does do it. But in the process of killing this guy, he goes a little feral. Like, he just kind of starts stabbing and stabbing and stabbing him to the point where Stefan has to be like, Jeremy, he's dead, knock it off. Caroline is running around, finishing all the final things and making sure everything's going perfectly. Me on my wedding in 4 months, I'm losing my mind. I need Caroline Forbes to come be my maid of honor, okay? I have 3 maid of honors because that's how stressed I am about this whole event. I need Caroline Forbes. That's what I need. But Klaus shows up and he's just like, and how am I doing, love? And she turns to look at him and she's like, you're perfect, as always. And it's a whole moment for me, okay, guys? I love it. But then Haley and Tyler show up and Klaus is like, oh, oops, maybe we should go somewhere else. And Haley is wearing this like skin tight short red dress. Like, absolutely not. Cut away from Caroline and Klaus to look at Tyler and Haley. And Haley is just my least favorite kind of girl, okay? She's so annoying. She's like the pick-me girl, okay? I can think of like several TikTok creators I watch that make these like really cringy like videos where it's like when you're with the girl that like your boyfriend told you not to worry about, like that's Haley. So she picks up the crown and she puts it on and she's like, oh my God, I would like to thank everybody. You know, I'm an idiot and like I have like no brain cells and haha. And Tyler has to like take it away from her and be like, knock it off. Like, that's not funny. Because she is just so the like, I'm not like a regular girl. I'm like a dude's dude girl. Which is so ridiculous because she showed up in full hair and makeup in a skin tight red dress. She knows what she's doing. She's just being annoying. April gets announced to come down to the stairs to do the like opening dance. You remember the like almost touch dance that Damon and Elena did? But Jeremy's not there, because he's been kidnapped by Stefan, so Matt steps in and does the dance with her, which is really sweet. While everybody's dancing, Elena and Damon are in the crowd and they keep looking at each other. They're not even close together. They're like relatively far apart, but they make eye contact and you can just see that they're both just like, remember when we danced together? And it's so romantic. Oh my God. Caroline makes a whole scene where she again explodes on Elena for liking Damon, wanting to be with Damon, making eyes at Damon. She starts to yell and Klaus has to step in and be like, love, you're making a scene. And then Elena is like, you know what, Caroline, whatever, I'm leaving. And then Caroline is just like, how did I become the bad guy? And Klaus like takes her hand and he's like, let's get you a drink. I'll tell you all about being the bad guy. okay. Damon is really pissed that Stefan went behind their backs once again because they don't know what growing the mark on Jeremy is gonna do to him. Like, they know that Connor explained that with each kill, the need to kill increases, but he didn't really explain it more than that. So Damon doesn't mind that Elena's a vampire, and he would rather hang back and wait and figure out what's going to happen to Jeremy before they move forward. But Stefan is so single-minded on getting Elena the cure that he just doesn't really care. You're going to notice that. He starts to make kind of poor decisions because he just wants to get the cure for her at whatever cost, and he doesn't really care who's going to get hurt in the process. He's still with Jeremy, and he tries to use compulsion on him to get Jeremy to tell him how much his mark grew, but compulsion no longer works on Jeremy, and when Stefan tries to like force it out of him, Jeremy attacks him and hurts Stefan. One of my favorite Klaus and Caroline scenes happens. They're at the party still kind of talking. He's listening to like everything she's dealing with and giving her advice. And then they end up like having a bottle of champagne together. So they're like laughing. He pulls out her Miss Mystic Falls application and starts reading it to her. And she's like, no, where did you get that? And it's just like one of my favorite Klaus moments because he's like talking. The actor starts to laugh. It's just like a really charming moment. Like I love that moment. He's like holding it up out of her reach while he's reading it. It's just so cute. Tyler listens in on this moment and is like super jealous. Damon sees Haley talking to Shane and he goes to Tyler and he's like, isn't it interesting how Professor Shane seems to like know everybody? Everybody new in town seems to know each other, Tyler, and I'm getting suspicious. Jeremy starts gathering weapons and then shows up to the dance and runs into April. She's like, look, if you didn't want to come with me, you could have just said so. It's really not a big deal. And he's like, no, are you kidding? I definitely wanted to come. I practiced for weeks. Like, I know the dance. I was excited. I just got held up at work. And then Jeremy sees Shane and April is like, oh, that guy, I talked to him. He knew my dad. He says that like, you know, maybe there was a different reason for why my dad did what he did. You know, I just don't feel like my dad would have hurt himself and the other council members. It just doesn't make sense. So I just want to explore my options. And then Jeremy goes like weird feral mode again. And he's like, your father knew what he was doing and he did a good thing and it was for a good cause, April. Like, you should never be ashamed of him. Damon ends up revealing to Shane that he's a vampire, which Shane already knew that, but it's like an intimidation tactic that Damon does to get him to tell him the truth about what's going on with the Hunter's Mark. It's not really working because Professor Shane is a liar, as we know. Shane explains that even if they complete the mark, they're not going to be able to do anything with the cure because they're going to need a Bennett witch to unlock wherever the cure is being kept at the end of the map. And if you'll remember, Bonnie thinks her magic is tied to Shane and his help. So Shane is like, if you get rid of me, who's gonna help Bonnie? You need us both. April wins Miss Mystic Falls. Yay! Jeremy is in the crowd, like definitely hunting, so Elena goes after him trying to figure out what's wrong. He explains, you know, he killed another vampire, the mark is growing. He has this like nearly uncontrollable urge to kill vampires. He knows that Elena is his sister, so he doesn't want to hurt her, but at the same time, he feels like he should hurt her because she's a vampire. She insists, like, I'm never gonna hurt you, Jeremy. You're not in danger with me. I would never hurt you. But he cut his hand, so he's bleeding. She smells the blood and she can't control it. She does the little freaky eye thing and Jeremy's like, I knew it. And then he just attacks her. He is fully going to kill her, but then Matt steps in and he's like, whoa, what are you doing? Don't do that. That's your sister. Jeremy's like, she's a monster now. And Matt's like, Jeremy, I'm a human and I'm telling you that this is not what you want to do. And then Stefan comes in and gets Jeremy off of Elena. Matt takes Jeremy out of the room and Stefan helps get the steak that freaking Jeremy shoved in her throat out of her. Haley and Tyler are talking. She explains that the reason why her werewolf curse was triggered is because she was in a boating accident and she accidentally killed somebody. It was her fault because she was driving. Then they didn't know about the curse because her real parents, she was an orphan and she was adopted. So her adopted parents found out when she turned in the living room and tore their living room apart. So they kicked her out. He asks if she knows Professor Shane and she's just like, no, oh my God, I don't know him, but he is hot. That's why I was talking to him, which is Why does everyone think this man is attractive? I don't understand. Arguably, he's my type, so maybe it's just because I know he's a creep, but I don't get good vibes off this dude at all. The two of them listen in on Klaus. Earlier in the night, Caroline asked him if he ever like wanted to be human, if he would ever want to take the cure, and he had like kind of avoided the question. Now he answers it for her, and it's this cute little story about him being on a hike somewhere in a rainforest and seeing a hummingbird land really close to him and watching like its little heart fluttering and its wings going really fast, and just thinking to himself, like, how crazy is it that there are creatures like this that have to fight this hard every single day that they're alive? And that was the only time that he'd ever really considered what it would be like to be mortal and have that existence where every day is like a gift. Stefan owns up to Elena that he's the reason why Jeremy killed another vampire and is now losing it. And his whole thing is basically like, look, it's worth it if it means we can fix this. And Elena is like, fix this? You mean fix me? She says that he doesn't have to love her like this because the old her died, and he's got to let that version of her go because that Elena is not here anymore. Damon walks up, and so Elena is like standing in between the two boys, and then Stefan gives up and walks away. Jeremy makes the decision to leave the house because he's afraid of hurting Elena, but then Matt comes in and is like, actually, Elena moved out. She wants you to stay here and I'm gonna move in with you because remember, Matt lives alone. Matt's human, so he can kind of keep an eye on Jeremy safely without like there being any fear. And then Elena is gonna move in with the boys. Tyler goes to see Kim, which is that hybrid that Haley was helping at the beginning of the episode. Kim is good to go, Sire Bond is broken. So he texts Haley and is like, we got another one, Kim is good. We cut to Haley saying, oh, we got another one, to Professor Shane in his freaking office because she's a little lying wolf girl. She says to him, we need to make sure that Tyler is left out of this. And Shane is like, I need 12 and I don't care how you get them, but make sure I have 12 and then we can talk about keeping Tyler out of it. We cut to Damon and Elena. He makes her a drink. They're sitting in the living room talking. She's upset because she feels like with everything going on, she's just losing herself. She doesn't really know who she is anymore. He says he knows exactly who she is, and he's never seen her be more alive than she is now as a vampire. They talk about how when everybody had been dancing earlier, they'd been thinking about the time that they got to dance with each other for the first time. And she says, like, I wanted to dance with you today. And he gets up and they start dancing even though there's no music playing. For us, we're listening to Give Me Love by our boy Ed Sheeran, okay? But they're just dancing in the living room thinking about the music from the first time they danced. Are you joking? I'm unwell, deceased, I'm gone. I can't. Stefan goes to Caroline because, you know, they're besties now. So they're bonding over how stupid it is that Elena's living with Damon. Caroline tells Stefan that she doesn't want him to give up on Elena because, again, they're the epic love of each other's lives and they have to be together. He's like, well, you know, we're still going to get the cure because Klaus isn't going to give up on making her human. You know, it is what it is. He needs her human to make more hybrids. And Caroline's like, yeah, he's going to need them because Tyler's just unsiring them left and right and center. So there's not going to be any more sired hybrids in the near future. Then we cut to Damon and Elena. They start to make out. Caroline all of a sudden just has like an epiphany moment where she's like, oh my God. Stefan's like, what? What is it? She says, Klaus tried to tell me this earlier and I just figured it out because earlier in the night, Klaus said to her, you know, it's interesting what's going on with Damon and Elena. I'm intrigued by it. Now it's all making sense to her. And she's like, Damon has been the magic answer to everything from the moment Elena turned into a vampire. And Stefan's like, what are you talking about? And she goes, Damon likes red dress. Elena likes red dress. Damon says only from the vein. Elena can't use blood bags. What vampire can't use a blood bag, Stefan? And Stefan's like, it's just because of her, you know, doppelganger. And Caroline's like, no, Stefan, it's not. And then Stefan is like, oh shit. Damon said to kill Connor, so Elena killed Connor. And Caroline's like, exactly, you're getting it. We cut to Damon and Elena hooking up for the first time in a very, very steamy scene, okay? I know HBO does crazier stuff now, but oh my God, this scene at the time, big deal, okay? It's a lot. And while that's happening, we hear Caroline explaining to us, it's rare, but it happens. Elena must be sired to Damon. So that was a big yikes revelation, but we're gonna open episode 8 with Delina in bed having a nice little morning hookup before school. Elena's late. She doesn't care. She's wearing Damon's shirt. It's adorable. I love the moment where they're talking to each other and she's like, what's that face? And he's like, what face? And she's like, this one. And he's like, I'm just really happy. I'm gonna cry. It's so cute. But then once again, while this is happening for them, Caroline and Stefan are just freaking out about the sire bond. So Kim is the newest hybrid that broke the sire bond. She is watching her boyfriend Adrian break the sire bond and she can't handle watching him in pain. So she convinces Tyler and Haley and Adrian to stop for the day. And she's like, we can come back to this. Haley and Tyler are like, no, we need to finish this. Like, it needs to be done today. Haley especially is like, it has to be done because they need one more hybrid or Tyler's gonna be looped into like the group of 12 that Shane needs. Stefan comes home and catches Elena and Damon being cute. It's awkward for everybody. Elena goes to school. Stefan tells Damon about the possible bond, and Damon is like, this is so ridiculous. I love that the second I'm happy and enjoying my life and getting what I want, you just swoop in and try to take it from me. Like, she's not sired to me. Don't be ridiculous. Stefan is like, okay, well then prove it to me. Take her a blood bag and tell her to drink from the blood bag. Tell her it'll make you happy. Tell her it's what you want. Make sure you emphasize that and then see what happens. And Damon agrees just to prove Stefan wrong. Elena invites Caroline and Bonnie over to have a girls' night because they haven't hung out in a while. Damon does bring Elena the blood bag and he says to her, you know, I want you to just try one more time. There was so much going on in the beginning when you turned. Maybe it'll be different this time. Just go ahead and try it for me, okay? I just want you to try it. So she does. And she's like, oh my God, it tastes like blood. Before it tasted like hot garbage. Like, it was terrible. I couldn't keep it down. I'm gonna be okay, Damon. I don't have to hurt people anymore. This is amazing. And she gives him a big hug. Damon is very upset because now he's like, shit, there's a sire bond in place. Haley is snooping in Shane's office. We find out that he agreed to give her information on her parents, her birth parents, if she would give him the 12 hybrids. So he's like, you deliver those to me and I'll give you the information you're looking for. Caroline tells Stefan that there's not a vampire equivalent to the whole you freed me from having to turn, so if I turn enough times, there'll be no more pain and then I won't be sired to you, which is like the hybrid situation. There's not that for vampires, so they don't know how they're gonna break the bond. Damon's like tearing through a box of mementos when Stefan comes home, and Damon basically explains that this has actually happened to him before, and Elena is sired, and he's pissed. We cut to a flashback of Damon in New Orleans with a girl named Charlotte. She was like obsessed with him, they dated, and then when she wanted to be a vampire, he turned her. So they're like a little vampire couple at the bar, and he says to her, I'm gonna go grab you a human for your first meal. Watch my drink. If anybody touches it, have no mercy. He walks away. A sailor comes up and knocks into the drink, and she's like, hey, you spilled my man's drink. And he's like, oh, sorry, like my bad, I'll get you another one. She just breaks his neck in the middle of this crowded speakeasy bar, and Damon comes running over and is like, what's wrong with you? And the guy is like neck broken, and Damon's like trying to prop him up, and he's just like, Charlotte, you can't do this. And she's like, you told me not to show any mercy. I thought it would make you happy. And Damon was like, oh no, you're sired to me. That's how he figured it out the first time. He says that he had a witch that helped him break the sire bond. So him and Stefan just need to go find that witch and get it handled again, and then everything will be fine. The girls come over for the night. Caroline realizes that the bond is real because Damon told her to use the blood bag, and now she can use the blood bag. So immediately Caroline gets all snippy about her dating Damon, and Bonnie has to step in and be like, no more boy talk. We're done with that. Caroline's also really judgy about Shane and Bonnie's relationship, but I agree with her there. So Damon and Stefan get into a pretty bad fight because Stefan believes 100% the only reason why Elena has feelings for Damon is because of the sire bond. There's nothing else like truth to it, and the second they break it, she's not gonna want to be with him anymore. And Damon is infuriated by this because like he's like, why can't you just admit that the truth of what's going on is her feelings for me are amplified? Leave it alone. Stefan apologizes and they're in New Orleans. So this like triggers a memory for Damon from the same time period as the relationship with Charlotte, which is that vampire that he sired. We see Damon out at a bar in another flashback. Stefan and Lexi show up and Stefan is basically reformed. This is like post the Ripper era and he's gonna go join the war to like make up for all of the killing that he did. He's gonna go be a doctor. The boys get to talking. It goes really well. Damon suggests like kind of jokingly, I could come with you, we could go to Egypt together, and Stefan's like, yeah, you should, that would be amazing. When Stefan goes to get them drinks, Lexi steps in and is like, you're absolutely not going with him, like you are not what he needs, he just got over being unpredictable and crazy, you're gonna make him that way again. And Damon's like, what? You have no proof, I would never do that. And then Charlotte comes in with a half-dead woman dripping blood, and Stefan gets the blood on him and freaks out, and Lexi's like, exhibit freaking A, Damon, I told you. In the present, the boys go looking for the witch. They can't find her right away, so Stefan is like, is there any chance Charlotte could still be here? Like, when's the last time you saw her? And Damon is like, oh, well, before I broke the bond, you know, I told her to count every brick on every building in the city, and then I would meet her on the street corner, and then I left. Stefan is like, huh, we should go to that street corner and see how literal the sire bond is. Haley wants Tyler to insist that Kim back down because they need to get Adrian broken from the sire bond, and Kim is the one keeping him from doing that. And Haley's basically like, you need to remember that we're wolves and you need to be the alpha and you need to be in charge of this. So Tyler goes to Kim and is like, stand down. Let us do what we're doing. We're doing this to help you. We're not trying to be controlling. We're trying to save everybody. Kim backs down, but then when Tyler and Haley leave, she grabs Adrian and she's like, let's go. We're gonna go pick a fight. The boys get to that street corner and sure enough, here comes Charlotte. She tackles Damon to the ground and starts kissing him. Stefan freaks out and throws Damon off of her, and then Damon's like, no, it's okay. She didn't do anything. She just kissed me. And Charlotte is standing there and she's like, Damon, I knew you'd come back for me. She's like all over him and he's having to like hold her back, and he's like, girl, please tell me that you lived a full life. Like, please tell me you didn't like literally just stay here waiting for me this whole time. And she's like, of course not. I'm not crazy. But she does say that she did in fact count every brick on every building in the entire city more than once, because it's like her favorite song that reminded her of Damon. So Damon and Stefan are horrified. The girls are having like a wild, crazy dance party, getting up on the furniture, dancing on the couches. It's awesome and adorable. They end up in Damon's bathtub. Like in the bathroom with Elena in the tub, just like all of them drunk and giggling. It's so cute. And Elena says like, why don't we hang out in here more? Like, this is the perfect room. And Caroline immediately ruins it by being like, ew, Elena, think of all the cooties in that tub. Like, there's so many girls that have been in here with Damon. Like, it's disgusting. And Elena's like, great, thank you. Thank you so much for bringing all of that up, Caroline. And then Caroline is like, I mean, even when Stefan was a ripper, at least he wasn't a man slut, which is just incorrect. Like, does she just not know? Does she just not know what we know? Like, Then it comes out that Elena and Damon slept together, and even Bonnie is horrified by this fact. Damon and Stefan finally track down the witch that he's been looking for. She's like the great-granddaughter of the witch that helped Damon initially. He has to explain that what the spell required last time was the sacrifice of 12 people. Stefan is like, are you kidding me? We're not doing that. And Damon's like, I'm gonna do whatever I need to do in order to get Elena's bond broken. But the witch that they talk to is like, there's no one here that can do magic like that. I don't practice, like, absolutely not. I can't help you. Elena explains to the girls that she's falling in love with Damon and that's why they slept together. And Caroline is like, oh my God, you're not falling in love with him, Elena. You're sired to him. And that's how it comes out. So then Elena is like, excuse me? Absolutely not. And Caroline's like, yes, actually, you freaking are. Elena freaks out and tries to kick them out of the house. But when they open the door, Kim and Adrian rush in. They attack them. Bonnie stops like the worst of it from happening, so nobody gets like seriously injured, but Kim does kidnap Caroline. Elena brings Tyler in to hopefully find Caroline and get her back. Tyler explains that what he did the first time with Kim wasn't enough and he's gonna need to like fully challenge her and like prove himself as the alpha to get her to stop. Elena is worried because Adrian's with Kim and she's like, you know, what are we gonna do? Adrian's still sired to Klaus, this could go really badly. And Tyler is like, no, but Adrian still hates Klaus, like he's not gonna do anything, he's not gonna screw this up, it's gonna be fine. And Elena's like, what do you mean? And Tyler's like, well, the sire bond doesn't change your feelings. Like when I was sired to Klaus, I hated him. I just couldn't fight my actions, and so I had to do everything that he told me to do. So Elena is like, light bulb, you're telling me that my feelings for Damon are real. Damon calls the witch out and he's like, I know that you're not the great-granddaughter of that witch, you're her daughter, okay? And seeing as you look really freaking young, I'd say you're a practicing witch, so give me what I want. She attacks him and then nearly kills him, but Stefan interrupts. And witches love Stefan, okay? So they just immediately, she turns off her magic and she's just like, I'm not helping you guys, I wasn't lying, that kind of magic isn't used here. Then she explains that like it's not even magic, like the witches don't call it magic, they call it expression because it's this darker, like slightly more elemental. It has nothing to do with the spirits, it comes from like a completely different place. You basically like channel objects and locations and sacrifices. So the 12-person sacrifice was just her mom channeling that power for her own use. There was no like spell that she did to actually help Damon break the sire bond, thus why Charlotte is still sired to him. And Damon and Stefan are like, okay, so then what do we do? How do you break it? And the girl explains, all you have to do is tell her to leave you alone. That's the only thing you can do, is tell her to go on with her life without you, forget about you, be happy on her own. I love this. She also says that the sire bonds are really, really rare and they only form when the person that is being turned has like strong human feelings for the vampire turning them, which means that Damon's had this happen twice in 150 years. That's so funny to me. That we don't have anybody else that this has happened to, and yet Damon's had it happen twice. Tyler and Elena get to Kim and he's like, stand down, Kim, I'm gonna take over. And she's like, oh, are you? And all the hybrids come in. So Kim is like making an alpha play and saying that she's gonna take the pack away from Tyler. She tries to kill Caroline, but then Elena is like, if you really want to hurt Klaus, you need to kill me. Like, yes, he likes Caroline, but I'm the one that he needs to make more hybrids, okay? You get rid of me, you get rid of his ability to do that. So Kim goes after Elena, and then she gets close enough, and Tyler breaks out of the hold that he's in and grabs Kim and gets her by the heart. Everybody in the room freaks out, but Tyler's like, I'm not gonna kill you, Kim, even though I should, because you put yourself and all of our friends in danger, okay? And that's not what we're supposed to be doing here. We're supposed to be looking out for each other. But I'm not Klaus, and I'm not gonna hurt you just for this, okay? But I am gonna make you submit. So either submit to me or die. And Kim submits. And then once Kim takes a knee, he immediately releases her. And so now she's in his pack and all the other hybrids are like, yeah, absolutely. And they drop to a knee too. So now Tyler is the alpha. Damon sets Charlotte free. It's really sad. She starts to cry, but then there's like a sad moment where he tells her to stop crying and she does because she's sired to him. Ooh, yikes. So he's got to be really careful with his wording at all times. But he lets her go and she leaves to start her own life. Damon and Stefan get in an argument because Stefan is like, yeah, absolutely, you have to let Elena go. You can't keep her with you. Like, this is so toxic. This is not going to work. And I'm worried that you're not man enough to do it. I think you're going to be selfish and you're going to like choose yourself over what's actually good for Elena. And Damon's like, well, then you don't know me at all, brother. We cut to yet another flashback from the wartime where Damon came to meet Stefan. Stefan was like getting on the truck and everything. Lexi stepped in and stopped Damon. Damon was like, girl, I don't know what you're so worried about. Like, did you ever think that the reason why I'm struggling and I'm so upset and I'm such like, you know, a bad vampire is because I need my little brother. Like, we balance each other out and I need to be with him. That's why I'm going to Egypt with him. And Lexi's like, I understand that you need him, but you need to remember that he doesn't need you and he needs to go on this journey by himself, figure himself out and come back healed. And Damon is like, okay, yeah, you're right. And he listens to her and lets Stefan go, but he doesn't even say why he's not going. So Stefan just thinks that Damon never came to go with him, which is like yet another, you know, Damon broke a promise, Damon didn't follow through, Damon sucks situation. Now Damon tells him the truth and Stefan's like, she didn't tell me about that. I didn't know that you came. And Damon's like, yeah, I know. Caroline and Elena make up. And Caroline's basically like, I'll stop, you know, I'll let you do what you want. It's your decisions. And she also says that she will not tell Stefan about Damon and Elena hooking up. And then Bonnie comes in and is like, yay, we're all friends again. Also, I used magic earlier because Professor Shane is teaching me how to use expression. Danger, danger, warning. Haley tells Shane that they've got the 12 hybrids. They are ready to go. They do not need to hurt Tyler. Shane is like, awesome news. By the way, your parents are dead. She freaks out and is like, you just picked a fight with the wrong wolf, which is so cheesy. And Shane is like, okay, before you get all mad and testy with me, just know that like what we're doing is bigger than like any death, okay? We're gonna bring everybody back from the dead. Caroline 100% tells Stefan that Elena and Damon hooked up without actually saying the words. She's like, are you sure we can trust Damon? Are you really sure that he'll set Elena free? And Stefan's like, yeah, I am. I trust him. He's gonna do it. Damon and Elena talk. She tries to explain what Tyler said to her, which is that like her feelings haven't changed. It's just her actions. It's like what she felt for Damon as a human is amplified as a vampire. It's just strengthened by the sire bond. That's all it is. But he says everything's changed and they have to reevaluate all of it because he doesn't want to be controlling her. She says that she's changed and it's not fair for everybody, especially Damon, to be telling her how she's supposed to feel or invalidating her feelings because she knows what's going on in her head and they should just believe her. He freaks out because of course he wants to believe that she finally really does want him and she's picked him and he's the one she wants to be with because he's crazy in love with her, so this is all he's ever wanted. She starts holding his hands and like touching his face and she's like, does this feel wrong? Is this wrong, Damon? You don't want this? And he just has like existential crisis. You can see the little loading sign on the poor man's forehead and it's just like, wah, and then it's over. End of episode. We open once again with Damon and Elena in bed. This time though, they're fully clothed. He says he doesn't know what to do because everything she thinks she's feeling might not be real. And she's like, so what? It feels real. That's enough for me. It should be enough for you guys. He just can't bring himself to use the sire bond to send her away because he does agree with her that like it does feel right and he's been waiting for this and finally they're together and how is he supposed to just like get rid of her now? There's this iconic moment where she's like, what do you want to do? And he says, I want to throw you back in my bed and never let you go, in the like low Damon register that we've been talking about. Klaus is painting in his studio. He's doing this big blue and white scene with like a big snowflake on it. Stefan comes in, incessantly teases him about the big snowflake. Stefan is also there to explain to him that they're worried about Jeremy because each time Jeremy kills somebody, he gets a little crazier. And Klaus is like, boohoo, so sad. I could care less. He needs to complete the mark because I delivered and I got the sword. Here it is if you want to see it. And he like shows Stefan the sword and he's like, this is going to be the way that we unlock the map. So they need both the sword and the map. And Klaus is like, I upheld my end of the bargain. You need to do yours. Haley comes to Tyler and the hybrids and is like, I have a witch. They're strong enough to help us. Everything's going to be good to go. We can do this. Tyler explains the plan to Caroline, which is basically to use the body switching spell on Tyler and Klaus so that Klaus's body is vulnerable. They're going to dump Klaus's body into concrete and just hide him away and then switch back. So then Klaus will be trapped in concrete for all of eternity, unable to die because he's immortal. Caroline's obviously like, this is a terrible idea, I hate it. And Tyler's like, we only need to keep him in my body long enough to get rid of his and let the hybrids get as far away from here as possible just in case something goes wrong. Jeremy is chopping wood at the lake house and thinking about steaks. Elena and Damon drive up and Bonnie has to like step in and be like, Jeremy, we're gonna remain calm. We're not gonna kill your sister and her boyfriend, okay? We're not gonna do it. Shane is there because he's helping with this whole process. Jeremy invites Elena inside. The second she walks past him, though, he tries to kill her. Caroline calls Stefan in a panic, trying to figure out what they're going to do about the Tyler plan because she doesn't want them to follow through with it. Stefan thinks that Elena is running around trying to find help for Jeremy, and then Damon is the only one at the lake house with Bonnie and Jeremy. Caroline says that they need to get the sword because just in case something goes wrong with the plan, they need to make sure they have that to have access to the map. Caroline once again, flirts with Klaus and distracts him. She definitely has reservations. Like, we can see on her face that she feels bad about lying to him, but she still sends Stefan a text letting him know that he can go look for the sword. Damon thinks they should just kill Tyler and be done with it. Stefan's like, yeah, we're not doing that, okay? This is like the 4th time you've suggested it, Damon. We're not gonna do it. Also, where's Elena? And Damon lies and doesn't tell him that they're together. Shane basically explains that they need to use a thing called persuasion on Jeremy, which is basically, right now, Jeremy's brain is like, see vampire, kill vampire. And Shane wants to put like a 3rd step in there so that it's see vampire, realize that vampire is sister, don't kill sister. That's what Shane wants to do. They do a meditation and Elena talks to Jeremy and tells him like family memories to try to like make that connective bridge in his mind of like Elena is sister even though Elena is vampire. But when Shane asks Jeremy how he feels about Elena, Jeremy goes on this little creepy rant where he's like, she's not even my sister. She's not even my real blood. She's a monster and I'm gonna kill her. I'll do anything in my power to kill her, even if it means killing myself. And then Shane's like, whoa, come out of that, broski. We don't need to be doing all that. And Jeremy's like, what happened? Did it work? And Elena's just sitting there horrified. Caroline and Stefan can't find the sword, so they need Tyler to call off his plan. When Tyler shows up, he is pissed that they involved Stefan at all because he had all of his hybrids and Haley sworn to secrecy for months, and now Caroline's just blabbing the plan to anybody. Stefan goes to knock Tyler out, but then Tyler's pack shows up and surrounds Stefan, and they're all just like, we will kill you if you hurt our alpha. And Tyler's like, I'm sorry, my guy, but I don't think you have a choice. You're gonna have to let us do what we gotta do. Tyler and the hybrids lock Stefan and Caroline up so that they can go through with their plan without interference. Bonnie and Shane want to try again with Jeremy, and then Damon steps in and is like, I think it's ridiculous that you're trying to use a vampire as his like touchy-feeling emotional point. Like, it's not gonna work. He hates vampires. You shouldn't be doing that. And he's like, oh, I wonder if there's anybody else we could use. Who could it be that Jeremy has feelings for in the room? And Bonnie's just like beet red. So they're gonna use Bonnie as the touchstone point now, and hopefully that will be a strong enough emotional anchor for Jeremy. Elena talks to Shane a little bit about the sire bond situation, and she asks if there's anything he knows how to do to stop it. And he's like, yeah, I've never been able to find a spell to stop somebody from loving another person too much. This is when we learned that his wife and son are dead, and he says that he was trying to find a way to stop missing them so much, and he couldn't. Damon, once again, threatens Shane and is like, remind me why we need you alive. And Shane conveniently is like, oh, you can't find the sword? You don't need the sword. I know how to read the map. I know where the cure is. I've been there before. Tyler and his mom talk, and he tells her everything. Her first, thing out of her mouth is like, but you're gonna miss graduation. Oh, that was a stupid thing to say. There's more important things. She's such a good mom now. She really, truly cares about Tyler. She was so bad, okay? This episode specifically, they really try to make Carol just the most understanding, wonderful mom of the year. I will not be forgetting the way she talked about not only Vicky, but also Caroline, okay? I won't be forgetting that. Shane shows Elena and Damon the tombstone rock, and Damon's like, that's a big freaking rock. And Shane's like, actually, it's a special magical tombstone, okay? Shane says if they dig up Silas, they will have the cure. And then he explains that the tattoo is actually the map to Silas's tomb. It tells the story of everything that happened. And once it's fully revealed, it will show the spell that they need Bonnie to do to unlock the tomb. Caroline and Stefan get out because they convince the hybrids that they have a better plan. They go to Tyler and Haley and are basically like, look, we don't have to use Tyler for the body swapping spell. Why don't we use Rebecca? She's got a dagger in her. She's like totally safe. There's nothing that could go wrong with it. Let's just do that. Tyler's immediately like, oh, no shit, that's a great plan. That sounds perfect. Haley starts freaking out because she's like, oh my God, this is not the plan that we initially made. We can't change like this. And Tyler's like, girl, we're doing it. This is a better plan. We're doing it. Call Bonnie, make sure it can happen. Tyler goes running off with Stefan to go get Rebecca. So Haley and Caroline are together. Caroline gets on the phone with Bonnie and Haley's like texting Shane and Shane's like, you're ruining the plan. Fix it. So then Caroline's like, Bonnie, is this gonna work? And Bonnie's like, yeah, I think maybe it would work. Caroline gets off the phone and is like, Haley, it's gonna work. This is awesome. And Haley's like, yeah, I heard. Congratulations. When Caroline goes to tell the boys, freaking Haley grabs her and snaps her neck. Elena trusts Shane, but Damon does not, because remember, Damon still thinks that Shane's the reason why the pastor blew up the 12 members of the council. Shane tells them that no, actually, him and the pastor were just friends because the pastor had lost his wife, so he was leaning on Shane for like spiritual guidance and help. Jeremy is fixed. Yay! He doesn't want to kill Elena anymore. Stefan and Klaus talk, and Klaus is like, what's going on? You know, you're being shady and Caroline's being nice to me, which always means somebody's lying about something. So Stefan admits that they were looking for the sword. This really hurts Klaus because he keeps thinking they're in a partnership and then everybody keeps turning against him. He ends up saying to Stefan, you know, you can never actually trust anybody. At the end of the day, you're always on your own. And then Adrian, one of the hybrids, shows up and like talks to Klaus in a low tone, and then they leave together. April finds Caroline's dead body in the bathroom and freaks out, but then before she can go running out the door, Caroline stops her. Caroline calls the boys and is just like, get Rebecca. That bitch Haley, she's got another thing coming. Go get Rebecca. She's in the Lockwood cellar. Then when she hangs up, April's like, what is going on? And she uses compulsion on April and is like, forget everything you saw and heard. Let it go. Go out there. You're Miss Mystic Falls. You have duties to attend to. April says, okay, and goes running out of the bathroom. Well, then Caroline leaves and runs into Matt and tells Matt what's happened. And Matt's like, April saw you, but April can't be compulsed. Like, she has a vervain bracelet on. And Caroline's like, oh shit. The following scene is terrible. Oh Holy Night starts playing. Tyler sees Haley and is like, girl, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be bringing the witch to help the hybrids. Haley says, there is no witch, Tyler. I made it all up. The hybrids are waiting in the woods. They're all starting to get antsy, but Kim is like, don't worry, Adrian's gonna be here any minute. Adrian shows up and says, Kim? And then freaking Klaus rips his heart out. Haley tells Tyler, I never intended for you to kill Klaus. I needed him for the sacrifice. Tyler's like, the what now? Klaus is in the woods with the sword. Haley is like, I don't know how to explain it, but I had to make a deal to find my family. There had to be 12. And Tyler's like, 12 what, Haley? 12 what? We go back to Klaus just bodying all of the hybrids with the sword, okay? There is so much gore. I don't know how I watched this show, okay? Because I've told you guys, I think I'm really squeamish with blood, okay? I think it's because I'm just desensitized to it because I've seen it so many times. But this scene is something else. Haley's like, if you run now, you might make it out alive. And Tyler runs. Kim is the last hybrid to be killed. Klaus asks her where Tyler is, and she uses her like dying breaths to say she doesn't know. And then he freaking beheads her. It's so bad. It's terrible. It's not funny in any way, but there's no other way to get through it. Like, it's so tragic. And then the final shot of that scene is Klaus just like head to toe covered in blood, walking up to the frame, looking heartbroken and sighing. Elena, Bonnie, and Jeremy go through like family Christmas memories because this is the Christmas special, guys, in case you hadn't caught on to that little fact. Elena tries to kiss Damon and he's like, Elena, we can't. She is like, I know what I feel for you. I know it's real. I wish you'd stop fighting it and just let me be with you. He says that it's really good to see her with Jeremy being normal, being herself. That's what he wants for her. And then he tells her to go home and let him take care of Jeremy on his own. He wants her to go back to her house and live her life and enjoy herself and not worry about him anymore. Caroline's with Stefan. They can't find Tyler and they don't know where April is, which both of those things very bad. They both feel guilty about hurting Klaus and how this whole night worked out because as far as they know, the body swapping is happening and Klaus is being like killed right now. Stefan's like, you know, I think I figured out why we feel so bad about this, and it's that, you know, we always say that Klaus is terrible, he's done these terrible things, but we've all done terrible things, and the only difference is that we have family we can trust to like get us through it. And of course, Caroline just spills the beans and is like, you can't trust Damon as far as you can throw him. She says that Damon's been with Elena all day and he was lying, and also they hooked up. Elena leaves Damon because even though she wants to fight the bond, she can't, so she gets in the car and drives away, but they do kiss first. Stefan has a full-blown destroy the living room tantrum. Tyler finds the bodies of all the hybrids, and it's so sad. He like wanders around counting all of them to see if anybody made it out. He's so defeated and so sad. He finds Kim's body last and he's just like devastated. And then when he walks out of frame, we see April in the cellar hiding, and she goes over to the coffin that Rebecca's in and pulls the dagger out. Carol is still at the party and she's looking for Tyler, but she can't find him, and she's like, where are you? You were supposed to drive me home. And so she's just sitting on the fountain waiting for him. Klaus shows up, still covered in blood, and she's like, Klaus, please don't hurt Tyler. He's all I have. And he's like, oh, you know, I know that, love, and you're actually all he has. There's kind of a beautiful symmetry in that. And then he drowns Carol in the fountain. That's the end of the episode. But as I said, it's the Christmas special, so Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas is playing in the background. We open with Liz in the high school gym with all the kids in front of her talking about Carol and how Carol is dead. And she says like, Carol was an open-minded friend and a wonderful mother. And I would like to pose an argument about the open-minded friend part. Like, as I said, they're trying to make Carol this wonderful, awesome, amazing human. She was kind of the worst. So was her husband. She also calls her death an accident, and that pisses Tyler off enough that he just leaves the room. Elena sees Rebecca in the crowd and is like, what? But then Rebecca vanishes, so Elena's like, I'm imagining things. Liz also tells the students that the interim mayor is going to be Rudy Hopkins, which is actually Bonnie's dad. Elena finds April crying in the hallway, and April's like, oh, I'm fine. You know, funerals just kind of make me miss my dad. Oh, also, I know you're a vampire now. And then Elena's like, what? And Rebecca pops up and breaks Elena's neck. Stefan goes on a little drinking bender because, you know, Elena slept with Damon, and that's the end of Stefan's entire life and worldview. It's all crumbling around him. Caroline calls him though and is like, you don't get to be freaking out because Tyler's freaking out and he's my boyfriend, so he gets priority, so you need to get it together. I can't handle both of you losing it at once. Elena wakes up in the library with April, and April's like, the assembly's over, school will be empty soon. How many times did you compel me? Don't lie to me, Elena. Rebecca told me you lie. And then Elena's like, April, Rebecca's not who you think she is. And April's like, oh, you mean a 1,000-year-old vampire? Yeah, I know everything, Elena. And Elena's like, oh my God. So basically, Rebecca has like, not really brainwashed April, because that's not fair to say. Like, it's kind of a theme for these episodes is like, who's the good guy, who's the bad guy? Because April and Rebecca were already friends, so April was like already conditioned to like and trust Rebecca, and now Rebecca has given April her version of events. And what's happened to Rebecca is pretty terrible, so it kind of makes sense for her to be mad at everybody. When Elena tries to leave, Rebecca compels her and is like, sit down, shut up, school's about to be in session, I'm in charge now. Matt and Jeremy are training together. Jeremy's doing really good now, but when Damon steps in, because Jeremy's like, I'm bored, I want a real challenge, he is not strong enough to beat Damon, and Damon rubs that in his face and then sends the boys off to run around the lake a couple times. Elena keeps calling Damon and being like, please, can I come back to you? I miss you so much. I wish you'd let me come back. please, Damon, can I come back to you? Damon, please. And Damon just keeps like ignoring the messages. Rebecca calls Stefan and tells him to come to the school. And then Stefan calls Caroline and is like, do you want to help me murder Rebecca with the white oak stake? Because we're going to the high school to do just that. Liz and Bonnie's dad talk about what happened to Carol, and he kind of knows about things because obviously he knows that his daughter's a witch. But this is Liz kind of saying, are you sure you want this job? Are you sure you want to deal with all of these secrets? Like, it's a lot to do what we do here. And he's like, yeah, I want to keep the town safe because this is where I live, this is where my family is, and I want to protect my daughter. So then Bonnie shows up and sits down and they have a conversation where she's like, you know, I'm powerful enough. I can handle this. Like, you don't need to be the mayor. And he's like, you need to let me protect you, Bonnie, okay? Caroline and Stefan are wandering around the school. They're both kind of being stalked through the hallways as they're doing stuff. But then Rebecca pops up with Stefan and he kind of pins her down, and Rebecca is like, I hope you're not waiting on Caroline to come and stake me because I already found her. And then she like pulls out the white oak stake, so Caroline's already been kidnapped. Rebecca's plan is basically to have Elena, Caroline, and Stefan in this room with her and April. She's gonna compel them to tell the truth and they're gonna have to answer her questions. Initially, she just wants to know what they've learned about the cure while she was daggered. Stefan kind of says, you know, we don't know anything new, there's no new information. And then Rebecca ends up kind of like figuring out that something's wrong. So she asks like what's happened, and Caroline lets it slip that Stefan and Elena broke up. When Rebecca pushes and is like, but what happened? Stefan lets it slip that Elena and Damon slept together. So now Elena knows that Caroline told, and it's awkward all around. Damon is drilling Jeremy again, and then Klaus shows up and is like, what's going on? Why isn't Jeremy killed more vampires? Why are we wasting time training him? And Damon is like, he's not strong enough. Like, we have to get him strong enough so that nothing happens to him when we send him after these vampires. And Klaus is like, yeah, okay. Well, how can I help? How can we speed this along a little bit? And then Damon is like, oh, you know, I've got an idea. Why don't you be the demonstration? And then he shoots Klaus several times in the chest, which takes so many balls, okay? I can't believe he did that, but he did it, and then he goes, that's for Carol Lockwood. Rebecca wants to know why Elena is being so heartless to Stefan, because she just loves Stefan and she would never treat him like this if she was a human. And Stefan says that it's because Elena is sire bonded to Damon. And then Rebecca is like, Elena, tell the truth. And then Elena is like, I didn't sleep with Damon because of the sire bond. I slept with him because I'm in love with him. And then Rebecca has Stefan own up about Shane and how Shane knows how to get to the cure. So now Rebecca knows to go after him. Bonnie goes to Shane after the fight with her dad and is like, doesn't he know I'm powerful? Doesn't he know I can do this? Like, distract me, Shane. Give me a meditation that I can do to fix how I'm feeling. And Shane's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but you don't need my help anymore, Bonnie. You're ready to go. You're doing great. And then he gives her a necklace from Ketsia, which is made of human bone, and he says, you can use this to channel. It'll help you. It'll be like your conduit for your magic from now on. She heads home, and mother frickin' Cole walks by her in the hallway. She realizes who it is and goes running back to the office, but Cole has like broken a window and stolen Professor Shane. Rebecca calls Tyler and offers her condolences for his mom dying. And then she's like, why don't you come down to the school so I can apologize in person? And he's like, why would I do that? And she's like, because I have Caroline. And then she hangs up. And then Cole shows up with Shane. Klaus wants to know why Damon just hasn't turned random individuals for Jeremy to kill. And then he's like, oh, I know why. It's because you're trying to impress Elena. Like, oh, that's so cute. I knew that that was what was wrong, Damon, so don't worry, I already handled it. And Damon's like, what did you do, Klaus? What do you mean you handled it? And then we cut to the pizza girl that has been delivering pizzas for Jeremy and Matt showing up at the house. And she's like, hey, I'm sorry. My car broke down. Can I borrow your phone? Mine's dead. And Matt's like, oh my God, absolutely. Come on in. I'll go get it for you. But then when she goes to go inside, she can't get in. So then Jeremy comes around the corner and he's like, oh, what are you doing? Why are you waiting out there? Come on inside. Matt'll get the phone. I'm going to go take a shower. I'll see you in a second. And she's like, thank you so much. And she comes in. Shane is cornered by Cole and Rebecca. Rebecca basically realizes that compulsion can't be used on Shane. So she's like, all right, Cole, have fun. Beat him until he tells you what we need to know. Rebecca then makes the gang of Elena, Caroline, and Stefan play Truth or Dare, which is just so malicious. Elena gets dared to tell the truth to Stefan about how she feels about Damon. She says that when she's with Damon, she feels free, she feels like herself, and then she goes on to say when she's with Stefan, she feels like a problem that he needs to fix, and like when he looks at her, all he sees is just a broken toy, and that she makes him sad. Rebecca's like, do you still love Stefan? And Elena's like, yes, of course I do. And Rebecca's like, are you still in love with Stefan? And Elena says no. And then Rebecca has Stefan admit that it really hurt to hear Elena say that. Here's where it gets really crazy, okay? Tyler shows up. Rebecca turns to everybody and is like, okay, here are the rules. No vamp running in the hallways and no leaving the school grounds. You have to stay inside. And Caroline's like, running from what? What are you talking about? And then Rebecca turns to Tyler and is like, turn. And they're all like, what? What are you talking about? What's going on? And she goes, well, I've gotten all the information out of you that I could get, and I want the cure. And now that I have Shane, I can get it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of the competition. Tyler is like, if I turn, I'll kill them. And she's like, yeah, I know, now turn. And she uses compulsion on him to make him turn. The pizza girl attacks Matt at the Gilbert Lake house, so then Jeremy comes in and kills her. Bonnie comes to find Shane at the school, but she ends up running into April. April is like, I know you're a witch, Bonnie. And Bonnie's like, okay, I don't have time for this. You are very annoying. Be quiet. She explains that Rebecca is not going to be able to use compulsion on Shane, so the only way she's going to get information out of him is by hurting him, and April's a little horrified by that fact, so she ends up helping Bonnie get set up to do a spell to protect Shane. Cole is drowning Shane to get him to talk. While Bonnie starts doing the protection spell, April starts to cough. Shane comes out of the water and is like, I don't even want the cure, guys. I just want Silas. Cole freaks out and is like, what do you know about Silas? Shane says he wants to free Silas, and Cole's like, absolutely not, and just starts like fully drowning him. April starts to drown too, until Rebecca intervenes and stops Cole. Cole is really afraid of Silas, but Rebecca thinks that Silas isn't real, so there's nothing to be scared of. Cole insists that if they let Silas out, he's gonna kill all of them. Shane is like, what are you talking about? I've already started the spell to free Silas, and once it's completed, Silas is gonna bring back the dead, and all the people that we've lost and all the sacrifices we've made, all those people are gonna be brought back to life. So then Cole stabs Shane and leaves him there to die, but April also gets stabbed and she starts dying. Tyler is fighting the change, but it's really hard and ultimately he can't, so everybody runs away. But remember, they can't vamp run, so they're all moving at like regular human speed. Wolf Tyler goes after Elena and Stefan first, thankfully, because Caroline ran off on her own direction. So Stefan and Elena get trapped behind a door, and then they're able to like block Tyler off and get him to stop chasing them. Rebecca is pissed that Cole killed Shane, but Cole stands by what he did and is like, you should be thanking me because Silas running free would be hell on earth. And then when they leave the room that Shane is in, Shane wakes up and pulls the like, I think Cole like broke a mop or something. He stabbed Shane with something. He pulls that out of himself. So Shane's alive. Elena and Stefan find Bonnie and April, and Bonnie's freaking out because she didn't even mean to do the linking spell. She was just trying to protect Shane, and her magic kind of took over and didn't even give her a warning before it did the linking spell. Stefan saves April and she wakes up. Bonnie takes April out of the school to safety, but Stefan and Elena can't leave because they've been compelled. Elena wants to talk to Stefan, but Stefan is like, how many more ways can you rip my heart out, Elena? I'm done talking to you. And then when she says she's sorry, he has the nerve to be like, sorry that it happened, or sorry that I found out. Dude, grow up. Y'all were broken up. You weren't even just like on a break. You were broken up because she told you she liked Damon. I don't know how long was she supposed to wait? Y'all weren't even that much back together, okay? Things were not going well. Rebecca comes in before they can finish talking and is like, why can't you two just die? Caroline finds Tyler in the gym, and thankfully he didn't hurt anybody, so she cuddles up with him and is like giving him kisses. and he says, you know, he's so upset, it's all his fault, he almost hurt them, and then he finally has like a breakdown over not having protected his mom, and Caroline just holds him through it. Rebecca wants to know if Elena would like her to compel Stefan to forget her. She could just make him forget every memory with Elena, take away all the pain, make it easier for him, and I shit you not, Stefan goes, do it. I'm not joking, okay? He's like, yeah, go ahead, do it. That's what I want. And Elena's like, Stefan, are you serious? And he's like, yes, I am. And then Rebecca turns to him and is like, no, I'm not actually gonna do that. I'm not gonna give you the easy way out and let you forget her the way Klaus made you forget me. Absolutely not. And then she turns back to Elena and she's like, at least you know how he really feels now. My partner came in when this scene was happening, and boy, did I go off on Stefan for several minutes. I just like, he's so annoying. It just infuriates me because this whole time, he has been the one that has been really good about like honoring Elena's choices. And what's happened here with her being more interested in Damon is entirely Stefan's fault because he has been unable to just accept her in her new form this whole season, okay? From the jump, she woke up to him wanting to change her back into a human instead of her waking up and him being like, I know this happened, it sucks, but I love you and I'm gonna be here for you no matter what, it's gonna be okay. You know who reacted that way? Freaking Damon, okay? And they weren't even together yet. And that was his reaction, was like, yeah, this is a sucky situation, but we'll figure it out. We'll take care of you. It's gonna be fine. Whereas Stefan was like, how can we fix this so that I'm more comfortable with the whole thing? No, absolutely not. The way he reacts to this, it's like nail in the coffin for me. I don't have anything else for him. Bonnie goes to confront Shane, and Shane has the nerve to just be like, oh my God, Bonnie, I'm glad you're here. I miscalculated and Cole is going to be a problem. And she's like, Cole is a problem? I almost killed April because my magic was so strong and powerful and crazy that I couldn't control it, Shane. She's like, I'm not doing black magic. I'm done. You did not tell me the truth about this. He rushes on to be like, expression isn't good or bad, it's limitless. And what matters is how you choose to use it. So that's what we have to work on, Bonnie, is you only using expression for good. He promises that he won't let anything bad happen to her. Damon buries the pizza girl, and then Elena calls and is like, Stefan knows about us, and he took it really, really, really badly. And Damon's like, yeah, I saw that one coming. She says that she trusts Damon to take care of Jeremy, and she says that she trusts Damon to take care of Jeremy and get him through the worst of his issues because he's always been there for her, so he can handle it. He tries to get off the phone, and she's like, wait. Look, I have to tell you something. I realized something today, and you can call it the Sire Bond. You can pretend like it's not real. You don't have to believe me, but this is like the most real thing that I've ever felt, and I know it's true. And then she tells him that she loves him. He is like, look, Elena, I'm still gonna get this cure for you, and I'm gonna do whatever I have to do to get it. I'm gonna have to do things that you're not gonna like, but I want you to listen to me very carefully. Get in the car and come to me right now. Shut up. She says, okay, I'll be there soon. And he just stands there with the shovel, looking up at the moon, just like smiling like a lovesick puppy. Stefan, because he's the worst, calls Rebecca, and she comes over to talk to him. She says that she's sorry, you know, no hard feelings. She wants the cure because she wants to shove it down Klaus's throat and make him a human before she kills him. Stefan's like, awesome, valid goal, love that for you. Shane's not dead because Bonnie protected him, so we still have a way to get to the cure without the sword. He then tells her that she was right during the whole truth or dare situation, and since he's immortal, he will literally go insane if he can't prove to himself that Elena doesn't really like Damon, and the only reason why she likes Damon is because she's a vampire and the Sire Bond is in place. So he wants the cure still to give it to Elena and force her to be a human again and prove that she doesn't really love Damon. Excuse me? Absolutely not. Rebecca explains the dark shit that Shane's been up to, and then combined with the info that Stefan and Damon found out in New Orleans, they realized jointly that he's been doing these sacrifices and orchestrating all these murders so that he can like get enough power to free Silas and get the cure. He basically is like, yeah girl, we hate our brothers, so I think the best bet for both of us is to just team up and handle this together, and she freaking agrees. We cut to April, very close to the camera, telling people off frame that her father loved this town, her father loved the council, he loved her, he would never have taken his own life, and she knows it, and now she has proof that Professor Shane was connected to the murders, and it's time for the town to start telling the truth. And then the camera pans around, and it's Liz and the new mayor, Bonnie's dad. Jeremy, Matt, and Damon walk into a bar. They find Klaus sitting at the bar alone, and he's like, what's up guys? I thought you weren't gonna find the place. Everyone else in the bar is dead. Jeremy's like, what on earth is going on? Matt's like, are these people dead? What's happening? And Klaus is like, well, technically they're in transition. And Damon's like, oh, this is happening. Jeremy turns to Damon and is like, I can't believe you agreed to this. There was no other options. And Damon's like, well, you know, I tried to find other ways, but Klaus's plan was better. And that's the end of the episode. Episode 11, if you'll remember, Damon, Matt, and Jeremy went to a bar where Klaus had like killed everybody inside and turned them into vampires. So we open with our boy Matty just like running amok through the woods, freaking out. He's being chased by a vampire. Just before the vampire can kill him, Jeremy shows up and is like, not today, and gets that dude. So we cut, that is like present happening. We cut back to when they first came into the bar. Jeremy had rightfully freaked out because these were just innocent people that Klaus had turned. And so when they released Jeremy and Matt outside, Klaus was basically like, they're gonna kill Matt unless you kill them first. Jeremy and Matt run, and then Damon shows up and is like, I'm gonna help you. I'm sorry that it happened this way. You know, he's right that like this is what we need to do, but I know it doesn't feel right, and I'm sorry it had to happen like this, but we have to get the cure. And Jeremy's kind of like, yeah, I understand, but I'm not killing innocent people, and I told you that, and y'all should have listened to me. So then Damon agrees to let them run, and they start heading back to the lake house because then the vampires won't be able to get inside since that's Jeremy's house. So they start running there, and then when they get close enough, Matt gets attacked one more time, but thankfully Elena was on her way, so Elena steps in, saves Matt, and then they all end up at the lake house and they're safe. Elena is pretty upset with Damon, and again, because the sire bond doesn't change her feelings, it just affects her actions, she's able to tell him, like, this is ridiculous, this is not what I wanted, this is not good for Jeremy. Damon's like, I understand, I get why you guys are upset, but this is the fastest and easiest way to get to the cure, and we need that for you. And Elena's like, dude, I don't even want the cure if it means hurting Jeremy like this. And I think that is one of the things that's like really hard for honestly both Damon and Stefan to understand, is that they always say, oh, Elena's compassionate, Elena's driven by her need to like protect her loved ones, but then they make these decisions for her half the time that are selfish. And I just feel like that's like a writing issue, and it's gonna pop up in like any TV show like this that you watch. They go on for so long that continuity's hard, and they just will change things in order to make the plot move quicker or the script make sense for that day. And it frustrates me, but it's one of those things that like you just can't get super nitpicky and upset about, because if you do, we'll just be here all day nitpicking things that aren't really that important. But anyway, Damon ends up convincing her to take Matt away to safety so that they're out of the picture, and then him and Jeremy will go on like a little killing spree and get all the vamps, and then that way Jeremy's tattoo will be done. Stefan comes out of the shower and Rebecca's just like waiting in his bed, and he's like, you know, knocking is a thing you could do. And she's like, yeah, well, surprise, I'm here. She wants to make sure that he's not going to double cross her, and he's basically just like, we want the same thing. We both want the cure. We're better off working together. What am I going to do? Like, why would I do that to you? And it's so funny to me, like, when he gets self-righteous like this, and he's like, I can't believe you think I would lie to you. I can't believe you think I would do that to you. And it's like, homie, you've done it multiple times. You've consistently done this to her. She has every right to be concerned. And that's what she says to him, thankfully. But they kind of get on the same page and they're like, okay, we're gonna be a team. We're gonna do this. Everything's gonna be fine. Rebecca wants to go and steal the tombstone so that Shane is forced to work with them instead of working with Klaus. Bonnie is really freaked out by the level of power that she has and the way that expression works. She's like not over the fact that she very nearly almost killed April in the last episode. That was super messed up. Shane is like, Bonnie, oh my God, you almost killed her. You didn't actually kill her. And Bonnie's like, do you hear yourself? Are you insane? And he's like, yes, I am. And also, don't forget that you need me. I'm the only one who can help you, Bonnie. You have more power and more amazing, wonderful witchcraft in you than you know, okay? I can make you amazing. And she's so manipulated by him that she believes him. But also, he's not wrong. Like, he has got her so twisted up in his head with all of that, like, freaky, manipulative meditation that they were doing, that there is nobody else that can help her right now, because while working with expression, it's so temperamental and, like, volatile that he's the only one that seems to be able to talk her off a ledge. But then Liz shows up, and she is like, hello, I'm the sheriff. I'm dragging you back to Mystic Falls because you're under arrest. Bonnie's like, what? Why are you arresting creepy Professor Shane? What did he do? And Liz is like, so many things. You need to ask your dad. Damon and Jeremy go back to the bar because now it's daytime and Damon is like, there's nowhere for them to go. The bar is going to be the only safe place. This is where they're going to be. So they go into the bar ready to just massacre. They find all of the vampires dead and Cole waiting for them with a drink in the freezer. I know that sentence was weird. I swear I'm not lying. Cole is there and he's like, hi boys, you want a drink? And Damon's like, well, he's underage and I don't like you. So no, what are you doing here, Cole? Cole, once again, just wants to stop them from raising Silas. He's really freaked out by that, and he's upset that none of his siblings seem to care or believe him. He explains that he ran into followers of Silas one time, and it went really badly, and they explained to him that once Silas rose, it would bring about, like, the end of all times. He also says that because Jeremy and him were friends, you know, when Jeremy was in Denver and Cole was, like, freaky friend babysitting him, he's like, I don't have to kill you. I'll just rip off your arm, and then that way we can't get the map. That's perfect. Doesn't that sound good? When he goes to attack him, Damon is like, no go, and attacks him instead. They get into a fight and Jeremy runs off. Stefan and Rebecca tear apart Shane's office. They can't find the tombstone, but they do find his like hidden stash of like weird witchy herbs. We don't know what it is. We're never explicitly told what's in the herb mix, but it's like the meditation tea. So she brings that out and she's like, don't you want to have some fun with me, Stefan? And he's like, no, I'm good. And she's like, are you sure? Because you remember when we were together in the 20s and we just like had fun. We just didn't care. We didn't have any regrets. We just had fun. She gives me mixed signals too, because like, girl, were you in love with him and wanting to be with him forever, or were you just having a fling? What's the truth? Bonnie's dad is worried Shane is manipulating her, which is why he had him arrested. They know that he was connected to the murders at the Young farm, and they're basically just like, we're getting rid of him. He's a problem. He's got to go. Bonnie insists that they have to have the wrong guy, and she's like, let me talk to him. So when they put her in the room with Shane, she's like, they think you killed those people at the farm. They think you were involved. I know that that's crazy. And he's like, actually, Bonnie, I did do it, and I would do it again, and here's why. And she's like, what? Elena brings Matt home. He's really upset because he's like, I don't know what you expected, letting Damon be in charge of this. It's always gonna be a problem. Matt kind of blows up at her because he's upset that Damon was ever allowed to be involved. He's like, of course this went badly. I don't know why you trusted him. She's like, you know, he was doing his best. He did what he thought was right. And Matt is like, okay, you know, I'm sorry. You're not thinking straight. The sire bonds got you all weirdly manipulated. It's fine. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you. She's like, Matt, that's not how the sire bond works. Like, I trust Damon. I know he wouldn't like intentionally hurt Jeremy. And Matt's kind of like, hasn't he done that in the past though? Okay. And then Jeremy calls and is like, Elena, help. Cole took Damon. Elena goes to Klaus and begs him for help. And because Klaus is like, here's the thing, okay? Listen to me. Klaus is very evil, all right? Very evil. But I do think that deep, deep, deep down, the only thing he wants is friends and family. Like, that's all he wants. So there are several instances like this one where he ends up just being like, yeah, okay, I might as well help you. And it's like, there's not really a reason. Elena kind of is like, if you don't do this, like, you know, we'll figure out a way to like not let me give you my blood and make hybrids, blah, blah, blah. They always bring it back to the hybrid situation. But in the end, like, he didn't have to do what he does. And what he does is he calls Cole and he's like, you've had your fun. I know you enjoy torturing people. Knock it off and don't hurt Jeremy. And Cole is like, I promise, brother, I will not touch Jeremy. And no one sees through that, okay? Everyone's just like, yay, thank you, Klaus. We cut to Cole in the freezer at the bar with Damon, who is slowly stabbing himself in the heart because Cole compelled him to do that. So then he's like, okay, now I have a new thing I want you to do. I want you to go after Jeremy, Damon, and I want you to kill him. Jeremy comes home to Elena and Matt. He's like grabbing weapons and like getting prepared for stuff. And Elena's like, Jeremy, it's over. Cole's not gonna hurt you. It's over. We can do this differently or we can not do it at all. And Jeremy's like, you don't understand. I have to kill vampires. And he's like Hunter overdrive. I mean, he's totally out of it. And he just wants to go ahead and like finish the mark so that all of this can stop and they can be done and just find the cure. While Rebecca and Stefan are in Shane's office still, they realize that Shane has like an afterlife obsession. He has all these different like artifacts and documents from all different cultures regarding the afterlife, whether it's like, what happens when we die? Can I visit people? Can I bring people back? Like all of those kind of things. And Rebecca's kind of just like, he's weird. Like, I wonder what it is he's trying to figure out. And then she like very quickly pounces back on Stefan again. And she starts once again reminding him, you know, remember when we just had fun? Remember when you liked me? Remember when you thought I was pretty? Like all of this. And he's kind of like, he kind of stops fighting her in this moment, and then before anything can actually happen, a guy comes in, so they hide. The guy comes right into the room, he searches where he needs to search, finds the tombstone, and then Rebecca's like, oh my god, thanks for grabbing that for us, and snatches him. Damon and Elena reunite. It's very sweet. They have a nice little hug moment, and then he's very quickly like, where's Jeremy? I should apologize to Jeremy. I need to tell him I'm sorry in person. And Elena's like, oh my god, that's so sweet of you. He's at the grill with Matt. And Damon's like, okay, let's go right now. And Elena's like, yeah, absolutely. Girl, he's gonna kill your brother. Again. Bonnie goes to talk to Shane one more time, this time with the camera turned off so that he can tell her like the full truth. And he basically says, you know, it wasn't murder. You're freaking out with me because she is. She's like really upset and disappointed and angry and confused. He's like, it wasn't murder. It was a ritual. It's what needed to be done because now Silas is going to bring everybody back. And she's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, I had to do these ritual sacrifices of these groups of people. And then it's going to be fine. Silas is going to bring them all back when we get him back. Like, everything's going to be fine, Bonnie. Rightfully, she's like, you're insane. What's wrong with you? And he's like, remember what you told me about Grams? Remember how Grams is being tortured on the other side? Don't you want to save Grams, Bonnie? Don't you want to see her again? And of course, that's the perfect thing to say. And she's like, okay, I'm listening. Damon goes to the grill to see Jeremy. He is very scary. The moment he gets eyes on Jeremy, Jeremy's like, oh, that's a vampire trying to kill me. And he doesn't even know what's going on. He's just like, I gotta go. I gotta run. So he takes off. Damon follows him and they end up in the tunnels and Damon's like chasing him through the tunnels. Thankfully, Damon has enough sense of control to be like walking and not running after Jeremy. And he's calling to him and he's like, Cole compelled me to kill you. I'm not gonna be able to stop it. You have to get out of here, run. And so Jeremy's just like running through the tunnels. Rebecca and Stefan start torturing the man that came for the tombstone, trying to get him to tell them what's going on. And he ends up biting off his own tongue so that he can't speak. And then he stabs himself in the throat. And then he's, you know, not alive anymore. And they're like, wow, I guess he was under compulsion, huh? Guys, we couldn't have figured that out in a better way. We couldn't have removed the sharp objects from his vicinity. Shane pushes and pushes and pushes Bonnie's buttons until she just snaps, and she ends up like setting a fire in the interrogation room. Her dad comes running in and is like, Bonnie, what's going on? Get your power under control. Calm down. And Shane's like, she can't hear you, Mr. Mayor. I'm the only one who can help. Bonnie, calm down. And he has turned her into this like scary witch weapon that he's the only one that can control. So she calms right down, and her dad is like, oh my God, Shane was right. Bonnie does need help. Elena calls Stefan for help. Rebecca answers the phone and is like, what can we do for you, Elena? And Elena's like, why is he with Rebecca again? But she says, look, Damon is under compulsion by Cole. He's gonna kill Jeremy. Please come help. I don't know what to do. Stefan, because he is a pouty little baby boy, won't say yes or no. And Elena's just like, great, Stefan. Okay, bye. And hangs up on him. Damon catches up to Jeremy. They get in a little tussle. And Damon's like, Jeremy, I'm going to kill you, okay? You absolutely have to shoot me in the heart right now because I'm not going to be able to resist this. I have to do it. You can't run now because I'm going to get you. Jeremy has the gun with the wooden bullets and he can't do it. So he shoots Damon in the head instead. So he just, right here instead. So Damon goes down and then he wakes up and pulls the bullet, you know. And he's like, I can't believe you were so stupid. Why didn't you take a shot when you had it? And Jeremy is now running through the tunnel still, but now he's bleeding. So he's just, it's even worse. Rebecca tries to dagger Cole for being a meddling little idiot. And in their little altercation, he's like, are you really sure you want to do that? And then he whips out the white oak stake and almost murders her. Because remember, the dagger will just desiccate them and they'll just be unconscious. They can't do anything. The white oak stake is a murder weapon. So she is immediately like, Cole, what? And he's just like, haha, I'm gonna get you. Then Klaus steps in and is like, can you two knock it off? Like, what am I looking at right now? We don't kill each other. And Cole's like, oh, that's right. We just dagger each other. We just dagger each other when we don't like each other. Right, big brother? And Klaus is like, you need to go. You need to leave. So Cole runs off, okay? And then Klaus and Rebecca are talking. And Rebecca's like, I can't believe he tried to kill me. And Klaus is like, oh, sister, are you ready to join my side again and be with the big, strong, powerful people? And that way we can keep each other safe, blah, blah, blah. She's like, no, I don't want to work with you either. I hate all of you right now. If only Elijah would come home. He won't in these episodes. Okay, I can't remember the next time we're gonna see him. But right now he's off somewhere because he's disappointed in all their actions. So he's just hiding. Elena finds Damon before he gets to Jeremy and is like, I need you to fight the compulsion. And he immediately is like, why do you think I can do that? Because Stefan did it once? Like, I'm not Stefan. And she's like, no, Damon, I know that. I know you can do it because I love you. And I know that you'll do anything for me. And this is the thing I need you to do. I need you to fight this. And he is fighting it, okay? He's standing there with her. They're looking at each other. He is fighting it. But Jeremy is bleeding, okay? And it's just too much. So he runs off to Jeremy. He almost gets him. And then Stefan shows up and snaps Damon's neck so that Damon's unconscious. And they're like, good to go. We did it. So they weaken Damon and then lock him up in the cellar. He cannot see Elena because the sire bond. So he could just be like, Elena, let me out of the cell. Bring me blood. Give me your brother. And she would do all of those things because she can't stop it. So Damon knows that. It just sucks. So he's in the cellar. They're getting the vervain out of him and blah, blah, blah. And Stefan goes upstairs and sees Elena and tells her, you know, you can't see him, sire bond. And she's like, dang it, that sucks. Okay, well. And he's like, is there something else you need? Or are you leaving? She's like, Stefan, who are you right now? Like, this isn't you. Why are you working with Rebecca? What's going on? You know, I don't know who you are. Like, you're not acting like yourself. Stefan looks her in the eyeballs and says, Elena, yes, it is. This is me. You've just never seen me like this before. You don't know what I look like when I'm not in love with you. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, that's what it is. That's what it is. Okay? Okay? This is what I've been trying to say. All right? This is what I've been trying to get across. This is why I don't like Stefan anymore. Because who he really is, I don't like. I don't like real Stefan. I don't. Because real Stefan is selfish and conniving. And He's just not nice, okay? He's not nice. He's only nice when he feels like he needs to be that for someone else. And I hate that information, okay? I hate that info. And I know what you're gonna say. I know the people out there that don't like Damon are gonna be like, but Damon's also terrible. I hear you. I hear you, okay? They've all done really bad things. Damon's done some substantially really, really bad things, okay? But Damon, at his core, like human Damon, good, 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 sweet boy. Sweet boy, only want love, only want to take care of brother, only want to be happy, only want to have family. That's all he wants, okay? That's it. Stefan goes to Rebecca to get the tombstone, but she hid it from him because she's not an idiot and he has messed with her one too many times. But then she's like, why else are you here? And he's like, do I really need to say it? And that's right, they hook up. Show of hands, who hates that? Me. Jeremy is freaking out about the number of vampires he's gonna have to kill, and now they're gonna have to either find a lot of evil vampires or remake humans that are innocent people into vampires for him to kill. But Elena has the big brain idea of being like, what if, hear me out, you just kill Cole? So Stefan wakes up in bed with Rebecca cuddling him. He's the little spoon and he's really not excited to be where he is. So he's like, great, I need to get up. I need to get out. How am I going to do this? He starts sneaking out of the bed. He gets dressed really quickly. He goes to leave and surprise, Klaus is there waiting. I love that Klaus keeps finding out about all the secret hookups. I think it's so funny. And he is just such a sassy big brother about everything. He's like, Rebecca, you can do better than this. And she's like, Klaus, get out of my room. Get out of my house. This is my apartment. You're not supposed to be here. I live here alone on purpose. Leave. And he's just like, I'm just trying to, you know, keep an eye on you, keep you safe. And she's like, get out of my house. Once Rebecca leaves the room, Klaus says to Stefan that he really needs to talk some sense into Rebecca, because what Klaus wants is the last dagger that Rebecca has, because when Cole ran away from the family house, he took all of Klaus's daggers with him. So now there's just one more and Rebecca has it. Bonnie is the last member of the gang in town, you know, doing normal human things. So she's setting up for the decade dance, of course. This episode is the 80s. Elena is keeping Jeremy home with Matt to keep him safe because nobody can get into the house, meaning Cole and Klaus can't get into the house, while Elena is like cleaning up the kitchen because it's basically like a frat house now because the boys have been there for all of like a day and they're destroying everything. She gets burned by the tap water. We find out that Bonnie's dad dumped vervain into the town water supply to keep everybody safe, which was a great idea, but he could have warned the vampires. He also set up curfew again and canceled all the events, including the dance, which Bonnie is very upset about. Cole attacks Bonnie at school and is basically like, they can't do the spell if there's no Bennett witch to do it for them, and he tries to kill her, but her new terrifying power that she has is breaking people's bones with her mind, okay? It's kind of like watching Katara bloodbend, if y'all have seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, with it, like the shaking and all of that, except you can hear crunching of bones while she does it, so that's fun. Damon wakes up feeling pretty normal. He makes a joke. He's like, I'm feeling very unmurdery today. I think you could let me out. And Stefan's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. So he gives him this little teeny tiny vial of blood and then a water bottle, and he's like, here you go, I know you're thirsty, drink up. Klaus is going to babysit Damon so that Stefan can go talk to Rebecca and try to get the dagger from her. Before Stefan leaves, Damon makes a joke about how Stefan's like still mad at him about Elena and everything, and that's why like he's being so hard on him. And Klaus is like, oh, that's interesting. Are you sure he's still mad about Elena? Because I caught him trying to sneak out of my sister's room this morning. And Damon's like, oh, he did what? When Stefan goes to get the dagger from Rebecca, Elena calls him and is like, Cole attacked Bonnie. And Stefan is so much more upset about Bonnie being attacked than Jeremy being attacked. It's very funny. He's like, what? What are you talking about? Is she okay? What can we do? Where is she? I'm like, where was that energy in the last episode when Jeremy was being chased through the woods? The new plan is basically get dagger from Rebecca to use on Rebecca. Bonnie will take care of Klaus and keep him out of the picture, and then they're going to use the white oak stake on Cole and kill him. Stefan is a little iffy about hurting Rebecca again, but ultimately, like, it is the best plan that they've had and it is what they should do. So he agrees to it and they go along with it. Elena calls Cole, and once again, he's like, you know, I don't have to kill Jeremy. You can keep your brother. I just need to rip his arm off so that you can't get the map. Like, it's that simple. She says, no, I'd rather you didn't rip his arm off. Can we just talk? Can we call a truce? I just want to talk to you. And he's like, oh, sure, absolutely we can. Let me in. And he knocks on the door, and he's at the front door at the Gilbert house expecting Jeremy to let him inside. Cole's whole thing is, I'm not going to kill Jeremy because I don't want to elicit the hunter's curse, and the whole town's on Vervain, so I can't do anything to Matt and Elena, all right? So just let me inside. Elena is like, fine, you can come in, but you and I are talking. Jeremy's leaving. So Jeremy basically is like, you can come in, Cole. And then he goes out the back door, and Cole's like, wow, he's so brave, isn't he? And then they're alone. Maneater starts playing in the background while Rebecca's getting ready for the dance. Love that for her. That's incredible. She has like racks and racks of clothing that she's trying to go through to decide what to wear, and she keeps saying that the 80s is terrible and she hates it. Stefan tells her that the dance was canceled and she is devastated. She tries to cover it, but like, just let the poor girl go to a dance. Why is that so hard to just let her go to a high school dance? Please. She's kind of like, so how do you feel about what happened between us? He says he doesn't regret it, and maybe it could happen again. Excuse me, Stefan? She's like, even if I don't want to give you the dagger, you'd still sleep with me then? And he's like, how did you know about that? But he plays it off by being like, oh my God, Rebecca, you think I would do that to you? You really think I would sleep with you in order to get something I want? And she's like, yes, Stefan, I do in fact think that. He says they can still go to the dance, and she agrees. So they're gonna go to the dance even though it's canceled and just have fun in the gym alone. Klaus and Damon have this really amazing scene together where Klaus is kind of like, aren't you afraid Elena's gonna hate you forever? Aren't you afraid like trying to kill Jeremy is gonna like ruin your relationship? And Damon's like, no, she knows I can't control it. Like, this is completely different from the last time. This is like not my doing, not on purpose. She's gonna forgive me. She's not mad at me at all. Everything's fine. And Klaus is like, how does she forgive you? How is she forgiving you for like all the bad, awful, terrible things you've done? Because you've done some really bad, awful, terrible things, Damon. And like, I just want to know what it is you've done. And Damon's like, what are we talking about? What's going on? And Klaus is like, I just feel like there's gotta be something you're doing, right? Like, what is it you're doing to get her to forgive you? What is it you say to her? That line, the what is it you say to her line, is like one of my favorite Klaus lines ever. It's up there with the I know when Caroline's like, I was Miss Mystic Falls. I love Klaus, okay? Love him. Damon is like, oh, I see what's going on here. This is about a certain blonde vampire that you have a big dumb crush on. You're afraid she's never gonna forgive you. Well, here's the thing, Klaus. She's not going to. And Klaus is like, maybe she will. She might. She could still forgive me. And Damon's like, no, dude, because here's the difference between me and you, okay? I am a bad guy when someone needs to be the bad guy. I do it when things need to get done, when there's a greater motive. Like, I'm not just a jerk to be a jerk. You know who is? You. You're mean for no reason, and people don't like that, Klaus. You can't just be a bully and then expect the perfect princess to love you. And Klaus is very hurt by this, and it shows all over him. He's like, I never thought of it that way, Damon. Screw you. Damon has this iconic line where he's like, if you're gonna be bad with purpose. Otherwise, you're not worth forgiving. Elena and Cole get to talking. She gets like a little flirty just to like disarm him. It's something most of the girls do. Doesn't really work on Cole. He's immediately more suspicious of her. But she says, you know, if you'll give up trying to hurt Jeremy, they will give up looking for the cure, because she doesn't have to have it. She could live without it. It will be okay. Meanwhile, Jeremy's frantically trying to find Bonnie, but nobody can locate her. So without Bonnie, they can't move forward with the plan to kill Cole, because they've got to do something to keep Klaus out of the picture for long enough to do it, and everybody's worried. At Bonnie's house, her dad is like, we need to have a family meeting, okay? Because you're in danger, and you're a danger to yourself, and you're a danger to the town, and you're a danger to your friends, and you're in trouble, Bonnie, and we're gonna fix this. And she's like, a family meeting? When have we ever done one of those? I think the frick not. I'm leaving. She goes to leave the house, and Abby is there. And yeah, So Abby shows up and is like, Bonnie, I'm so worried about you. Your father said you're using expression. Expression is dangerous, dark, scary magic. And Bonnie's like, no, Mom, it's not, okay? I don't work with the spirits anymore. Get over it. Expression is fine, and Shane is teaching me how to use it in a normal, healthy way, which is just so untrue, and they all know it. So then, because Jeremy is also there, he shows up and is like, Bonnie, come with me. And Abby's there, so Jeremy lashes out at Abby and almost kills her. He doesn't, okay? So Jeremy leaves, and Bonnie's like, go on, I'll be right behind you. Cole doesn't really believe Elena, but he's basically like, I will think about what you said, and I'll get back to you. And he goes to leave. She asks him, are you sure you're right about Silas? Like, is there any chance you're wrong? And he's like, no, trust me, I'm correct. If we raise Silas, end of the world, we're all dead. Rebecca and Stefan are at the dance. He's being all cute and sweet and romantic with her, trying to get her to vibe with him and trust him. Meanwhile, he is texting and in with the plan, trying to find Bonnie, all of that nonsense. Jeremy comes home with his weapons out and he's like ready to get somebody, but no one's home. It's just Elena. And the doorbell rings and he's like, oh, it's okay. It's Bonnie. She said she was right behind me. They open the door. Surprise. It's Cole. He's like, what's up? I thought about it. No truce for me. Time to kill Jeremy. Sorry. Bonnie wants to know how Abby even found out about what's going on because it's not like her parents talk. So she's like, Dad, I can't believe you called Mom about this. Like, you're overreacting. But Abby is like, yeah, it's not your dad that called me. The witches are talking. They're all worried about you. You're in danger. Expression is really, really powerful, but in like a terrible way. Bonnie is like, no, I have to use expression because I need it to do the spell that will give us the cure. Without me, like, none of my friends can get this amazing cure. You're not listening. You're not understanding. This is important to me. I have to do it. Abby is like, oh yeah, we hear you. And then she grabs her and freaking chloroforms her and they knock Bonnie out. Klaus and Damon are still having bad boy bonding time in the cell. And Klaus is like, I'm surprised you don't want to get out harder. Like, you could leave if you want to. And Damon's like, I don't want to kill Jeremy. Like, I'm much safer in here with you than trying to like run around out there. And Klaus is like, actually, I think it's because you don't really want to get the cure. So you're like not stopping Cole from killing Jeremy, because if they do that, then like no cure for you. You don't have to get the cure. You don't have to give the cure to Elena. Elena doesn't turn into a human. She doesn't stop loving you. And Damon's like, that was rude of you to point out, Klaus. I was doing my best to stop thinking about that. Thank you. Cole calls Klaus and is basically like, you're the biggest asshole in the entire world. I can't believe you didn't tell me they were trying to kill me. This whole time they've been running around behind your back. I was the target all along. You suck. You're the worst big brother ever. Klaus is like, what are you talking about? I had no idea. And Cole's like, sure you didn't. Screw you. And he hangs up. Klaus then jumps on Damon and is like, you were trying to kill my brother? What is going on? Well, you guys were lying to me this whole time? Absolutely not. I will not stand for it. Damon is like, I have no idea what's going on. I've literally been in the cell with you all day. How would I know? So Klaus tries to use compulsion on him and is like, tell me what you know, Damon. I know you know something. And Damon's like, dude, I've been in the cell with you all day. I don't know. Klaus is like, stay here because Cole is planning to rip off Jeremy's arms and kill Elena. So I'm gonna have to go handle that, you big idiot. Don't leave until I come back. Klaus leaves, but then we realize that Damon has a secret, okay? Remember the water bottle that Stefan gave him? Yes, that's right, that was tap water laced with vervain. So he can't be compelled right now. Danger, danger. And Stefan and Rebecca are bonding. He starts kind of talking about Lexi and how the 80s were such a good decade for them. They had so much fun. And Rebecca kind of makes it like, oh, like you dated her, like you liked her. And he's like, no, Lexi was my best friend. Like, she kind of reminds me of you, which I disagree with. They're blonde. That's about it. He then says that he thinks Rebecca would have actually really loved the decade because, like, yes, it was cheesy and silly and like very campy in a lot of ways, but also it was a decade like about love, and all these like really fun rom-coms came out, and it was just like true love, true friendship, found family. That was like the era for that. And she's kind of like, oh, that does sound nice. And then a loud noise happens. Stefan's like, whoa, what was that? She's like, don't worry, I'll protect you from Cole. And then she shows him the dagger in her boot, so now he knows where it is. He texts Matt right away and is like, get to the school, Rebecca has the dagger here. Because remember, only a human can wield the dagger, so the whole time they were hoping that Matt was gonna be able to be the one to dagger her, which is just dark on so many levels, okay? Which boy's gonna be the one manipulating her today? Apparently both of them. So Stefan takes her out into the hallway to teach her the Breakfast Club slide, you know, where like they slide down the hallway. It's cute. And he's showing her how to do it. She kind of thinks it's cheesy and weird, and he's like, it is, but it's fun. You've got to just trust me. So she tries to do it and she can't. And he's like, no, he's like, no, you've got to take your shoes off. You have to do it in your socks. And she's like, okay. She goes to like get in position to do that. Then she just takes the dagger out and is like, this is what you want, isn't it? Like, this is why you're being so nice to me. Just go ahead and take it. Because she thinks they're trying to dagger Cole. So when Stefan realizes that, and realizes that she does trust him and she's being genuine, he kind of looks over her shoulder to like where Matt is hiding and then makes the executive decision to be like, yeah, we're not doing this to her again. And he just says, okay, come on, let's just go home. And they leave. And Matt's like, oh, thank God. In this moment, she also has like a little mini monologue where she's like, you're right about me. Like, I want big, cheesy, romantic love. I want like crazy gestures, like somebody holding a boombox outside my window. I want all of that. I want to be human. That's like all I want. And that's why I'm willing to work with you to get the cure. Abby plans to drug Bonnie to keep her down until witches can come and like flush the dark magic out of her. But then Bonnie wakes up and is like, surprise, Mom, I'm stronger than you now. She hurts Abby in order to escape, apologizes to both of them, and then leaves. Cole and Elena and Jeremy fight their way through the house. Cole ends up like really badly impaling Elena to the wall with like part of the stair banister, and then he gets Jeremy pinned down on the kitchen island, and he's like holding the meat cleaver, and he's like, all right, which arm is it? You know what? I might as well just take both, and then I'll heal you. Don't worry, it'll just be a little sting. I'll make it quick. So he goes to do that, and then Elena gets free, jumps on him. They get into a tussle. They end up getting Cole like pinned to the cabinets with the meat cleaver, and then Elena sprays him with the water from the sink. So then he's like being burned all over. It probably is like an acid burn. Not good. All around very bad. And then she's like, Jeremy, now! And Jeremy comes running forward with the white oak stake and kills Cole in the kitchen. I'm talking, he bursts into flames, he's flailing all around, he lands on the floor, they look up from his body at each other, and then in horror to the open door down the hallway where Klaus is standing, watching everything unfold. Elena is immediately like, I'm so sorry, we didn't have a choice, he was gonna kill Jeremy. Klaus is like, no, you're lying, because how did he get in the house? You had to trap him here, it was a trick, you guys were lying to me, oh, I am so upset. And they're like, but you were gonna dagger him anyway, like this was the plan for all of us, we just had to take him out permanently. And Klaus is like, yeah, why would I want to permanently take him out? I was gonna make him suffer on my terms. And he starts, you know, doing his little angry lion roar that he does. And he basically is like, I'm gonna burn this house down, and then when you guys try to run and flee, I'm gonna kill you myself. Jeremy's like, if you kill Elena, you won't have any more hybrids. Klaus admits that he could care less about his hybrids. That has not been his plan this entire time. They just all assumed it was. He actually just wanted the cure so he could destroy it. And he was planning on killing all of them once they found it anyway. He was just gonna restart with a new set of friends. Like, my guy, what? Before he can properly start attacking people, Bonnie shows up and uses her new bone-breaking magic to hurt him. Then she has Jeremy invite Klaus inside. She kind of like magic shoves him into the living room and traps him inside the living room. He starts roaring like a little angry lion cub, as he is wont to do in most episodes. Stefan explains what happened to Cole, and he also kind of pitches it as like, this is what had to happen, it was the only way. And she is like devastated, and she's like, this whole night with me, you knew that you were planning to kill my brother. Like, what the heck, Stefan? Stop doing this to me. He tries to spin it as like, But he wanted to hurt you too, Rebecca. I was keeping you safe, just like Elena and Jeremy. Like, you're part of that now. I was trying to help you. And he's like, I want to get the cure for you so that you can get what you want. You deserve a chance at the life that you want. And I want that for you, just like I want it for Elena and myself, blah, blah, blah. She falls for it. And she's like, Stefan, why would I trust you? And he's like, I don't know, Rebecca. I guess I could give you my word, but at the end of the day, you're just going to have to take that leap for yourself. Like Rebecca, my girl, run away. Jeremy is upset because he killed Cole, but the mark isn't growing, and Bonnie reminds him that it takes some time and to just relax. Damon comes sweeping into the room because now that Cole is dead, the compulsion is broken, so him and Elena reunite. It's a very cute. They have a little moment that is ruined by Stefan coming inside with the tombstone. They tell him about Klaus being trapped, and Bonnie's like, I drew on the new moon for the power, so we've got like 2, 3, 4 days tops. Okay, we got to make this quick. Stefan says he didn't dagger Rebecca, and she sent him home with the tombstone to prove that she's on their side. Elena's like, we can't trust her. What's wrong with you? And Damon spills the beans that Stefan hooked up with Rebecca. And Stefan's like, oh, you couldn't wait to tell her that, could you, brother? And Damon's like, well, you know, I gotta do what I gotta do with the secrets I'm given, okay? They get into a fight, and before, I mean, I'm talking like snarling fight. It's not good. Elena tries to stop them, but before anything can go down, Jeremy starts to scream. They turn to look at him. He Hulk rips his shirt off, and we watch the mark just like spread up his arm across his chest. And then it's like this, the ending is like right here, and it's like a big star, and that's like the point of like the X, you know, that's the end of the map. Open with Professor Shane running through the woods being chased by somebody with like paint and like different markings on his face. Shane ends up escaping that guy and getting to a cave. Inside the cave, he finds like a giant hole in the ground, and he's just looking down at it, and it just drops off into nothing. It's super dark. In the present, we see Shane on a coastline. They're in Nova Scotia, and behind him, all the others are getting out of these like little blow-up boats. So the gang for the race to the cure right now is Shane, Bonnie, Jeremy, Damon, Stefan, Elena, and Rebecca. That's the group. Things are really awkward with Elena, Rebecca, and Stefan. That's not going well at all. Damon reminds her, he's like, he only brought Rebecca to make you think he's moving on and to remind me that I can't get under his skin, okay? That's all it is. We've got to just stay calm, stay focused. We can get through this together. Elena asks if Damon will take the cure with her once they find it, and Damon is like, you know, I don't like to speculate on things. Bye, and just leaves the conversation as quickly as possible. Bonnie is all up on Jeremy, taking pictures of the mark, trying to figure out the spell that she needs to do. He is like, I do not mind at all. Reminder, this is a 16-year-old boy. You're lying to me. You're lying. Klaus is still in the Gilbert living room pouting. Tyler shows up because now he can like be around Klaus without threat of injury. I guess Klaus can't do anything through the barrier because like the house barrier, he can like throw things. Remember when he was throwing pieces of wood through the house to like attack them inside? I guess he can't do that through the living room barrier. That's never really addressed because he could absolutely be throwing things at Tyler, but he's not. Tyler's plan is to basically just watch Klaus and watch him suffer for the last of his days, then get the cure and shove it down his throat so that he can kill him. Klaus is like, aren't you worried that since I'm an original, once you cure me, you'll cure everyone? Meaning that you'll be just a regular werewolf again and you'll have to turn? Like, aren't you afraid? Tyler's like, I think you're bluffing. And I think once you're cured, it will just be you and I'll be able to kill you. And I can't wait for that. I'm so excited. And Klaus is like, by the way, I killed your mom. I killed Carol. Huh. To just hurt Tyler, just as like confirmation. The gang is out in the Nova Scotia woods, which is just absolutely the same Mystic Falls woods we've been seeing all along, but with like a slightly grayer light scale to it so that it feels like we're somewhere colder. Shane gives us a little bit more info about the island. He basically says that after Ketsia died, there was a history of miners and other visitors to the island finding this well and going crazy. And they believed that if you gave some of your blood to the well site, you would see your dead loved ones and they could talk to you. Shane says he came looking for it and he believed it. He gave some of his blood and heard voices but couldn't see anything. So he propelled solo propelling down into that well, that cave that he was in with the big hole. That's the well. He propelled down into it, lost his footing and fell, bled even more, and then saw his wife. In the present, Shane shows them like one of many traps scattered around the island. And he's like, we're not the only people here. We're not the only people that have been here. We need to be careful. While they're walking, Jeremy gets attacked, but somebody else that they can't see kills the guy that was trying to get to Jeremy. The gang arrives at a set of cabins in the middle of the woods and they're like, oh, we can stay here? And Shane's like, yeah, it's no problem. The last kids that stayed here though went crazy and then they died and people found them drained of blood. Thanks, creepy Professor Shane. I really want to spend the night here now. Damon tries to intimidate Shane once again into giving him info about the cure. Shane just like turns back on him the same stuff that Klaus was saying, which is like, I'm really surprised you want the cure so badly, Damon, since you have the most to lose. Damon lashes out, of course, and Elena walks in on it and is like, Shane, what did you say to him? Because she's just come to assume that anytime Damon is like freaking out, it's because somebody hurt his feelings, and she's not wrong. So she finds out what everybody's been saying to Damon, that like, what if he doesn't love her once she takes the cure? And she assures him that like, he has nothing to worry about. She knows how she feels. She wants him. It's not going to change whether she's a human or not. He says they don't know and they won't know until they get the cure. And she's like, yeah, Damon, it's going to change a lot. Like, it's going to make it so that, you know, I can grow up and live my life and Jeremy won't want to kill me. Like, it's going to be awesome, but it's not going to change how I feel about you. And he's like, Elena, we don't know that. Caroline shows up to talk to Tyler and Klaus. She wants Tyler to come home because she wants to spend time with him now that they can be together again, but he wants to stay and just keep his eyes on Klaus and watch him suffer. She's like, fine, but we need to at least clean up, you know, the dead body on the floor. Klaus begs Caroline. He's like, Tyler's mother is dead. My brother is dead. Please just like, let it be over. Let us be even. Let's move on from this. Caroline says she will never help him, and Klaus starts listing off all the times that he helped her, and he's like, don't forget that. And she's like, you know what I can't forget, Klaus? The fact that you killed Tyler's mom, and you killed Aunt Jenna, and you killed countless other people. Like, you have brought so much sadness and pain and terror into our lives, and your charm can't make me forget you've done all of those things. There's like a tussle, and then he ends up being able to get her into the living room with him, and he bites her. That is not the way to get the girl, my guy. What handbook are you reading? You have got the wrong instruction manual. Rebecca and Stefan are getting cozy by the fire. She wants to know why he wants the cure and what he wants to do with it when he has it. And she reminds him about how in the beginning he wanted it with Elena and he was going to take it to be with her and have a human life with her. And Stefan's like, yeah, I don't know. Why do you want it? She says being a vampire is miserable and she would do anything to be a human. He says if he takes the cure once they find it, it will be for himself and not for Elena. Bonnie can't find a physical written spell anywhere in the tattoo on Jeremy. So she goes to Shane and was like, you're lying. You lied to me. Where's the spell? And he's like, Bonnie. There is no written spell. You just have to trust yourself and you have to trust me and we'll get through it together. No. Damon shows up and is like, prove it, Mr. Shane. Prove that we can trust you because all you've done is lie and manipulate and cheat us out of information. I want the truth right now. Shane says that the reason why he knows so much about expression is because his wife was a witch and she used it. And when their son died, she went a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. She tried to bring him back using expression. It did not work. And she died too. Bonnie is like, you could have told me that about yourself, Shane. That would have been nice to know. Damon points out that Shane turned Bonnie into the same time bomb that his wife was. And he's like, why would you do that to her? You did this on purpose so that we would have to use you. And Shane's like, yes, I did. If you kill me, you lose control of Bonnie. So you better keep me alive, Damon, unless you want Bonnie to go crazy. Jeremy is attacked by the guy with the face paint and kidnapped. Caroline is freaking out that Klaus bit her, because yet again, she is dying from a werewolf bite. This is the second time this has happened to poor Caroline. No more. Tyler promises that he will fix it, and Klaus is just standing in the background looking smug as hell. Klaus makes Tyler apologize, which he does, but then Klaus is like, that wasn't good enough. Do it again, and again, and again, and again. You owe me so much more than just one apology. Tyler says he'll go back to being his slave. He'll do whatever he wants. Just heal Caroline. Klaus still says no. Him and Caroline look at each other, and then Caroline's like, get me out of here, Tyler. I can't even look at him right now. And Tyler takes her away. The gang wakes up in the morning to Jeremy missing. Bonnie stays to do a locator spell, Shane stays to keep an eye on Bonnie, and Damon stays to keep an eye on Shane because he's the only one willing to take Shane out if need be, which means that Elena, Rebecca, and Stefan have to go search the island together, which is sure to be a good time. Damon catches Shane on the phone, but he's like, I thought you said we didn't have any service out here, buddy, because when they showed up on the beach, Shane made a big show of being like, oh my God, our cell phone service, it's gone. We won't be able to talk to anybody here. And then Damon catches him on the phone, and Shane's like, I was just checking, Damon. Geez, none of us have service. Damon gets him to tell him where the cure is finally, and Shane explains that it's under that well. So there's the cave, then the well goes down, and then under the well is where Silas's tomb is. So when he fell inside and the blood went down into the cave, it was an offering to Silas, and that's why Silas allowed him to see his wife. His wife is the one that explained to him everything he needed to do in order to bring Silas back so that the dead loved ones could be raised from the dead. Shane then says that Bonnie is related to Ketsia. That's right. The scary witch lady that trapped Silas in the tomb in the first place. Bonnie does the locator spell to find Jeremy, and it is really cool this time. Normally, you know, it's like the blood moving on the paper situation on a map. This time, the ground catches on fire, and she follows a fire path through the woods, and while she walks, the fires pop up in front of her and go out behind her. It is so cool. Love this. This effect is really nice. Rebecca and Elena keep getting into little tiffs while they're searching because neither of them like each other, and they just keep arguing constantly. Then Elena walks into a booby trap and Rebecca saves her. That's kind of like a tipping point for the girls, and they realize that they're gonna have to relax and calm down and not be so mean. Shane initially had been very against the kill 12 people 3 times part of the plan, and his wife had been very insistent, and she was like, this is what we have to do, this is what we need, this is the level of power that's needed, it's gonna be okay, Silas will bring them back to life, you don't have to worry about it. And when he still said no over and over again, she started changing tactics and was basically like, honey, you don't have to do anything. You can get other people to do it for you. We just have to have 3 sets of 12 die, which is why he convinced the pastor to do it. And then he convinced, Haley to help with the hybrids. All of that has been Shane's doing. So he's at the brain space part of it, but he's not the one physically doing the murders. Somehow that's helping him sleep at night. Damon realizes suddenly that there were only 2 sets of murders so far, so there is a missing 3rd one that Shane still has planned. And Damon's like, who is it? Who are you planning to hurt? What is going on? And Shane's like, I can't tell you that part, Damon, or you're just gonna kill me. Caroline is really sick, and once again, I would like to remind everyone this is the 2nd time that this has happened to her. Tyler feels terrible and blames himself, and he ends up coming up with a plan, and he's just like, Caroline, do you trust me? And she says, yes, of course, absolutely. She also has some sweet things to say to him here where she's like, you're a leader, people look up to you, don't ever forget that part of yourself. Tyler then takes Caroline back inside and drops her off at the Gilbert house with Klaus. And he's like, if you don't care about her and you don't mind if she dies, you're gonna watch it happen, Klaus. I'm gonna make you do that. And when Tyler leaves, Caroline's looking at Klaus dying, and Klaus is like, I'm really sorry, it's a means to an end. I can't let him win. It'll be quick. It won't be too long now. Excuse me? Damon starts torturing Shane to get him to talk, and Shane keeps taunting him and being like, Damon, why do you even care about the cure? If we get the cure, your relationship with Elena is doomed. You need to give up on the cure. When Damon keeps hurting him, Shane is like, if you kill me, you're gonna hurt Bonnie. And Damon's like, that is the funny thing. I don't remember saying I cared about Bonnie. But then Elena steps in and stops it from going too far and is just like, we need him alive. We can't give up on Bonnie like that, Damon, calm down. She lets Shane go, but not before she's like, you stop messing with my friends. None of us trust you or like you. leave us alone. Elena goes after Damon and is like, why would you do that when you know that he's the only thing keeping Bonnie safe? Like, you wonder why she hates you, dude. And he's just like, Elena, I don't wonder. I don't wonder because I don't care. Why? All right? It doesn't matter to me. Also, I don't care about the cure. And Elena's like, what? Why are we here? What's going on? He says he doesn't want her to be cured because he has no intention of taking it with her. So once she's a human again, what's the plan? She's going to grow up and get old and die, and he's just still going to be like a 19-year-old vampire? Are we serious right now? She's like, you always do this, Damon. You find something good and then you run away from it because you're scared. He starts to walk away. She's like, take the cure and be human with me. That's how sure I am that my feelings are real and I'm still gonna love you once I'm a human. He's like, that's not me, Elena. That's Stefan. He says that once upon a time he used to miss being human, but now there's not anything else that he can think of that would be more miserable. And she is heartbroken. Rebecca and Stefan end up stepping into another booby trap together. They end up all close. And she's just like, don't be a tease. Elena could find us at any moment. He asks if she really meant what she said and if she would call a truce with Elena, because remember, they made up a little while ago. She's like, yeah, absolutely. Like, I forgive her because I would have done the same thing if our roles were reversed. And I think you guys just keep forgetting that. This is so interesting because they just had this realization with Klaus a few episodes ago where Stefan was saying, you know, I think the only reason why his terrible things are so bad and our terrible things are like a means to an end is because like we have a family support system that like trusts and believes in us and forgives us, and Klaus is just like out here on his own doing bad things. And then they forget that that applies to other people too. Like, Rebecca ran Elena off the road because it was the only way to keep her family safe. If it was reversed, Elena would have done that to her. She just killed her brother to keep her brother safe. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's just always, people forget. People forget there's no good and bad. There's just decisions. Elena, Rebecca, and Stefan get back to the cabins, and Damon, Bonnie, and Shane are all gone. Rebecca realizes that Shane took the tombstone. Caroline tries to get Klaus to realize that the only reason why he's hurting her like this is because he's hurt. And he's like, no, I'm a bad guy. I do bad guy things for fun. It's nothing personal. And she's like, no, Klaus, you're lashing out because you're hurt by what happened. That means there's a part of you that's still human. He is like shocked by this, that she would even sort of consider that about him. And he's like, how could you think that? And she's like, because I've seen it. I know that you're in love with me, and anybody capable of being in love is capable of being saved. He says she's hallucinating, and she's like, I guess I'll never know. And then she goes unconscious and starts like gasping for breath. And he's like, Caroline? Caroline? And he cannot take it, so he immediately caves and saves her. Rebecca digs through Elena's tent because she's sure that Elena took the tombstone. Stefan's like, no, she didn't. She wouldn't do that. And Rebecca's like, then did you do it? And they start arguing again because she's got severe trust issues with Stefan. When Rebecca feels like she still can't trust Elena, Elena gives her the white oak stake as a peace offering to be like, we're not trying to hurt you. Trust us. They realize in that moment that the three of them are the only ones left because they don't know where everybody else went. So they have to find the cure. And in order to do that, they have to work together. Shane is running through the woods with the tombstone. The man with the paint markings on his face brings Jeremy to him, but he also says that he wasn't the one to protect Jeremy earlier. Remember when Jeremy got attacked and somebody killed the attacker? We still don't know who that mystery person was. Bonnie shows up and she's like, how did I get here? The path disappeared behind me. And Shane's like, yes. And if you try to leave, my witch friend here, which is the one with the markings on his face, will make sure that you never find your way off this island. Now that we're all here, let's go find Silas. Damon is trying to find Shane and Bonnie and Jeremy, and he ends up getting attacked by somebody. When he starts fighting with that guy in the woods, he realizes that the guy has a hunter's mark on his arm, and he's like, what? You're one of the 5. And in that moment of like confusion and being unsure of what to do, the guy tackles him and flips their positions and knocks Damon out. We we open episode 14 with Damon vervain roped to a tree. The hunter is bleeding him out to get the vervain out of him. He is this guy. His name is Galen, and he is this really cool Scottish hunter that just shows up on the island. He's basically like, I would like to know what's going on, and I would like you to tell me. That's why I didn't kill you yet, because I have this mark on my hand, and it never grew, even though I was killing vampires all my life. And then all of a sudden, it just shows up in full, and I follow the map to here. What's going on? Caroline's home alone because everybody else, you know, is in Nova Scotia, and they're basically like, Caroline, you need to find the sword because we need the sword so that we can follow the map and decode everything and get to the cure first before Shane. This is very amusing to Klaus, and he will not like verbally give help, but he's just sort of like smiling at Caroline from the corner like, haha, you're going to need me. I can't wait to be useful. Shane's witch doesn't want to go down into the cave to see Silas, so he's like, I've taken you to the cave. I did everything you asked. Give me my payment, I'd like to leave. Shane gives him the tombstone, and the witch is like, I'll pray for your souls, and then leaves. Bonnie's like, that's the only reason why we needed the tombstone? Are you kidding me right now? And Shane's like, look, a third of that tombstone is made out of Ketsia's calcified blood, okay? So that was a very important and expensive artifact that I just handed over, Bonnie, so shut up. Caroline and Tyler find the sword. They come back to Klaus, and Klaus is like, what are you gonna do with it? You don't know how it works. And Tyler's like, actually, I figured it out. And he like unwraps part of the handle, and the handle of the sword. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a picture of the actual sword for you guys. I will try, but I'll show you something that looks like what it is, but it's a cryptex basically. So it's like one of those things that you can twist in different directions and it'll decode something for you. It's like the Da Vinci Code. That's what Caroline says. She's like, I've seen that movie. Jeez. So now they know that they need that part of the sword to decode the hunter's mark. But then Klaus points out that everything is written in Aramaic, which is this like ancient language that no one speaks anymore. So Caroline's like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? And Klaus is like, man, I guess you'll need to get a dictionary, you know? But even with the best dictionary in the world, that could take so long to do. Days and days. I'll definitely be out of here before that happens. Then he speaks in a different language. And Caroline's like, what did you just say? And Klaus goes, if only you spoke Aramaic. Jerk! He's the worst! Elena complains about how everyone's here wasting their times to get the cure for her, and Stefan's like, I love that you're so narcissistic, but we actually all want it for our own personal gains, and you should just stop thinking that everything revolves around you, Elena. And then she's like, you know, Stefan, you never told me you wanted it. Like, why didn't you tell me you wanted the cure for yourself? And he's like, because it didn't have anything to do with you. And he gets real sassy in this scene, okay? For them to also then make up and become friends again. Elena touches his arm at the end of the conversation, and Rebecca sees this and is upset. Galen takes Damon through the woods. His plan is basically to get to the crypt where Silas is and use Damon as bait to get Bonnie to let him inside first so that he can get the cure and give it to Silas and kill him. Damon's like, dude, you got the wrong vampire. Bonnie Bennett could give two shits about me. Like, this is not going to go down the way you want it to. He also says that they don't care about Silas. They're not trying to wake Silas up. They just want the cure. So if they can just have their share of it, they'll give Galen enough to give to Silas and kill him. No problem. They don't care about that. Galen's like, are you an idiot? Do you just not understand what's going on? We cut back to Caroline, Tyler, and Klaus. They have got everything translated, but they can't figure out what the words that they translated mean. Because you know, like when you're looking at different languages, especially older ones, direct translations back to English don't make sense in the way that we think they should make sense. Contextually, Caroline just can't figure out the riddle of what they're supposed to do now. Galen explains, once again, slower, that in order to kill Silas, because he's an immortal, he will have to take the cure and shove it down his throat. Klaus reads what they figured out in Aramaic. He's like, okay, I understand what we need. We need a witch and we need a hunter with the mark fully completed. He gives in and helps them like fully translate everything correctly. Got Caroline like moving the cryptext and Klaus reading it and then looking at the map and reading it again. He figures out at the same time that Galen tells Damon there is only one dose of the cure, because the whole point was for Silas to be trapped with his cure that could then be his salvation if he could just take it, but he was unconscious and desiccated for so long that he couldn't. Bonnie and Jeremy get down into the bottom of the well first. She ends up falling a little bit and cutting her hand, so she does drip blood onto the ground. Jeremy asks Bonnie what she thinks is going to happen once they wake Silas up and they're alone with him. And Bonnie's basically like, I need you to trust me no matter what happens. I'm not going to let Shane raise Silas. Like, we're not doing that. We're going to figure it out. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We see her blood dripping through the ground. Somehow it like goes down a lot of rock, okay? It would be off screen for me to show you how much. It's like the bottom of the well, and then there's all of this rock, and then underneath that is like a secondary cavern where Silas's like crypt is, and it drips down and falls onto his mask because his face is covered. So his whole body's like entombed, but his face is like covered over with a big mask that you can't see any features of his face. Caroline gets a phone call through to Rebecca and gives her all the updated info. Klaus, when Rebecca's like, wow, thank you so much for doing this, Klaus is like, actually, it was me. I did it. And Rebecca's like, why would you do that? Why would you help me? Like, what's in it for you? And he's like, look, I just wanted to give you your best chance. I want you to be happy. And if the cure is what's going to make you happy, sister, then I want that for you. There is, however, one more piece of information that Caroline didn't tell you. And before Tyler and Caroline can hang up the phone, he's like, there's only one dose of the cure. If you want it for yourself, you're gonna have to get there first. Ha ha ha, good luck. And then they hang up and he's like, oops, should I not have told her that? Damon and Galen have such funny back and forth. It's very much reminiscent of like his relationship with Rick. So Damon's basically just tied up right now all over, and Galen's just like leading him through the woods like a little dog. And he's so upset. Every time he pulls him, he's like, that's another reason why I'm gonna kill you when I get out of here. Oh, that's another, I'm gonna hurt you even more now. Ow, stop pulling on me. And it's really funny. And then he ends up trying to like reason with Galen one more time. And he's basically like, look, dude, you're right. I don't want the cure, but my friends do. And I get really upset when I can't provide for my friends, okay? So can we just figure this out together and like come to an understanding? Galen is not budging on his plan, but he does tell Damon that he wasn't the one that saved Jeremy either. So who is on the island? What's going on? They stumble upon the witch that was helping Shane with the markings on his face, dead in the woods. And then they're both like, did you do it? No, did you do it? And they have the Spider-Man like, it was you scene. Shane finds the spot in the well that marks where Silas is underneath them. Rebecca lies about what she learned from Caroline and doesn't tell Stefan and Elena the truth. They get to a cliff. Stefan convinces Elena to jump down first. Once she's below them, Rebecca stops him and is like, there's something I have to tell you. Bonnie starts the spell with Jeremy. Love this for them. It's a wonderful full circle moment, okay? She basically puts her hand over the star on his chest and sucks the power and the mark off of him, and that is enough to open the tomb. As the tomb is opening though, it like starts falling down all around them, and it's very dangerous inside the cave. Rebecca tells Stefan the truth about the cure, and then she asks him, she's like, even if I took pity on you, you would still give the cure to Elena, wouldn't you? You wouldn't take it for yourself. He's like, yeah, I am. I'm a simp. You got me. And then she snaps his neck after apologizing. She's like, I'm sorry, it can't be the way we all wanted it to be. And she just snaps his neck and leaves him there, and Elena sees it happen. Bonnie and Jeremy wake up. They're both fine, but like I said, the cave has been destroyed. They hear Shane, and he's like, guys, could you help me? My leg is broken. And Bonnie just goes, oh, best to stay off it then. And they leave him there. Galen and Damon get to the cave and realize that Shane's team beat them there and everything's been opened, so now Galen doesn't need to use Damon as bait, so now he can just kill him. They square up on each other, but before they can start fighting, Rebecca shows up. Elena helps Stefan recover, and once he tells her what's going on with the cure, she realizes she can't take it either because she can't take it over everybody else that deserves it. That's not fair. She says also that even if she took it, like, she was never gonna be the same person she was before she turned into a vampire. So the person she was when she went over the bridge and she died, that girl's gone. She can never just go back to being human Elena. Stefan though is like, we don't know that. Like, you're still sired to Damon. You'll be sired to him for the rest of your life. We don't know who you really are anymore, Elena, which is just So unfair. They realize together that they have to get the cure and they have to give it to Klaus or he's gonna kill them for having hurt Cole. Tyler freaks out because now things are really bad and he's like, he is gonna kill me the second he gets free. I need to leave town. Caroline's like, can you please just let me try to talk to him? Maybe I can get him to reconsider. Galen has some serious weapons. Like him and Rick would have really gotten along super well. He just decimates Rebecca and Damon because Damon was already hurt and then he gets Rebecca in the chest with like a grenade and it's not good. But Stefan shows up and saves them before anybody can actually be killed. Galen takes that moment to like jump into the hole and go running through the tunnels to go to the Silas crypt. And then when Elena is behind Stefan, she's like, what do? We can't leave Damon here like this. He's gonna die. And Stefan's like, I know, I've got him. You go on ahead, get to the cure. Jeremy and Bonnie bond about being the ones to get down to the tomb first. They're really kind of excited and thankful that it's like the two of them doing it together. Bonnie then sees a vision of Graham's telling her that like, this is the way to go. I'm gonna help you. You're gonna like do these things and I'm gonna come back. It's all gonna be fine. But Jeremy realizes that because he can't see Graham's, it's not Graham's ghost, it's Silas giving them hallucinations. How heartbreaking is that, okay? So this whole time that like Shane thought he was like talking to his dead wife and all of this, not real. It was just Silas using them for his own personal gain. So we can kind of go ahead and assume that the ritual stuff, all of that, it was just like him getting what he wanted. None of it is real. Bonnie's very upset by this, but Jeremy's like, it's okay, close your eyes, block him out. I'm gonna get us through this. Because he didn't share blood with Silas, so he can't hallucinate anything right now. So he takes over and starts leading them through the cavern. Hi guys, I'm back. It's just a couple hours later instead of the next day. My partner and I went and saw the new Spider-Man movie and it was so fun. Highly recommend. It made me a little sick to my stomach a couple times just because there's a lot of animation changes throughout it, but it is so cool and very funny. So I highly recommend. But let's get back into episode 14. Caroline goes to Klaus and he's still trapped in the Gilbert living room. And she's like, you can't kill Tyler. And he's like, yes, I can. And actually, I can't wait to do it. She's like, Klaus, you don't have to forgive him. I'm just asking you to let him go. Just tell him that he can go somewhere far away. You'll never have to see him again. Just let him go. He kind of starts picking on her a little bit here. He brings up the whole cure situation and why isn't she helping her friends? Why is she like wasting time here with him and Tyler? And then he says, I know why. It's because you don't want the cure. You like who you are now. You like being powerful and mysterious and invincible. That's what you want. And that's why you and I are the same, Caroline. We both want the same things. Caroline's like, okay, if we're the same, prove it to me. Show Tyler the mercy that I would show you. And Klaus is like, okay, deal. This is the mercy that I'll grant him. Tell him to go. Tell him to go. Tell him to leave town. And she's like, yes, thank you, Klaus. And he's like, I'm doing this for you, though. So he gets a head start. Klaus, honey, we were so close. And then he goes on an evil villain rampage of being like, tell him to run far away where I can never find him. And it's just, really, you were this close to being the guy she wanted you to be and you ruined it. Damon is really, really weak from what Galen had done to him. So he basically tells Stefan to just leave him there. He's like, I'll be fine. Rebecca's not gonna hurt me. Just go help Elena. Stefan's like, it needs to be you. You need to be the one with her for this. What are you talking about? And Damon's like, dude, just go. And it becomes really obvious that Damon is absolutely terrified that he's gonna lose Elena. We've known that. That's been building this whole time, but this is the moment where Stefan realizes it too, that it's not just arrogance or being shitty about it or having fun messing with Stefan. Damon's like genuinely terrified that the second Elena takes the cure and is human again, he's gonna lose her. She never really loved him. None of it was real. Because he believes that like he is not worth anything good. So that whole speech he gave Klaus about like, you know, be bad with a purpose or why would they forgive you? I don't think he believes that about himself. I think he just is all talk 99% of the time. And there's like 1% of him that is like, maybe I'm worth something. Most of him is just no self-esteem, just vibes. Look who I have. Look at this big boy. Down in the tunnels, Elena is running about. She hears somebody call her name, and then she turns around and goes, no, and attacks someone, but we don't get to see who it is. Caroline and Tyler have a really, really emotional, sad breakup scene. This is like the third time they've done this, and it sucks every single time, but this one's really emotional. They both cry. Caroline like completely breaks down. He is basically like, you know, this isn't goodbye. This is until we find a way. We're immortal, Caroline. Like, we're gonna be together. It's gonna be okay. And Caroline's like, what if we aren't? Like, what if there isn't a way to be together? And she tells him that he needs to go and have a wonderful life and forget all about her and move on and be happy somewhere else. And she wants him to tell her that he'll do that. So he does, he says it. And then when they go to say goodbye, she's like, until we find a way. And he's like, until we find a way. And that's how they say goodbye. So Stefan finds Shane, and this is when we realize that Shane was really under the power of the hallucinations, and he didn't know what was going on fully. He just knew what Silas wanted him to think. So Stefan's pissed at him, you know, like everybody else. And it's just like, there's only one cure. You lied to us. This is all your fault. You ruined everything. And Shane's like, what are you talking about? There's not only one cure. Like, Silas is bringing everybody back. Like, no, I did what I was told. I did what I was told, blah, blah, blah. Shane says that everything he ever did was for his family to get them back. And Stefan's like, yeah, well, good luck with that, dude. And he just leaves him there without helping him. So Shane is like dying because his leg is like severely broken and he's bleeding out. He ends up seeing a hallucination of his wife. He says he's so sorry that he failed her and he wishes he could fix it and he doesn't know what he can do. And she is like, no, you didn't fail. You did everything I asked. You were perfect. Like, don't worry about it. And then we like pull back, like this is like Shane laying down and then his wife is sitting there with him. The camera like pans back and we just see Shane laying there in an empty cavern with no one talking to him, and he's just talking to the air. I hate it. It's so creepy. That is like nightmare fuel for me. Just not good. Jeremy and Bonnie get to Silas first. His body is like on top of his crypt, so think like Snow White without the glass coffin over her, okay? But his face is covered by a mask, and then he's basically a statue. So in his hands, there's this tiny little box that the cure is inside of. Jeremy realizes, why is there only one? Are you joking? This isn't enough for everybody. Bonnie realizes the only way we're going to get the box out of his hands in order to give it to someone else or give it to him is to wake him up, because he's so calcified that he's basically like a stone statue. And there's nobody really tries, like Jeremy's like trying to break the box off of Silas, but he doesn't really try breaking Silas. I don't know if that would have been possible, or if it's just, you know, another little tiny plot hole loophole that nobody wants to touch. But that's what ends up happening, is they realize the only way we're going to get the cure off of him is to wake him up so that they can move his fingers. Damon picks all of the little wooden pieces out of Rebecca because remember, Galen exploded a grenade in her chest. So she wakes up and she's fine. And she's like, why are you here? Why are you helping me? And he's like, oh, you know, I needed a little siesta, because he's still rickety wrecked after what happened to him. Once again, she's like, you're here because you don't want to watch Elena take the cure, because you're terrified that when she becomes a human, she won't want you anymore. You'll be unhappy forever, which is like the 4th time this has been said to him, okay? He gets it. It's a risk to let her take the cure. But Rebecca adds to this and is like, despite all of that, like, you're willing to let her do it anyway, which means you're selfless and you really do love her. While Jeremy and Bonnie are trying to figure out what to do, Galen shows up and stabs Bonnie to wound her and kind of take her out of the picture. Then he cuts his own hand and feeds it to Silas. So Silas is like waking up. Jeremy is like, what are you doing? You're a madman. This is insane. Jeremy and Galen get into a fight. Jeremy holds his own, but Galen is stronger than him, so he wins. But then before Galen can kill Jeremy, Elena shows up and she's like, no, you're not killing my brother, and she knocks Galen out. Klaus gets out of the Gilbert house because Bonnie is hurt, so now her spell's not working anymore. He goes right to Caroline and he's like, I did what you asked. I showed him mercy. I did it all for you. And she believes him. Like, the look that they have is very charged. But my guy, it's not enough. And you still messed it up. You could have just said, sure, he can leave. Sure, he can leave and not be with you. anything but he can leave, and I'll hunt him until the ends of my days. Klaus. Stefan finds a trail of blood in the tunnels, and then he finds Elena. When she wakes up and looks at him, she's like, Stefan, she's here. We cut back to Bonnie and Jeremy together in the cell with Elena. We see where this is going. Okay. All right. Are we all prepared? We're not. We're not. Okay. Jeremy is like, Elena, Bonnie needs your blood. You need to heal her. She's going to die. Elena is like, but first, we get the cure. This is what we've been waiting on. Jeremy's like, the cure can wait until Bonnie is healed. Bonnie is dying, okay? So she's just kind of going, it's not good. Elena goes, man, I forgot how annoyingly nice you are. And then she grabs Jeremy and feeds him to Silas. While it's happening, Jeremy goes, Catherine? And then freaking Silas latches onto him, grabs him, drains him of blood, and snaps Jeremy's neck. The final shot of the episode is Bonnie gasping for breath and dying, and Jeremy's dead freaking body just laying out on the floor, and they're looking at each other. We open with Elena in the Gilbert house holding a broken picture of her and Jeremy, because remember, a lot has happened in the Gilbert house, so the frame is broken. She's looking at it. Then we cut to Elena finding Jeremy in the crypt and being like, oh my God, he's dead. She's holding him, but then she sees he's wearing his ring and she's like, okay, never mind, he's fine. Stefan sees them and he does not look relieved. The boys talk and they realize that the person that was following them, like the secret person on the island that was messing with everybody, must have been Catherine. She's been following them the whole time in order to get the cure because she probably wants to use it on Klaus. Bonnie is gone. Stefan tells Damon that Elena is inside the crypt with Jeremy, waiting for him to wake up. Damon's like, awesome, amazing news, I'll go wait with her. Stefan stops him and is like, brother, Jeremy was a hunter. He was one of the 5. And Damon is like, no, don't tell me that. And Stefan's like, And Damon's like, he was a supernatural. So the ring's not gonna work on him. Damon immediately is like, she won't survive this. You need to get her off the island. I'm gonna go find Bonnie because we can't not give her Bonnie back. We gotta get Bonnie back and then we'll figure it out later. Caroline is at the Gilbert house scrubbing the stain out of the floor where Cole burned alive. And then Stefan opens the door. Elena and him come inside. Stefan is carrying Jeremy. Caroline is like, whoa, what the heck happened? What's going on? Elena's like, don't worry about it. Let's get him upstairs. Come on, Stefan. They take him upstairs. While they're going, Caroline's like, huh? And Stefan just goes, and shakes his head at her. Y'all, this sequence of events, everybody was just serving with the acting department. Okay, they knew the assignment and they delivered. They put Jeremy in his room and Elena sits down and is like, I don't need anything at all. I'm just going to wait here until my brother wakes up. Damon is still on the island. His vamp senses tingle and he finds Rebecca. She is initially very upset with him, but then he's like, girl, it wasn't my fault. Catherine was following us this whole time. She took the cure. She's the one that killed Jeremy. I want to murder her. And then Rebecca is like, oh, Jeremy's dead? And Damon's like, don't pull that fake sad face. And Rebecca's like, I'm not faking it. That's terrible. That's the only blood family Elena has left. Now she has no one. Bonnie wakes up alone in the woods, except she's not alone. Shane is there and he healed her. So he used like the island's magical berries and leaves and things and healed her. He also healed himself. So his pants leg is bloody, but his leg is not broken anymore. She is like, what's going on? What happened? And he's the one that tells her Jeremy is dead. Caroline and Stefan talk and Caroline's like, what are we gonna do about this situation? Because this is really, really bad. And Stefan's like, I know. She just doesn't want to admit it yet. But Elena must know deep down that Jeremy's not going to wake up. So we just have to wait it out and hopefully it won't be too long. Elena shows up and she's like, I know what you guys are thinking. I'm also sort of thinking it, but you know, his hunter's mark disappeared. So maybe when he died, he was a human. And if that's the case, then he wasn't supernatural and he'll come back. And there's hope, Stefan. We have to have hope. And she's like this close to just snip snapping. Caroline is like, okay, well, in the event that that doesn't happen and he is dead, we need to tell people. And Stefan's like, yeah, we do. And so Caroline's like, I'm gonna tell my mom because she'll know what to do. And I'm gonna make a casserole and I'm gonna clean the house. And I'm gonna tell our friends that they need to come over and help because what the heck is going on? And Stefan's like, thank you, do all of that. Also get Matt here now immediately. And Caroline's like, yes, I can do that, goodbye. And she leaves. Also in this moment, because they're vampires, they start to smell Jeremy's body upstairs. It's not good. Galen shows up on the island again and shoots Rebecca, so she's down, but Damon gets away, and then Damon knocks him out, so they capture Galen. Bonnie is absolutely destroyed. Her powers start going berserk. She's making a whole storm. There's fire. It's not good. Shane's there though, so he's like, Bonnie, please listen to me. I can help you. I'm the only one that can help you. Meredith comes back. Remember her? Our friendly doctor. She comes over and she checks on Jeremy, and she is so gentle. She plays this scene so well. She is just kind of like, you know, Elena, I understand what you're going through and I'm so sorry, but Jeremy's gone and his body can't stay here in the house. And she explains that more medically. I'm not going to do it here because quite honestly, this entire episode is very triggering for me. So it might be for you guys. So I'm going to spare you some of the details, but she basically just explains why Jeremy can't stay in the house unattended. He needs to go to the morgue. Elena is like, no, you're incorrect. He's going to wake up. Do you think he'll be crazy like Rick? I hope not. And Meredith's like, Elena, sweetie, you gotta listen to me. And then Elena freaks out on her and throws her against the wall. And while she's yelling at Meredith, we hear Elena from the background, and it's Matt. And Matt's in the doorway and he's looking at Jeremy and he's breaking down. And Elena is like, no, Matt, oh my God, it's gonna be fine. He's fine, Matt. He's gonna wake up. And Matt's like, okay, yeah, crying, holding Elena. And she's like, he's fine. He's fine, Matt, he's fine. No one is fine, including me. Matt makes her a cup of tea, and then they make a joke about that one time that he poisoned her. She explains that Bonnie and Damon are lost, but Damon actually cares about Bonnie quite a bit, so he's gonna do everything he can to get her back. And Matt's like, that doesn't make any sense, he's so mean to her. And she's like, yeah, I know, he picks on the people that he likes. And then they have this laugh about Damon logic because he makes no sense. Matt wants to take Elena away because he knows Jeremy's not gonna wake up. Back on the island, we learn that Galen is working for Catherine. Damon and Rebecca bond over how much they want to hurt him in order to get him to talk. But he just ends up kind of spilling the beans a little bit, and he's basically like, I was hunting vampires, Catherine found me, she also found Haley, we've all been working together, we're like a little separate team that you guys didn't know about. So yeah, Haley was involved with the bad guys because she's the worst. Damon isn't really pressed about the cure anymore because at this point his main focus is just getting Bonnie back so that Bonnie can help him keep Elena in control, because Elena's gonna lose it when she realizes Jeremy's gone for real. Shane tells Bonnie that he taught her expression so that she could do Silas's work for him because Silas was a witch. Remember, Ketsia and Silas were witches together, and then Silas became a vampire and that's why he's immortal. So you can only be one or the other. So now he's not a witch anymore. He has all that knowledge, but it's like Abby, where now he can't do anything with it. His connection to the spirits is gone. Shane also drops the bomb on Bonnie that they got to do one more massacre in order to give her all the power she needs to do everything Silas wants and bring back the dead loved ones. She initially says, no, absolutely not, I will not be doing that for you, but then Silas gives her a hallucination of Jeremy, and so she sees him on the ground, and he's like, Bonnie, it hurts, and she's like, I can help you, I can help you. She starts trying to fix him, but it's not Jeremy, he disappears, and then Shane is like, did you see Jeremy? Did he tell you he needs help? Shut up, Professor Shane. Damon calls Stefan to check on Elena, and Stefan's like, look, we're gonna have to just get Bonnie back later. Jeremy's body needs to go somewhere else, so Elena's got to come to the truth soon. You need to get here so we can use the Sire Bond on her so that she doesn't freak out. Damon agrees, and then when he hangs up the phone, Bonnie just walks out of the woods. They're shocked to see each other, they hug, and Bonnie's like, everything's gonna be okay, Damon. I know what to do to bring everybody back. I can bring Jeremy back. Matt takes Elena to the stoner pit, and he shows her where Jeremy had like tagged Vicky's name on the wall, and then he'd also done like a little heart with J and V in it. So it's like this cute reminder of the things they've lost, but also Like, Matt really appreciated that Jeremy didn't just like forget all about Vicky. And so he kind of goes on this little moment of just explaining to Elena that their town is so weird and so strange. And sometimes when you don't feel like you can let somebody go, like when Matt was like, I don't want to let go of Vicky. I wish I could see her again. He was able to see her again. And Elena's like, so you don't think I'm crazy? And he's like, no, Elena, I'm never going to think you're crazy for having hope. I'm just saying that, like, maybe this time, like, there isn't any. It's okay that you want him to come back, but we need to recognize that, like, it could go either way. Well, then they get the phone call from Stefan, and he's like, Damon's on his way home with Bonnie, and she freaking knows what to do. We're getting your brother back. And Elena's like, oh my God, Matt, we're getting him back, yay! And everybody starts celebrating. Rebecca has Galen tied up in the cave because they can't physically kill him themselves or they'll get the hunter's curse, so they're just planning to, like, leave him there to starve. He says that he's begging her to just kill Silas. He's like, I don't care what you do to me. I'm just telling you, you need to kill him or the world as we know it is over. And she's like, what are you talking about? Are you even sure Silas is up there? Like, what if he didn't actually escape? And Galen shows her the mask on the floor and he's like, we don't even know what he looks like, bitch. You need to kill him. Caroline calls Tyler to try to explain to him what's going on. She doesn't want to tell him about Jeremy over the phone. So she's like, look, this is really important, and I know we said 24 hours ago that you weren't gonna call, but you need to call because I need to tell you what's happening. Bonnie gets home and she wants to go inside right away and tell everybody, and Damon's like, Caroline, send Stefan out here, please, because he doesn't want to see Elena yet. He wants to talk to Stefan first. And Caroline's like, okay. And Damon's like, right now, please send Stefan outside. And Caroline's like, yeah, okay, I got it. We cut back and forth between Shane explaining the plan to Bonnie and Bonnie explaining the plan to the gang, that they need to do one more 12-person massacre. And then Bonnie will have enough power to drop the other side, which is what Ketsia made as a, like, purgatory for the supernatural. So when Anna was like, I don't know where I am, I can't seem to get out, I'm all alone, Vicky was like, why can't I see where I'm at? Why am I stuck here? It's like this weird purgatory state where the supernatural beings go, called the other side. Most of them are alone. Sometimes they overlap, like Anna and Pearl, and then they find peace. It's a little confusing. The lore behind it kind of gets wishy-washy. Ketsia made the other side because she wanted to trap Silas somewhere forever. So even if he died a supernatural death, he was going to be stuck in the purgatory, unable to get to his girlfriend who was a human. So what Bonnie is missing, that Damon realized and Shane is not explaining to her properly, once she drops the veil between the worlds, every single supernatural being that has died will be free to be with the humans. So Damon's like, you see why this could be an issue? You see why Michael and Esther and Cole coming back could be a problem? And Stefan's like, yeah, bro, you're right. And so thankfully are Caroline and Matt. They're like, Bonnie, you're insane. You can't do this. And Bonnie's like, I'm strong enough. What are you guys talking about? Of course I can do this. This is the perfect plan. We're gonna get Jeremy back. Elena sort of disassociates during this whole thing. It's a really nice scene of, like, Elena at the head of the table just sitting there staring at nothing while everybody around her is just yelling and yelling and yelling. The phone rings and she snaps out of it and she's like, I'll get it. And they're like, no, Elena. And she's like, I will get it. She gets up, she answers the phone. It's April. April's like, Elena, where are you? Where's Jeremy? I've been calling him, but his phone keeps going to voicemail. And Elena is like, oh, I'm sorry. Jeremy can't come to the phone right now. He died. And she hangs up. She goes totally blank after she says this and hangs up the phone, and the gang realizes in horror because the boys have come back inside too, so they're all there watching this. They're like, oh God, she just accepted what's happened. We are in for it. 911, emergency. The next scene is very triggering. Elena goes up into the bedroom and looks at Jeremy and realizes when she touches him that he is in fact gone. Again, 10 out of 10 acting from Nina here. It is so amazing. So then once that moment happens for her, it just all unlocks and she's emotional and upset and everything breaks. Damon comes in and is like, hey, how are we doing? We should talk about this. And she realizes that she can smell Jeremy and all of this, and she's been wrong the whole time, and oh my god, they've been wasting time, his body needs to go somewhere else, oh, this is terrible. And she's like, Damon, bring him downstairs. And Damon's like, Elena, we should really, and she's like, bring him downstairs, Damon. And she leaves. Matt took Bonnie home because they didn't want Bonnie saying any more of the, I'll bring Jeremy back, we can get him back. That needed to stop. So he took Bonnie away. Elena and Damon come downstairs. She tells Damon to put Jeremy's body on the couch. Then she starts digging in the kitchen through all the drawers. And Caroline's like, what you looking for, friend? Can we help you with anything? Elena's like, nope, I got it. And she holds up a jug of lighter fluid. She starts pouring it all around the living room and onto Jeremy. They're like, whoa, what are you doing? And she's like, I found our alibi. You think I didn't hear you guys before? You didn't think I heard that we need a cover story? I'm gonna give you a cover story. We're gonna burn the house down with him inside of it. Horrible accident, no survivors. It's fine, it is what it is. Everyone will believe this. As she's having this meltdown, she finds Rick's bourbon, and that like spurs her on even more because everyone she's loved that has lived in this house with her has died. So that is like a horrible triggering thing for her. She starts dumping the alcohol all around the room, and then she lights a match. Caroline's like, you're scaring me. Elena's like, well, what do you want me to do, Caroline? There's nothing here for me anymore. Nothing matters. Everything's over. Before she can drop the match, it burns her. She lets it go, and Stefan catches it. Damon tries to help her to calm down, but she can't. It's just too much. She's like sobbing hysterically on the floor in the living room. Jeremy is right beside her on the couch. It's horrible. Damon's like sitting with her. He's trying to help. Stefan is just like, brother, help her right now. Damon, in that moment, makes the decision to just be like, okay, Elena, turn it off. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't think he was gonna do it that way. I think it's because Stefan intervenes, and faced with the pressure of like Stefan also being upset, Damon just sort of panics and does the first thing he thinks of, which is like, yeah, an off switch. That'll help. She won't feel anything anymore. Perfect. So he just does that because, like I said, Elena is hysterical beside him, and what he was saying initially, which was just like, calm down, breathe, everything's gonna be okay, none of that was working. So he just sire bonds her into turning off her emotions. Stefan does try to stop him, but it is too late. We get this incredible shot of Elena's face where she's hysterically crying, and then it slowly stops, and then it fades to absolutely nothing, and it pulls back, and it's just her sitting on the floor with Damon in front of her, and Stefan and Caroline watching. Everybody's scared. Also, yeah, Jeremy's also in the shot. I hate it here. Caroline calls Tyler again, and this is when she tells him, like, look, Jeremy died. And I didn't want to have to tell you that over the phone, but you need to call me. Like, I understand you don't have your phone anymore. I get it, but like, this isn't gonna work. I have to be able to tell you what's going on. This is really bad. Your friends need you to come back. Matt takes Bonnie home, and once again, she's spewing the like, it's okay, I'm gonna bring him back. We don't need to be worried about this. She gets out of the car and goes to go inside. This is the real Ratty Maddie moment right here for me. He does not watch her go all the way in the house. He just drives away. So of course, before she can get inside, Shane pops up and he's like, hey, what's up? I've been waiting. He says her friends are just scared and they just don't understand what's going on. And she's like, don't think I didn't realize that the 12 humans that died at the Young farm were just a sacrifice. They don't get to come back because they're not in supernatural purgatory like the hybrids. They're just dead. And he's like, don't worry, Bonnie. They were a sacrifice. Yes, but they found peace because humans are able to do that. So none of them are suffering. They're all okay. And Bonnie's like, that doesn't make murder right. And then he says to her that Bonnie, Silas, and Shane are the new beginning. Rebecca is still on the island, and she stumbles upon Shane's dead body. But then as she walks by him, he lashes out and grabs her leg and says, Silas. Matt breaks down on the side of the road. Not like his car breaks down, like he pulls his car off the side of the road, and then he just starts crying, and it's so sad. And I remember the first time I watched this scene, I was like, okay, he's gonna see Jeremy sitting behind him, right? He's gonna see Jeremy sitting behind him. But that's not what happens. It's just Matt in the car alone, and I hate it. We go back to the shot from the beginning of the episode of Elena looking at the picture of Jeremy, except now we realize that the reason why she looks so blank and sad is because she has no emotions now. So she's just staring at the picture, feeling nothing. Stefan is like, I can't believe you did that, Damon. That was a terrible idea. Damon's like, we had to do it. It was gonna kill her otherwise. Now we'll just bring her back slowly. It'll be fine. I'll just use the sire bond later and I'll bring her back. Stefan's like, you can't just turn it back on, because once you turn it on again, all of those emotions are gonna flood her and she's gonna be devastated twice over. Stefan's just like, taking her humanity away was a huge, huge bad decision. And Damon's like, what good is her humanity if she had nothing left to care about? And Stefan's like, Damon, she had you. Once again, Damon just forgot that she cares about him, and he didn't think she cared about him enough to calm down and take care of herself. So he just turned off the switch because he was like, I'm not gonna be strong enough to bring her back from the edge. I'm just gonna let her turn it off. Then the boys apologize to each other because they realize that nothing else matters. Watching Elena lose Jeremy just reminded them of how much they love each other and they don't want to lose each other. So that was a sweet moment. Elena goes back to the matches. They have one of those really cool, like their hearth has like a built-in matchstick lighter on it. So she does that, and then she lights the house on fire. Stefan's like, if you burn the house down, everything's gone. You can't get it back. And she's like, I don't want it back. And he's like, Elena, what if when all of this is over, you want to come home again? And she's like, I won't. The final shot is the three of them walking out of the house. This picture, so good. Walking out of the house while it catches on fire behind them. So yeah, Jeremy, my friends, Jeremy is gone. I'm so sorry. It's really sad, but it's kind of cool that he gets like a little Viking funeral since the Nordic connotations of the hunters that we saw. So that's kind of nice that he goes out that way. But I wish anything other than that would have happened. All right, how we all doing after that? Spoiler alert, Elena is not doing good, okay? So she's in the middle of the road doing the lie down trick that Damon learned from Catherine, waiting for a car to come by and find her. Stefan's really worried about her, and Damon is super nonchalant about it, mostly because Damon is afraid that he did in fact make a terrible mistake and he doesn't want to admit that. A car does stop to help Elena, and the lady that gets out, Elena starts trying to kill her. Don't worry, Damon steps in and is basically just like, you have to show some restraint. What's going on with you? And she's like, nothing, Damon. I don't feel anything anymore. No one saw this coming, but it was a really bad idea. Ugh! The bitch Haley is back. She's at this random truck stop in the middle of nowhere. Somebody tries to attack her, then Klaus shows up and saves her. She actually called him and told him where she was, and she's like, you promised me protection. And he's like, yeah, I'll give it to you. You need to tell me where Catherine is. We get an Elena in the shower scene because she's not normal Elena, she's spicy Elena now. So she's in the shower, she's listening to the boys talk in the other room. Stefan wants to take her to school and act like everything's normal because Damon's like, let's just have fun with this. Didn't work. Caroline thinks going to school would be a good idea. Also, Caroline is there because the boys have the only clean water in town, because remember, there's vervain in the water supply. So they have clean water. Caroline's come to use their shower. Also, she tells them that her mom needs help. So Stefan's like, perfect, Caroline and I will take her to school. Damon, you go help Liz. Elena comes out of the shower totally and completely naked in front of all three of them. So all three of them are just like, oh my God, Elena. And she's like, what? It's nothing you guys haven't seen before. And they're just like, okay, please put clothes on. And she's like, fine. And she gets dressed. She agrees to go to school because she has nothing better to do. And Damon's like, go to school, get involved, have fun, don't eat anyone. And she's like, yeah, okay, sure. At school, Elena sees a flyer for Jeremy's memorial, but then she also sees a flyer for a cheerleading competition. She crumples up the thing about Jeremy and tells Caroline she wants to be back on the squad. Caroline says yes, because that's what Damon told Elena to do. So she's like, cool, we're gonna get you involved in school again. This is a good thing. Damon goes to see Klaus and is like, hey buddy, I made a list of the things you're bad at. You can never seem to catch Catherine. You are so stupidly bad at that. And also, you don't hide your phone conversations. And then he flashes papers at him and he's like, I know you've been talking to Haley, you idiot. Where is she? Damon says, Catherine has the cure and she wants it for you. So why can't we all just work together and get the cure for Elena? You can have the hybrids you want and Catherine doesn't kill you. Doesn't that sound fun? Klaus is like, well, here's the thing. I do have Haley. And we don't know where Catherine is, so I can't help you with that. But the one vampire who might know, which is the one that was attacking Haley in the truck stop, he's like, I actually bit him. so he's probably not gonna be much help to you for very long. Liz tells Stefan that the blood is missing from the hospital, like literally the entire blood bag supply is just gone. Liz is like, I know it wasn't you guys, but who was it? And Stefan's like, I don't know, Liz. What can I do to help? And she's like, help me figure out who is desperate enough to take this much blood, because this is crazy and everybody's anxious now. The mayor's gonna start freaking out if I don't get some answers. We cut to Elena at the cheerleading competition. She's back on the Timberwolves squad. She sees a girl from an opposite team in like a blue outfit and like zeroes in on her. That girl goes out to the buses. Elena follows her, shows up on the bus behind her, and is like, hi, I like your ribbon. And the girl's like, oh, thank you so much. And she's like, I want it, give it to me. And the girl's like, well, I'm using it right now, it's in my hair, so no, get your own. And Elena's like, oh, okay. And then she attacks her and steals the ribbon. She goes back inside like nothing is wrong, and Caroline's like, where did you get that ribbon? It's not our school colors, why are you wearing it? And Elena's like, because I liked it, Caroline. And then Caroline sees the girl from the other school wearing a scarf. So now they know the sire bond isn't working because Damon distinctly told her not to eat anyone, and she did. Which makes sense because her emotions are turned off and the sire bond runs off of her emotional tie to Damon. So now everything's turned off and it's gone. Rebecca finds Damon, and at first he's like, go home, Blondie, I don't want your help. And she's like, excuse me, but only one of us was smart enough to bring my brother's blood so that we could properly interrogate the vampire that might know where Catherine is. And Damon's like, that was really smart. You're a genius. You can come with me. Klaus has Haley in his house with him. He's taking care of her. He's giving her food. He's keeping her safe. They're bonding. He wants the information that she promised him about Catherine, and she tells him that actually she doesn't know where Catherine is at all. She never did. She just met with Catherine a few times and worked for Catherine because Catherine told her if she did, she would help her find her real family. Stefan tries to talk to Elena at the competition. At first he's like, did you take the blood from the hospital? And she's like, no, Stefan, you think I'm that much of an idiot? And he's like, well, no, but I think you're being pretty reckless right now. And I think you need to be careful because I know what it's like to go off the rails like this, and it's not good for you, Elena. You need to stop. And she's like, oh, really? You think I'm gonna be like you? That's the biggest issue here? Whatever. And she leaves. So he's not enough for her right now. No one seems to be enough to bring Elena back from the edge. She goes out to cheer with the girls. We get this fun scene of the Timberwolves doing a little choreographed cheerleading number. Caroline goes up to the top of the pyramid, and when she comes back down, Elena just backs up and Caroline falls in front of everyone. So Elena runs off, and then Stefan chases her down in the parking lot and basically calls her out and is like, you know, this was really smart of you. You lied and pretended the sire bond worked. You got away from the school to go to a competition where all these new people had been bussed in, so now you can drink their blood. Stefan's like, good job, you're so smart. I know of a dive bar we can go to. We'll have some real fun there. He tricks her. She believes him that he's actually gonna like help her have fun, and then he vervains her and kidnaps her. Damon and Rebecca go to the town's hospital that they're in, and they see that the blood is missing from there too. But they know it can't be the sick vampire they're looking for because he would be too ill to do anything. Haley goes through Klaus's pictures and his art. He's got like charcoal drawings, paintings, pastels, all kinds of stuff. She's basically like, this is disgusting, this is trash, I hate this one's so ugly. Ew, what is this? Stupid. Then she finds one and she's like, this one, it doesn't make me want to puke. So stupid, okay? Then he launches into this whole thing where it's like, painting is a metaphor for life, and it gives me this feeling of being in control of everything. So that's why he's a painter, because on the page, he can just do whatever he wants and he's in total control. He thinks life is actually like that too, and as long as he doesn't let anything stand in his way, he can have anything and everything and anyone that he wants. They suddenly get weirdly flirty with each other. She brings up that she doesn't want him chasing Tyler, and then she says, I think you let him go because you know that if you kill him, Caroline will never forgive you. Klaus is like, actually, for your information, little Miss Wolf girl, I let him go because running forever and being eternally terrified is punishment enough. It would be too easy to kill him. And Haley's like, yeah, okay, you're lying. She admits then and there that she did in fact have a thing for Tyler, and she did in fact want to get with him. She was lying the whole time. She says Catherine has a little network of helpers, and that's how Catherine was able to get away from him for so long and hide from him so well. And he's like, do you know the names of these little helpers? She gets all weirdly flirty again, and she's like, maybe I do. Maybe I could even tell you a few of their names. No, what's going on? Elena wakes up with Stefan. And when she realizes that they've like kidnapped her for the day, she's like, whatever, I don't care. She starts changing in front of him again. He's like, are you gonna keep doing this? Like, are you just gonna keep trying to manipulate me? Like, this is exactly how Catherine treated me, okay? So I know all about this. And she's like, don't compare me to Catherine. Catherine was terrified. Catherine was running. I'm not scared of anything, Stefan, because I don't feel anything anymore. And then she like looks him up and down and she's like, I remember you. I remember hooking up with you, but I don't care anymore. It doesn't matter to me. He says he does care because he brought this into her life and he wants to help her fix it. She's texting through all of this and he finally like tries to snatch the phone away from her and she's like, look at yourself, Stefan. You need to turn it off, okay? You're so obsessed with me even when you're mad. Then the door opens downstairs and he realizes that she was texting everyone. So there's a huge raging party happening now, right now downstairs. She's like, you didn't want me to be at the party, so I brought the party to me. Caroline shows up and she's like, wow, this is a lot. What are we gonna do about this, Stefan? And he's like, you know, I'm not gonna do anything because either they drink all the booze and then they leave, or Damon will come home and he'll kill them. They agree to just like watch Elena, keep an eye on her, make sure she's like decently safe, and just let the party unfold. Then Caroline is like, you need to get out there, Stefan, because you, look at you, you're handsome, you need to just find a girl and you need to have fun. He's like, what, I'm just supposed to find a girl and throw over my shoulder and dance with her? Like, that's what I'm supposed to do? And she's like, yeah, Stefan, you should be doing that. You should be having a good time. So he's like, okay. And he just snatches Caroline up, throws her over his shoulder, and she's like, no, Stefan, I didn't mean me. And he takes her out to the dance floor. Damon bites a nurse while she's leaving at the hospital so that that nurse can act as like bait for the sick vampire to come out because now it's nighttime. So he's like, wherever he is hiding, he will have to come out. He will smell her blood. He will get her. It works. The vampire shows up. Damon grabs him, gets him pinned to the tree, and then he recognizes the vampire and he's like, Will? And the vampire goes, Damon? And then he's like, Damon, I'm really sick, man. Something's wrong with me. And Damon's like, yeah, buddy, I know what to do. And he rips his heart out. Rebecca freaks out on Damon and she's like, what the heck, dude? We were supposed to interrogate him. And he's like, it doesn't matter, Rebecca. He was too far gone. There was nothing we could do. I just put him out of his misery. Klaus tells Haley that now that that vampire is dead, she can go because nobody else was sent after her. So she's safe. Haley's like, you know, I could be persuaded to stay if you really wanted me to, if you'll let Tyler go. I'll tell you who Catherine's friends are if you let Tyler go. Klaus is like, absolutely not. I'm not freeing Tyler from this. She's like, well, then I guess I'll never get my shot with Tyler, and you won't get yours with Caroline. Then she gets all up in his business and is like, you know why I liked that one painting? Which I would like you all to know. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find a shot of it, but just picture this in your heads, okay? It's like a forest. There's a little bit of sunset color, and then there's a man looking out into nothing. That's the painting that she's talking about, okay? So she looks at him in the eyeballs, and she's like, I liked that painting you made because I could see how truly twisted you were. Again, forest, man silhouette looking at nothing. That's the whole painting. He's like, so, are you going or staying? She's like, you're the one who likes to be in control. You tell me. Music starts to play and they freaking hook up. I'm gonna vomit. Klaus, of all the decisions you've made, you killed Tyler's mom, dude, and I'm more mad at you about this scene right here, okay? Oh my God. Elena is just throwing down at the party, just having the time of her life. You know who else is having the time of their lives? Caroline and Stefan, because they are dancing. That's right, you heard that right. Stefan is dancing. I'm realizing right now that Stefan actually dances with all of his love interests except for Elena. Excuse me? What's going on there? Elena goes to them and is like, look at you two. Don't you guys look so cute together? And Stefan's like, what's up? You jealous or something? And she's like, no, Stefan, because in order to be jealous, I would have to feel something. And as I already told you, I feel nothing right now. Liz shows up and is like, what's going on? Elena's like, oh, you know, just general underage fun. Don't worry about us. We're fine. But Liz is like, yeah, no, Elena, we can't be doing this. I'm shutting it down. Everybody needs to go home. Elena's like, Liz, don't be a party pooper. And when Liz insists, Elena like attacks her and shoves her up on the wall. Caroline very quickly like intervenes and stops that from happening. But in that distraction shuffle, Elena escapes. And Damon comes home and sees everybody throwing down and is just like, all right, I guess we're having a party. Let me have that bottle. And he just takes a bottle from somebody and is like, thank you. Drinking. He's having a good time. Rebecca shows up and she's like, I know that you knew that vampire. What's going on? What were you hiding? What are you running away from? And Damon's like, Rebecca, look, sweetie, you don't actually want to be a human, okay? You think you want that, but you don't. Look at all these idiots around us. They're these boring, lame, unremarkable humans. We are so much cooler than them, so losing the cure is the best thing that's ever happened to you. Let it go. Caroline and Stefan went looking for Elena. Caroline finds her first. They get into a fight. Caroline tries to reason with her, and Elena pulls out a stake and almost kills her. But before it can happen, the boys show up. Stefan grabs Caroline and Damon grabs Elena and they separate them. Caroline is distraught because she literally tried to kill her and Stefan's just like, get her out of here. And so Damon takes Elena away. Caroline calls Tyler one more time and just begs him, like properly begs him to come home because she really, really needs him. While she's like on the phone and hangs up, she sees on her phone that Matt texted her and said, come meet me at Tyler's house. Stefan apologizes to Caroline for Elena and is just like, you know, I know this is bad. I know it seems like we're not going to be able to help her, but we can't give up because even when I was at my absolute lowest, she never lost hope in me. So we can't lose hope in her, Caroline. We have to help her. Damon is in his room with Elena. He's digging through a trunk full of letters. Elena's like, I don't understand why you're so mad at me about this. Like, everybody needs to chill. You've literally tried to kill Stefan like a dozen or so times. Like, get over it. He finds what he was looking for and she's like, what is that? And he holds up like a postcard situation and he's like, one of life's many mysteries, but we don't know what it is and neither does she. Elena says that she feels amazing and she doesn't want to change. She doesn't want to turn her emotions back on. And she's like, why aren't you happy about this, Damon? Like, do you want me to be the scared little girl I was before? Like, is that really what you want? Because who I am now is not afraid of you. Who I am now doesn't care about how awful you've been. Isn't that what you've wanted the whole time? Like, don't you like me better this way? You really want me to go back to how I was before. And he doesn't answer. Caroline goes to Tyler's and can't get inside. She's like, Matt, what's going on? Matt shows up. He's holding a letter and he says, come in. She can break the barrier now. Then he says that Tyler gave Matt the house and he gives her a letter that's for her. The letter basically says that Tyler misses her and he hopes that she's okay, but he can't come home until all of this is over because it's just going to put everybody in danger. He's hoping that by giving Matt the house, that'll be kind of a safe haven for them and they can use that as a safe house and it'll keep her safe now that he can't do that in person anymore. She realizes in that moment that he's not coming back and she just breaks down and Matt holds her and they're just devastated together. I love this like full circle moment because remember, like originally Matt and Caroline were together and Tyler was like, I don't get why you like her. And then Tyler fell for her and Matt was like, oh, this is ridiculous. And now they're kind of all friends again. So it's beautiful, but they're separated. Haley and Klaus are in bed together and she's trying to sneak out and he sees on her back a little mark and she's like, yeah, it's a birthmark, dude. Have you never heard of them before? And he's like, that specific birthmark? I've only seen on a handful of people. It's a vampire clan from Louisiana. And she's like, excuse me, you need to explain right now. And then we cut to black. Liz calls Stefan and says they have a big problem. Stefan calls Damon and says, Liz just told me that all of the hospitals within like a dozen or so mile radius around us are completely wiped out. Who is stockpiling all this blood? That's right. It's Silas. At least that's who Stefan thinks it is. So Damon is like, look, buddy, I can't be a part of this right now. You're going to have to handle that on your own. And Stefan's like, what do you mean? Where are you? And Damon's like, oh, I'm in my car and I'm going on a little drive. I need to clear my head. Don't worry about it. Hold down the fort. I'll be home as soon as I can be. He hangs up on him. And then he's just driving in his car. And we see that Elena is with him in the car. And she's like, he's going to be really mad at you for that. And Damon's like, yeah, whatever. He'll get over it. And she's like, so where are we going? And he's like, place every vampire should go in their life. The city that never sleeps. That's right. Damon and Elena are going to New York City. Oh my God. The last shot is his car just like driving away down the road as they leave Mystic Falls. There's a couple walking down the street. They've just come from a movie. They're discussing it. They get like partially down the street towards wherever they're going, and they see a man passed out on the sidewalk, and they're like, oh no, what's happening? The husband or the boyfriend is like, go check on him, I'll go get help. The girlfriend goes running to the dude on the street. The boyfriend turns away to run to get help, and then we hear a scream and the sound of crunching bones. When the boy turns around, that's right, the girl is dead. The man is not there. The boyfriend's like, what's happened? What do I do? Music starts to play. It's a psycho killer. Who walks up? Who is the man that was fake passed out on the sidewalk? That's right, it's our boy. It's our boy Damon. This is 1977 in New York City, and the poor dude that he's about to kill thinks he's the son of Sam. He's not. He's the son of Giuseppe, but it's close enough. He's a serial killer. I have been waiting to show you guys this picture of Damon. I don't know what it is about this photo of him, but oh my God. In modern times, Elena and Damon also get to New York. She thinks that he brought her here to like look for the cure or something, like something's amiss, but he swears that he just brought her here to have fun because he was doing that in the 70s. He was having a great time. He was killing people. The city's so big. There's no way she's gonna get caught. So do what you want, Elena. Who cares? Stefan calls Damon and is like, I can't believe you even sort of thought taking her to New York was a good idea. And Damon's like, would you relax? I'm here following a lead. This is just a ploy. At least I'm keeping her safe with me. Calm down. And he says that the vampire that he had killed before, that Klaus had bit, his name is Will. He's like vaguely important. If I can find a picture, I'll put him here. He's a white guy. Brown hair. That's all you need to know. But Will was basically a vampire that made fake IDs for other vampires to help them hide from people. And Damon's like, I know for sure that he was helping Catherine. I just have to prove it. Elena shows up and she's got a fresh little haircut. It's very 2000s and she's got streaks in her hair now. Caroline is cleaning up after the party that Elena threw. Klaus shows up and Caroline's like drinking other people's drinks. And he's like, honey, there's gotta be a better way to handle whatever it is you're dealing with. And she just like drinks another drink in front of him. And he's like, sanitary. She's super pissed at him because remember he made Tyler leave town, so she's like, shouldn't you be off chasing Tyler? And he's like, that depends. Do you know where he went? And she's like, he's gone and he's never coming back. You scared him so much that he left town and he left the house to Matt and we're never gonna see him again, so thanks for ruining my life. He says Tyler made it his mission to hate Klaus and that Caroline can't hold it against Klaus for then wanting to hurt Tyler in retaliation. And she's like, actually, I can and I do, please leave. Stefan pops in and is like, I'm so sorry, new best friend. I called him because we need his help. I think Silas is in town. Bonnie is working with Shane, who is Silas. He's just, you know, still using Shane's face because he doesn't want Bonnie to know what he really looks like. And he basically is like, you need my help. I can help you. I'm the only one that can help you. He's just doing that same old manipulation thing. This is gonna be his shtick for a little while, all right? Until we get where we're going. Bonnie is thankfully still hung up on the whole, we need to kill 12 more people in order for this to work situation. And she's feeling like maybe that's not something she wants to do. Stefan and Caroline fill Klaus in on the whole Silas wants to bring down the other side and that would, you know, release everyone you've ever killed into the real world once again. And Klaus is understandably a little concerned about this. Damon takes Elena to his favorite club and is basically like, yeah, I was here. This was my favorite spot. Nobody will pay attention to you. This is the perfect feeding ground. Just trust me. Once it gets to be nighttime, we're going to be having the best time ever. Then we get a flashback of him and Will, and we learn that their whole situation with each other was basically Will being like, you can kill people in my club if you then give me their IDs so that I can resell them to vampires. And Damon got to eat people for free. So win-win for both of them. Damon went to go get another victim, and who shows up? That's right, Lexi, and she stops him. We cut back to the present very abruptly because Rebecca shows up and attacks Damon and is like, I cannot believe that you went on a cure chase without me. You're so freaking rude. I caught you. Damon is immediately like, Rebecca, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're not hunting the cure. I brought Elena here because this is where I was in the 70s when my humanity was off and I'm trying to help her. We go back to the flashback and that is why Lexi showed up, because she was trying to get Damon to turn his humanity back on because his humanity was off and he was just extra spicy, killing all the people. Elena and Rebecca bond, and she's basically like, I don't believe a single thing Damon is saying to me. He's lying and he's after the cure. I'm gonna find it first so that he can't make me take it. And Rebecca's like, oh my God, I love that you guys are so toxic. You're like perfect for each other. This is adorable. Stefan and Caroline and Klaus go through Shane's office, and Caroline finds a book about what Shane and Bonnie have been trying to do, and it's that thing called the expression triangle. So it's basically, you know, remember the witches can draw power from locations, at least witches that practice expression can. So this would be 3 different murders at the points of the triangle. At the center of the triangle, that would be like the location where all the power comes together, and the witch that is using it, this would be Bonnie, can like harness everything. They also figure out that the murders are 12 humans, so the young farm, 12 demons, the hybrids, and then 12 witches. So that's not going to be fun for Bonnie. We cut to Bonnie, who is horrified by this idea and is like, absolutely not, I will not be doing that. He explains, though, that, you know, she can bring them back. They're not actually gonna stay dead. It's gonna be fine, okay? And then he says that what's gonna happen is the witches are going to overwhelm her to try to, like, flush her out of expression magic, which, if you'll remember, that was what Abby wanted to do with her friends. So this could have already been done. We could have handled this already, but Bonnie ran away from Abby before, so now we're back. And Shane's like, yeah, once they try to flush you out, they'll have to link up to each other in order to be powerful enough to do that, because you're so strong, Bonnie. And then in that moment, you just have to kill one of them, and then they'll all die. Bonnie's dad comes home, and they get into like a little kerfuffle because Shane is like, you have to let me help her. And Bonnie's dad is like, what are you doing here? It's clearly not working. Leave her alone. And then Bonnie has an outburst that scares all of them. And she tells her dad, you need to get mom on the phone. We need witches to help me. At the club, the weird trio of Elena, Damon, and Rebecca start partying together. We cut to Damon and Lexi partying together, and Damon tells us that, unlike Stefan, Damon was able to feed with Lexi, so she wasn't as annoying, and they actually kind of had fun together. In the present, Elena starts feeding from people. Damon makes it all weird and sexual and starts feeding with her. And then he's like, okay, Rebecca, your turn. And then Rebecca takes over, and then he's watching them eat somebody, and I hate it. In the past, he tried to get flirty with Lexi during feeding time, and she was like, don't do that. In the present, Damon sneaks away and leaves Rebecca and Elena, but Elena catches him and is like, what is he up to? Where's he going? Damon goes to Will's office to look for whatever it is he's looking for about Catherine, and it is an absolute wreck. A witch comes to meet with Bonnie in the woods, and she is basically like, I'm gonna help you, you're gonna be fine, we've seen this before, we'll get it out of you, it's no big deal. And Bonnie's like, I'm really scared, and also I'm really, really strong, so we're probably gonna need more than just you. And the girl's like, you thought I came alone? And then 11 other witches come out of the woods, so now there's 12 witches and Bonnie. We see where this is going. Rebecca tells Elena that they should really just work together, since Elena wants the cure to keep the boys from giving it to her, and Rebecca wants the cure, so Elena could just help Rebecca get it, and then Rebecca could take it and everything would be good. Rebecca admits here, though, that the reason why she wants the cure so badly is because she wants a normal life and a family and, like, to have children physically. And Elena's like, see, that right there tells me all I need to know. You care about this too much, and you're a liability, so I'm better off working by myself. Rebecca hits her with, you know, I really liked the old Elena, surprisingly enough. Caroline and Klaus, you know, figure out the map, the triangle situation, and they realize that there's 2 different locations the triangle could be. So they're gonna have to go to both spots. Stefan bursts in and is like, we have to do something. Bonnie's dad just called me. We're in trouble. The witches start the ritual to cleanse Bonnie. It requires her calling the nature spirits back into her. She can't do that because she's got so much expression inside of her that it like hurts. So she's in physical pain. The witches are like, we need more power, and they link up. So they're just playing right into Bonnie's hands right now. The boys talk over the phone about what they're gonna do about creepy Professor Shane, and Damon is still searching Will's office while this is happening. Damon tells Stefan that he knows that Will had a customer that fit Catherine's description, and he's like, I'm so annoyed because now I know she was running from me, and I was literally helping give her the IDs in order to do that, so that's fun. He tells Stefan that he's pretty sure Will organized everything by birthdays, but he doesn't know Catherine's real birthday. Stefan hits him with June 5th, 1473. So that tells me all I needed to know. Catherine is a Gemini. I say that with peace and love as a Sagittarius, okay? We are, what is it called? Polar signs, and I have never had good luck with Geminis, okay? I don't. Damon finds the file. Elena comes in and catches Damon in the office, and she's like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, Stefan called. I just needed a minute of quiet, sorry. So they go back outside. And then we get a flashback of Damon continuing to explain what happened with Lexi. And basically, Lexi had shown up because he was being so reckless. She was trying to help him. It was super annoying. And every night, she would like insist that they get drunk, and then she would get him to talk about his feelings, and it was just like so annoying. And he was always like, this is pointless. What's this gonna do? Like, this is dumb. Lexi insisted that she needed to help him because when she first met him, he begged her to help Stefan. So this isn't what Damon wants out of life, and she knows it, and Stefan knows it. So they're trying to fix him, you know? Also, he can't have a relationship with Stefan while his emotions are turned off, but they're just trying to get him back under control. Damon lashes out and is like, talking about Catherine isn't gonna be the thing that helps me because Catherine isn't the person that I care about. And Lexi's like, you flipped it back on? When did that happen? He's like, I didn't notice it at first, but every night since then it's gotten worse. They have a shocking amount of chemistry together, let me tell you. If you didn't see that coming, neither did I the first time I saw it, but oh my God, this could have been something. So yeah, they bang in the club. All over the empty club, everywhere in Will's club. It's really respectful of them. This also makes me think of when Damon kills Lexi, and she goes, why? Like so pitifully as she's dying. Oh my God, do you guys remember that? Remember how they looked at each other? Elena feels absolutely no jealousy upon finding out that Damon slept with Lexi because she's like, whatever. She kind of has like an icky moment where she's like, on the bar? Ew, because she's leaning on the bar. And he's like, the bar, the roof, the dance floor, the door, everywhere. Like, it's ridiculous. So then she's like, ooh, I want to see the roof. And she grabs a bottle and like goes upstairs, and Rebecca watches them leave, very annoyed. Caroline and Klaus get into like a weird fight where she basically is like, it's never okay to fall for the bad guy because they're bad. And he's like, you've never felt the allure of a bad guy doing terrible things and then wanting to protect only you? And she's just like, no. Which is a damn lie, and we know it. Also, I love when Damon and Klaus have moments where they just call out the enemies to lovers trope, just slap us in the face with it. They're like, we know why you're watching this show. We wrote this for you. It's ridiculous. Oh, I remembered. Okay, Caroline and Klaus are in the woods looking for Bonnie. So they get to the spot where Bonnie should be, and she is not there, which means that our boy Stefan found her, and he did. So he shows up at the place where the witches are doing the ritual on Bonnie. He tells them that they have to stop because Bonnie is tricking them. She's working with Silas, and Silas has got her all manipulated. The witch, helping, just pulls out a knife and is like, if she's working with Silas, she is too far gone. There's nothing else we can do. And she goes to kill Bonnie. Stefan obviously steps in and is like, don't be doing that, dude. And she attacks him and throws him out of the circle so that he can't intervene. It ends up being Caroline that jumps in against Klaus's wishes, and she stabs the witch that's trying to kill Bonnie, inadvertently killing all 11 other ones around the circle. They just drop like little witch flies. It's terrible. Caroline then checks on Bonnie, and Bonnie looks up at her, and she has horrifying white eyes, and she's like, the triangle is complete. Absolutely not. Elena tells Damon that she's totally fine using the Lexi method to see if falling for him again will help her turn her emotions back on. She tries to get freaky with him on the roof, but he stands his ground and is like, we're not doing this while your emotions are turned off. We're not doing it. And she's like, why not? I want to. I want you. Why can't we just do this? You don't have to take the high road, Damon. Just do what I'm telling you to do. And he's like, no, I don't think so, because when your emotions get turned back on, you're gonna feel so guilty and terrible about all the bad things you do, and I don't wanna be one of those bad things, okay? So we're gonna wait. But then she like insists, and she kisses him, so he kisses her back, and then he goes, ha-ha! And he like pushes her away, and he's like looking for this because she was like getting handsy on his pockets. He holds up the paper he took from Will's office that she was trying to get out of his pockets, and he's like, I saw right through you the whole time. You think I'm an idiot? I invented this trick. Get ready. We cut back to Damon and Lexi on the roof after their night of hooking up. The sun comes up and she almost catches on fire. So she goes running to get inside. The door back down into the club is locked. Damon wakes up and he's like, oh, good morning. That took me all night to reinforce. I hope it holds. It was really hard not to wake you up. She's like, what are you talking about? And he goes, oh, well, I was just lying to you this whole time. I was faking it. I'm a liar. And she's like, your emotions aren't turned back on? And he's like, no, this was all a plan. So basically, he was so annoyed and upset that she'd been nagging him and trying to control him for 6 months that he just faked it and pretended to like her and do all of that in order to trap her there and then leave. Side note that's still really important, I'm like 90% sure they put a little eyeliner on him for these 70s flashbacks, and I want to thank whoever did that, okay? If it's just lighting, I want to thank the lighting people because, oh my God, he's so fine in this episode, and for what reason? What was the point? Elena's like, damn, that's harsh. And he's like, you're literally doing the same thing to me right now. You were attempting to do that to me. So yeah, once again, he's just trying to protect her from making the really bad, mean decisions because when she gets her emotions back on later, she's gonna feel really bad about everything that she does. He admits that that's why he killed Lexi, like the real reason why he killed her in Mystic Falls, because Lexi was like a walking reminder of all the bad things he'd done and he couldn't handle looking at her. He insists that Elena has to take the cure so that she can be back to her normal self. She says she doesn't want it, and then Rebecca shows up and snaps his neck when he's like, you're gonna take it and you're gonna enjoy it. Rebecca's just like, meh, and then Damon goes to sleep. Bonnie wakes up and Stefan's helping her. She had her memories wiped, so she only remembers getting the cure with Jeremy. She's like, Jeremy was banging on Silas trying to get it out of his hands. What happened? Did we not get it? And Stefan's like, oh, so much more than did we not get it happened, Bonnie. So then she has to relearn everything, including the fact that Jeremy is dead. Klaus and Caroline have a truly epic scene in the woods, okay? Small reminder that she lashed out at him earlier and upset him. So they're sort of in a fight right now, okay? They bury the witches and she is like going off on him because she's like, I can't believe you were willing to let Bonnie die. Like, instead of stopping the witches, you were just gonna kill Bonnie. He's like, yeah, well, you killed 12 people instead of just killing Bonnie. So that's on you, dude. I didn't do that. She starts to cry because she feels terrible about having killed those 12 people. And he leans into her and is like, oh my God, are you upset? You look like you're in need of comfort, Caroline. Why don't you go find somebody less terrible that you can relate to? Ah, he's done a lot of things. This moment I respect. I respect this moment just a little bit. And then she leaves because look, the double standard is there, okay? They all do some really fricked up stuff over the course of this show. And I can't stand the moments where certain people, whether it's Stefan or Caroline or Lena, are like, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you did this one thing that I don't like, this one thing that's personal to me, so it hurts more. Because it's like, y'all all do things. You all do terrible things, okay? So just calm down. Nobody's good. Nobody's bad. You're all just doing your best. And sometimes your best is really not great. So Caroline runs off, and then Silas shows up, still in Shane's body, and he thanks Klaus for burying the witches because he's like, this massacre was the one that like I was looking the least forward to, so thank you for handling this. The girls left Damon on the roof and stole his car. Damon has to call Stefan to tell him this, but it's okay because Stefan also messed up because now Bonnie has all the power she needs to do what Silas wants. So nobody won tonight on the Salvatore team. Silas tells Klaus that if he brings him the cure, it will for sure not be used on Klaus. Klaus is like, you don't scare me. Freaking Shane pulls out the white oak stake that he took from Rebecca and is like, are you sure about that? Klaus, you sure you're not scared? Klaus rushes him because Klaus has never felt fear in his entire life. And Silas gets the better of him and stabs him with the stake. That's right, the one weapon that can kill an original gets shoved into Klaus's chest. Don't worry though, it's like off center from his heart, so it doesn't kill him, but it hurts. And this is really the first time that we've seen Klaus in genuine danger. So Silas just walks away and is like, get me the cure or I'll do worse. Yeah, I think you will. I think we should maybe consider giving it to him, Klaus. We open episode 18 with Elena pulling her and Rebecca off the road into a random little town and being like, I'm bored and hungry. We'll continue the road trip in a second, because they're following that lead that they stole from Damon. Rebecca is like, get back in the car because we need to go right now. I want the cure before Damon finds it, and they're probably already after us, so we need to stay ahead of them. Elena is like, shut up and let me eat. She goes to attack this random lady on the side of the road, and the lady looks up at her and goes, oh, Catherine, sorry, you scared me. Excuse me? They realize that Catherine has compelled this entire town, okay? This woman specifically is like, oh, well, we're just supposed to keep her secret for her. I can't tell you what the secret is. I don't know. What secret? I don't know about a secret. So every time they try to like ask her specific questions, they can't unless it's Elena asking, because the girl thinks Elena is Catherine. The boys found Damon's car about 100 miles away from where Elena and Rebecca are right now, so they're on their trail. We cut to an absolutely incredible scene of a sweaty, shirtless Klaus trying to dig the piece of white oak that is still in his body out of himself. Caroline shows up to comfort him, and she's like, oh my God, you're dying. This is gonna kill you. Oh no. And she's like showing him kindness, and she gets all up on his face and holds his face. And then she's like, why would I let you die though, when you still haven't brought me the cure? And we hear this little like rattlesnake sound, and Klaus goes, oh my God, Silas, get away from me. But he's really hurt. Klaus is like, as I said, sweaty. It's not good. He's like fevered. He's in a lot of pain. Things are not good for him. Silas says, I used to look like Shane. Now I look like Caroline. Who will I look like tomorrow? I'll keep tormenting you until you give me the cure. And then Caroline leaves. Rebecca and Elena find Catherine. After a scuffle, they get her cornered in the diner because Rebecca is much stronger than Catherine and much, much scarier. Catherine picks on Elena about her switch being off and how bad that must make the boys feel and blah, blah, blah. Catherine tries to leave, and then Rebecca stabs her with a fork to keep her in place on the table, and Catherine admits that she took the cure to give to Klaus as a bargaining chip for her own freedom. And she's like, look, I swear, that's all I want it for. I'm different now. This is what I want. I just want to be free. I promise. Like, I'm just going to give it to him. So Elena doesn't believe her one bit and is like, yeah, why would we ever trust you again? Rebecca takes Catherine's phone, and then inside of it, they see that she's got a note to herself in her calendar that says, meet with M. Like E-M, like Emily. So Elena decides she's gonna go to that meeting in Catherine's place. The real Caroline shows up, and she says that he's been calling and calling and calling her, which I think is so cute, okay? At first, he thinks it's Silas, and he's like, stop tormenting me, leave me alone. And then Caroline's like, tormenting you? I'm planning senior prom right now on my own, and you're calling me constantly, okay? Leave me alone, Klaus. What do you want? He's like, oh, Caroline, it's really you. And then he tells her that he got stabbed by the white oak stake, and there's still a piece of it moving around in his body, and he can feel it getting closer to his heart. She laughs in his face at first, but then he reminds her that if he dies, the entire line dies. So her, Tyler, all the friends, they're all gone. The boys end up in freaky Catherine Town, and Stefan wants to know what Damon's plan is for helping Elena. Like, what are they gonna do? And Damon's basically like, we have to save her, because when she gets her emotions back, it's gonna be really bad. She's gonna be so upset. So without a doubt, we have to make her take the cure. Elena takes Catherine's jewelry and jacket and shoes, and is like, I'm gonna go meet with M. So she leaves to go meet with this person, and we see her waiting at this like gazebo thing. In the diner, Rebecca tells Catherine how she was always like kind of intimidated by her, and she was always anxious to meet her because Catherine always had these men wrapped around her finger, like both the Salvatore boys, her brother Elijah, like everybody seemed to love her so much. And yet here she is, this awesome woman, in a town where she had to compel everybody to like her. So she's really kind of pathetic. And Catherine's like, and why do you want the cure again? So you can be human? So you can be perfect and have a do-over at life? Newsflash, Even once you're a human, all the things you hate about yourself are still gonna be there. But before Rebecca can kill Catherine, because she's absolutely about to, the boys show up and they're like, where is Elena? Elena is waiting at the gazebo. From behind her, somebody goes, Katerina? That's right. That's right. That's right. He's back. He's back, people. Here he is. Oh my God. So Elijah's there and she's like, Elijah. And he comes up to her and he's like, you colored your hair. I like it. And he touches her face and he kisses her. And I'm just gonna say it, Elena is so into it. She like melts into it. Which is so funny because her emotions are turned off. And even with her emotions off, she's still just like, oh, this is a good kiss. It's ridiculous. He's like, so do you have the cure? And she's like, oh, it's in a safe place. Why don't I go get it and I'll bring it back here? She goes to walk away from him. He grabs her arm and is like, where's Catherine? Elena? I love this man so much, okay? Remember how I told you guys how annoying it is that straight or curly hair equals Catherine or Elena to everyone at all times, okay? The boys have kissed her, and Stefan did figure it out. I'll give him that, okay? But he's also fallen for it in different situations too. Elijah gets one kiss and like 2 minutes of time with her, and he's like, that's not my girlfriend. Who the fuck are you, Elena? Where's my girlfriend? And I love him for it. Boys try to get Catherine to tell them where Elena is, but all she'll say is that at this point, she's probably in the morgue because she went to meet a friend of hers and that person absolutely would have figured out that it wasn't really Catherine and killed Elena without thinking about it. And they're like, who's your friend? And she's like, oh, you probably know him. He's an original brother, you know, really good taste. And Rebecca's like, Elijah is here? He's been here the whole time? And the boys are like, I don't know about, you know, incredible taste because he picked you. And she's like, so did you guys. And then she goes, did I say friend? I meant friend. And all three of them are like, ew, what? No! Like, everyone's just disgusted. It's so comical. Stefan decides to go after Elena and save her from Elijah. And then Damon and Rebecca are like, we're going to take Catherine and we're going to go get the cure. Catherine starts to be a bitch. And then Stefan is like, you know, we know what you're doing here. You're lying to Elijah just like you always lie to us. We see through it. So if you say that you need the cure to barter a deal with Klaus, what you actually mean is you're trying to get Elijah to make a deal with Klaus. You're just using him. We all know that now. Caroline's cutting the piece of wood out of Klaus and she cannot find it, so she's just kind of digging around in there. It's really gross. The sound effects of this season are a lot to deal with. She hurts him and then says she's sorry when he yells, and then she's like, no, you know what? I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all. Like, you deserve this. You don't deserve to have help. If you want me to help you, you're gonna do something for me, and you're gonna let Tyler come back into town so that I can see him again. Stefan calls Elijah. The two of them are at a stalemate between giving Catherine and Elena back to each other. Elijah wants to talk to Rebecca because he cannot believe she's involved in this, but she obviously can't come to the phone because she's with Damon. Elijah tells Stefan that Catherine and Rebecca hate each other, and the second Catherine gives Rebecca the cure, Rebecca will just kill her. And he says that if anything happens to Catherine, he will descend upon him, which is, that's a choice, Elijah, honey. I stand by you. I stand by it. He'll descend upon him. He will. He's gonna do it. So he hangs up. And then we see Elena is with Elijah. She's unharmed because he's not gonna hurt her. And she's like, what happened to you? You're supposed to be a man of honor and you're with Catherine? Ew. He thinks they're working together, but then Elena is like, you're an idiot. She's tricking you. He says he knows exactly who Catherine is and he knows what she's done, and he still chooses to believe that this time she could be telling the truth. She's like, you're an idiot to believe her. Catherine always lies. He says that Catherine told him the truth about Elena's change, the fact that she's a vampire now. So that's interesting. And then he's like, but you're not yourself. Something's off about you. Your emotions are turned off. Oh. So he wants to know why her emotions got turned off. And she tells him that Catherine killed Jeremy, which he did not know. Catherine takes Damon and Rebecca to her house, which does not look like her house. So they kind of pick on her about the decor and everything. And they're like, what is this? Like, where is it? Where's the cure? She goes looking for it in the safe in the living room and it's not there. And she's like, somebody must have taken it. Damon's like, do you think we're stupid? Rebecca, go check upstairs. So Damon starts searching the downstairs area and he proves that he knows Catherine really well because she says to them like, you know, quit picking on my decor, quit picking on my outfits and my choice of town. Like maybe you guys don't really know me as well as you think you do, because it's this kind of like small random town somewhere in the South, and they're all just kind of like, why are you here? Like, why aren't you living somewhere like New York or LA? Like, you shouldn't be here. But she insists that like this is where she wants to be, and they just don't know her very well. Damon proves, just kidding, girl, I know you so well. He notices that there's no fish in the fish tank, and then there's a treasure chest at the bottom of the fish tank. When he reaches in though, it's vervain. So he's like, that's not gonna work. Catherine freaks out that he figured it out. She dunks him under the vervain water so that he gets like burned all over his face, throws him down on the ground and gets the cure herself. Then Rebecca comes back downstairs and is like, give me the cure. And Catherine's like, do you want the cure or do you want to kill me? And she throws the cure in the air. Rebecca catches it and Catherine gets away. So then Damon tries to convince Rebecca not to take it. And he's like, just hold on a second. Let's talk about this. We can talk about this. So he's hurt. He's on the ground in a lot of pain. And Rebecca's like, give me one good reason why you really want Elena to have the cure, Damon, because I want it. I want to be a human. Why do you want Elena to have it? He hesitates and she takes the cure. Right as she's taking the cure, Stefan comes in, sees it happening, and is like, what? No! And then Rebecca passes out. Klaus is really hurt, but he won't give in to Caroline. She's like, if you want to be friends the way that you say you do, you need to prove it, and you need to let Tyler come home. He says he won't bend to her or anyone else. She's like, what's wrong with you? I'm extending a hand to you. I'm trying to help you. After everything you've done, I should not be doing this, and I'm doing it, and you're still gonna be an ass. She goes to leave, and then he like flash jumps in front of her, and he's like, don't turn your back on me. And she's like, I should have turned my back on you ages ago. And then it goes quiet. So they're really close to each other, screaming. It goes quiet. And Klaus is like, it's gone. And she's like, what? And he's like, the pain. So it was just a hallucination. How scary is that? Then he takes her hands and he's like, you got my mind off of it. Like, I thought of something else and the pain stopped. Like, thank you. And she's like, if Silas can do all of that to you, what the heck can he do to the rest of us? Stefan doesn't believe that Damon actually tried to stop Rebecca, and Damon is like, are you kidding me right now? I was vervained. I was in a lot of pain. I did my best. Then Rebecca wakes up. Elena and Elijah are still together, so they're talking, and he says that he knows what it's like to lose a brother, and he hopes that one day she can find her way back to herself. Elena tells him again that the Catherine that he knew and loved is gone, and he needs to give up on her because like that sweet little peasant girl is not coming back. He's like, what kind of man would I be if I didn't try to find my Katerina underneath this like new Catherine persona? Like, she's in there somewhere. And Elena's like, why are you boys like this? Like, why do you think that you can just fix us and bring us back? Like, sometimes people just change, Elijah, and that's what's happened to Catherine. But he says that she can't blame them for having hope. She brings up the fact that he wrote that letter to her that one time where he called her compassion her greatest strength. And he's like smiling at her and he's like, I'd like to believe that that could still be true one day. And she's like, oh, well, I burned the letter. Just like I burned my house down with my entire old life in it. So I'm not coming back, okay? You guys need to give up on me. And then Catherine shows up and snaps her neck. So Elena drops. And Catherine's like, sorry, I got held up. Stefan asks Rebecca how she feels, and she's like, I feel good, I feel great, I feel alive. And Damon's like, oh, alive means I can kill you now. He throws a knife at her, but she catches it. So she's still a vampire. They think maybe the cure was like a fake cure that was just like a really concentrated dose of vervain or something, and that's why it made her pass out. But yeah, Catherine still has the real cure. Catherine tries to leave town with Elijah, but he doesn't want to leave Elena's body. He's like, you killed Jeremy Gilbert. And she's like, yeah, I did. I don't know why everybody is so worried about it. Like, it doesn't matter. Nobody should care. And he's like, I care. Why are you so mad about Elena? She's like literally connected to you and you're so mean to her. Why would you take away the last family that she had when that already happened to you and you know how it feels? And Catherine's like, dude, I don't know why you're acting like I enjoyed it. Like, it just had to happen. It was a means of survival. And he's like, is that what I am? Am I just a means of survival to you? And she's like, no, what are you talking about? Elena is trying to get between us. And she like takes his face in her hands and she's like, I love you. I'm so thankful that you're helping me and we're gonna get this second chance to be together. He pulls away from her and she's like, you don't believe me? He says, I want to. It's my disease. I just keep wanting to believe you. But how can I when at every turn you give me a reason to doubt you? I don't know you, and I don't know if I ever will. When he goes to leave, she stops him and she's like, but Elijah, you gave me your word. Without you, how am I gonna broker a deal with Klaus? And he's just like, oh, goodbye, Catherine. And he leaves. Catherine goes to meet the woman that Elena first attacked in like the beginning of the episode. And she's like, oh, I kept your secret safe, Catherine. And she brings her the cure in a little box. Catherine goes back to Elijah and he's like, what do you want? And she's like, I just want to tell you that you're right. I've spent so much time running and lying that I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't know if the girl that you fell in love with when we first met is still there, but I'd like to know if she is. So she gives him the cure. She says she could give it to Klaus and she could try to kill him, but then she would lose Elijah forever and she doesn't want to do that. So he's like, how can I trust you? I could just be another man that you're messing with. And she's like, maybe, but I'm gonna let you decide where we go from here. And she just gives him the cure and she leaves. He looks at it for a moment and then he walks over to meet Rebecca across the street. She teases him for being with Catherine and she's like, I thought you were the smart brother. And he's like, well, we don't have any smart brothers. She wants the cure really badly. And at first she's kind of just like, great, wonderful, give it to me. And he's like, I want to make sure it's really what you want. Like, are you sure this is what you want? Because you change your mind really often. She says she knows it's a risk and it might not be perfect, but it's what she wants because she wants a simple life that ends when it's supposed to end. He asks why she's always seen their family as a burden, and he brings up the like always and forever quote that her and Elijah and Klaus did all those years ago. And he's like, that means as much to me today as it did all those years ago. Like, why don't you want to be with us? She says she'll always love them, but she needs to be able to live and die the way she chooses and not the way they think she should. Before he can give her the cure, Klaus calls and he's like, hi, sister, how's the hunt going? Just checking in. And she's like, well, there've been quite a few complications. Klaus, why don't you talk to one right now? And she hands the phone over to Elijah and he's like, complications speaking. And Klaus is like, oh my God, brother, what are you doing? Why are you involved in this? Oh no. And Elijah's like, yeah, so I have the cure and I'm in charge now. So I'll be home soon and we can talk about it. And Klaus is like, yeah, okay, come home. Sure, come on home and we'll talk about it like family. Klaus and Caroline have a little moment after this phone call and he thanks her again and she's like, yeah, okay. And she goes to leave and with her back to him, he's like, friends then? And it's like, the quiet friends then? It's so small. And she's like, I don't know. Are you gonna let Tyler come back into town? And he's like, He doesn't answer. She goes to leave. And then he goes, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not exactly like trying that hard to find him. And they smile at each other and then she leaves. Damon admits to Stefan that he let Rebecca take the cure, but he immediately regretted it and would take it back if he could. Stefan says they can't keep making the same mistakes and repeating history, so his plan is basically at this point to get the cure for Elena, make her take it, and then leave her alone and just get out of her life for the rest of eternity. They go to meet Elena at the diner because she called them, and she's like, so I don't want the cure, and I'm never gonna want the cure, and I need you guys to accept that. Can you do that for me? They're like, no. Absolutely not. She's like, if you guys don't get on board with who I am now, there are going to be consequences. And Stefan's like, Elena, we can't give up on you because you never gave up on us. Like, we have to do this for you. It's what you would do for us. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she kills the waitress. And she's like, this is the first body. If you guys don't give up on the cure, I'll just keep killing. How many do you want to deal with? Bye. Starts with Bonnie at Jeremy's grave. She brought him flowers. She's gonna talk to him. It's painful. And then Jeremy shows up and is like, Bonnie, wake up. And she's like, what? What are you talking about? And he's like, wake up, Bonnie. She wakes up in bed and her room is on fire. So thankfully she's able to put it out. But that's bad. Klaus and Rebecca are both trying to make cases for Elijah on who he should give the cure to. Klaus has basically made peace with the veil being dropped because he's like, our family would be together again if that happened, so we'd have Cole and Finn back, and Rebecca's like, shut up, you don't even like them. Rebecca's case is once again just like wanting to have a normal life and have a chance at a family and growing old and blah, blah, blah. Klaus is like, you're not really gonna give in to this, are you, brother? And Elijah is like, you know, actually I think I am, because I think our sister deserves to find her own happiness. Rebecca is thrilled. Klaus leans over her and is like, when you're sick and dying and begging for my blood, I will laugh in your face and then I will compel you to forget me. And then he leaves. He is 5 years old. Are you joking? Rebecca's like, okay, whatever. Give me the cure, Elijah. But then like a true big brother, he's like, so I'm not just gonna give it to you because we all know that you've got a hard time committing to things, okay? So I need you to prove it to me. I need you to pretend to be a human for the day. So she's not allowed to use any of her vampire powers. She's got to get through the whole day. And if she does that, she can have the cure. Elena and Rebecca are like weird friends now because everybody hates them. So they only have each other. Elena's basically like, I'm going to help you get the cure because then that way they can't make me take it. We haven't had an event in a little while, guys, but it's senior prom this episode. So get prepared. Bonnie and Caroline are picking up Caroline's dress. It's really pretty. It's like this pink flowy situation. Bonnie tells Caroline about the dreams she's been having, and she's really afraid that Silas is right and she's losing control, but Caroline convinces her, no, it's okay. You just need a break from like mourning. You're just really sad. Of course you're exhausted. It's gonna be fine. Elena and Rebecca show up, and Elena's like, Caroline, I love your dress. And Caroline's like, yeah, you helped me pick it out before you tried to kill me. You know, remember back when we were friends still, Elena? We leave that scene and cut immediately to Elena leaving Rebecca's house wearing Caroline's dress. So that's fun. Stefan comes to pick her up, and then Damon also comes to pick her up. So both the boys are going to prom. Caroline goes looking for Klaus, and he's like, I am not in the mood for this. I don't want company. And Caroline is like, I don't care what you want, Klaus, because I'm having a real issue, okay? My prom dress was stolen. Elena went to the shop, and she stole my dress, and she compelled the woman to give it to her, and I am livid. And Klaus starts to laugh. And she's like, this is not funny. And he's like, I know. And he like controls himself. It's so cute. I love them together. So then like when he gets himself serious again, she's like, I need you to go back into your creepy little trophy dress vault and get me something of royal caliber because I want to look so good that it melts Elena's face off. And Klaus is like, yes, we can do this. The boys get Elena to prom and it's gorgeous. Caroline did an immaculate job, okay? There's like this red carpet leading to the entrance of the dance, and on the like trees are these little screens that Caroline set up, and it's this like big memory collage of all the different seniors. So we're getting a lot of pictures of Elena and Matt, and Elena and Bonnie, and Elena and Caroline, and Elena and Jeremy. And the boys are like, this is good. She's gonna feel things while looking at these images. And Elena sort of does, and then is just like, oh, whatever, and like goes inside. Damon stops Elena from drinking, and she calls him out on the fact that he is way too old to be there, and he has the creepy comment of like, what badass seniors not complete with a date that's a little too old for prom? No, Damon, be quiet. He then uses the word boyfriend, and she's like, why are you calling yourself that? And he's like, are you gonna deny it, Elena? Am I not your boyfriend? I thought that's what we were. And she's like, I don't care what we are, Damon. You don't mean anything to me. What are you trying to do? Stir up emotions? And then she hits him with, that's really ironic, seeing as you, my sire, are the one who told me to turn them off. And I just know that this man would have lost his absolute mind over this phrasing in any other situation. Look me in the eyeballs and tell me I'm wrong. You can't. You cannot. It's giving that scene that went viral from the show about the priest. You guys know the one I'm talking about. You guys know the one. So anyway, Damon's like, If you don't care about me, why'd you tell me you love me then? Hi, Oliver. Hi. Oh my goodness. Okay, so as I was saying, Damon is like, if you don't care about me, why'd you tell me you loved me then? And she says that she only told him that because of the sire bond. And if he still thinks it's real, maybe he's the one who needs to get his emotions checked. Matt and Bonnie both try to reach out to Elena, but she shuts them down and she's really, really mean. She does also say in this moment to Bonnie that Bonnie is like a walking reminder of all the terrible things that have happened to her. Bonnie goes outside to get some air after this because she's really upset, and she ends up seeing Jeremy. And she's like, is this real? What's going on? And Jeremy's like, does it matter? Dance with me, Bonnie. And they start dancing. Stefan grabs Elena and forces her to dance with him. Rebecca tries to tease Matt about Bonnie, but he ends up just kind of getting annoyed with her and saying that they're just friends. Rebecca asks if he thinks she would make a good human, and he says no. Honestly, he doesn't, because he's never seen her do anything good the whole time he's known her. Stefan gets all handsy with Elena, trying to make her feel things while they're dancing, and he ends up like dipping her and getting real close to kissing her, and he's like, you really don't remember this? Your heart refuses to remember? She gets all in his face and she's like, what heart? And then she walks away from him. We see Damon in the background watching that happen, so I bet that was fun for him. Caroline shows up in a gorgeous, 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 gorgeous dress. Okay, Klaus delivered. Elena comes up to her and is like, what do you think of my dress? Do you like it? Caroline goes to bite her head off, and then Stefan's behind her and is like, nah, 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 nah. So she ends up being like, oh my god, I love it. It looks so good on you, Elena. You look beautiful. Love your dress. And then Elena leaves, and then Caroline is like, I can't believe I have to kill her with kindness, Stefan. Why can't I just kill her? It's unfair. They end up dancing, and Stefan basically says that he thinks he's more affected by like trying to, you know, romance Elena and bring her emotions back than Elena is. And he's like, I don't understand how that can be because I'm moving on. And Caroline's like, Stefan, you don't just move on. Like, you don't just say that and then magically it's happened. Like, you guys were in love with each other. Of course you're gonna struggle. He asks like how he'll know when he's actually moved on. And she says that she thinks he'll just meet a new girl and fall in love with her, and all of a sudden he'll be moved on without even realizing that it happened. Rebecca is trying to get April to make her prom queen, which is hard when she can't compel her. So Elena shows up and like slams April into the wall and is like, make Rebecca prom queen. April runs off, and then Rebecca and Elena are alone, and Rebecca's like, I can't believe you did that. Like, we're not supposed to be being mean to people. And Elena's like, look, do you want to win the cure or not? Do you want the perfect night at prom or not? Because you're a terrible person and you need your vampire powers to get people to like you, and it's not gonna work unless you let me help you. So just shut up and be quiet and let me do what I need to do. Bonnie and Jeremy are dancing, and it's 100% not Ghost Jeremy. It is Silas. Who saw that coming? We hear the snake sound. Bonnie figures it out. Silas is like, you need me. You're dangerous without me. Make anything catch on fire recently? And she's like, you did that to me? And he's like, no, Bonnie, but I can help you if you'll just trust me. Elijah took the white oak stake from Rebecca and gives it to Klaus as sort of like a peace offering. He tells him that he's gonna just need to run from Silas because the stake is the only thing that can kill him. So if Silas is just gonna torment him, he just needs to get away from him, and then Silas can't mess with him. Klaus is like, you know, I don't know why you're not more upset about this. Without the cure as a bargaining chip, I'm just gonna kill Catherine. Why would I not do that? Elijah's like, you won't do it because I'm your only... I know. What are we talking about? Elijah is like, you're not gonna kill Catherine because I'm your only living brother, and I'm asking you to give me this second chance with her and let me try to find love. Klaus says he already gave him that chance and he turned against him. So if Klaus runs, it will be chasing Catherine. And as Elijah's only living brother, he will spend the rest of his life ruining Elijah's. So it's very Damon and Stefan of them, this whole conversation. Elijah hits him with, what a hollow little life you live, brother. And then he leaves. Rebecca tries to get Matt to dance with her, but he refuses. And then she's like, please, this is every girl's worst nightmare. Like, please just dance with me. It's prom. So he gives in because he's Matt. She says she thought about what he said and she agrees with him, but she's still willing to try. She wants to be a good human. She wants to do the right thing. He says he doesn't understand why his opinion matters so much to her, and she basically says that he's like the epitome of human to her. So he's loyal and kind, and people like want him to succeed and want the best for him, and that's all she wants out of life. Caroline and Damon talk about how much the night sucks before she leaves for the after party. He gives her a sip from his flask and she says thank you. Bonnie shows up to Damon and says that they have a problem, and then she tells Damon and Stefan about the Jeremy situation, so now they know that Silas is definitely just body hopping, which is not good. Elena and Rebecca also find out about this because Elena's listening in, and then she tells Rebecca what she hears because Rebecca can't use her hearing. Elena admits that she's worried about Silas, not because of Silas, but because the people that she, you know, loved before on the other side would come back, and then that would be a real problem. April announces prom king and queen. Do you guys want to guess who it is? It's Bonnie and Matt. Oh my God. This is when Elena is like, you know, there's an obvious answer to this Silas problem. If we can't kill him, why don't we just kill his witch? And then she goes after Bonnie. Caroline goes to Tyler's because that's where the after party's gonna be, and he freaking shows up. Yes, they reunite. He's like, you didn't think I'd really miss prom, did you? And then they kiss, and it's really cute. Damon is outside watching the pictures and drinking, and then Stefan shows up and is like, what are you doing? You looking for Silas, or are you trying to figure out the cure? Like, what's going on here? You just look like you're drinking. And then Damon is like, you know, I thought you said you were moving on from Elena. I thought you were gonna leave. And Stefan's like, well, yeah, I am. What are you talking about? And he's like, well, you looked pretty boyfriendy with her on the dance floor. And Stefan's like, oh, are you serious right now, dude? I was her boyfriend, okay? We have history together. We have dates and countless hours talking and all these memories that y'all don't have yet because you were just a one-night stand that was probably fueled by the sire bond. Sorry. Damon lunges at him, and then Stefan stabs him, and we realize, because we hear that da-na-na-na-na, like snake rattle sound, that it's actually Silas. He tells Damon to stop messing around and that Bonnie belongs to him. Inside the room, Rebecca warns Matt that Elena is probably up to something and Bonnie isn't safe. Sure enough, Elena sneaks up on Bonnie and says that she wants her to stop being such a problem. But when Elena attacks, Bonnie is so much stronger and gets the upper hand, and then Matt comes rushing in and is like, what's going on? And Bonnie's like, I can't do this right now because she like made the lights explode and there's wind and she's like a danger to everybody, so she runs away. April also comes in and asks what's wrong. Elena grabs her and is like, remember when I told you to make Rebecca prom queen? She rips out her throat and she goes, you should have listened to me, and then just drops April's body at Matt's feet. Matt calls Rebecca in to help, but she can't because if she gives April her blood, then she's cheating and she won't get the cure. Matt is like, do you want to be good or not? Do you want to be human or not? Do the right thing. We cut away from them. The real Damon finds Stefan in the woods after the fake Silas Damon attacked him. They're both fine. As Jeremy, Silas goes after Bonnie again, and he's like, you're not fine. You need me. I can protect you, blah, 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 blah. The expression will consume you if you're not careful. She says she'll die before she'll let him control her again. Then she forces him away, and it does seem to work because he disappears, and she can't see fake Jeremy anymore, and she feels a little bit more in control, and then Elena shows up and attacks her. She does bite Bonnie, and then she immediately starts choking because Bonnie's blood was like poison to her when it went in her mouth. Bonnie stands back up and just brutally attacks Elena, okay? The bone crunching situation begins to happen. The boys show up. Damon's holding Elena, and Stefan's just like, Bonnie, stop. That's your best friend. Bonnie's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. That's not Elena. Elena's gone. And he's like, Bonnie, you'll never forgive yourself. Stop it. And Elena ends up looking up and being like, Bonnie, please. And then Bonnie does stop. So Elena lives. Bonnie is very upset that this happened though. Stefan asks if she's okay, and she's like, no, Stefan, on what planet would I be okay right now? And she just storms off. The boys get Elena up, and then they quickly knock her out because plan B was to keep her unconscious and on vervain so that they can force her to take the cure and become human again. Matt thanks Rebecca for saving April and says that he won't tell anyone what she did. Nobody has to know. She can still have the cure. And then he says that he was maybe a little harsh before, and she would make an okay human. Like, she did the right thing. Matt leaves and takes April away, and Rebecca's standing there all excited, and then just in time to ruin it, Klaus shows up and is like, what's up? I saw everything. I know what you did. You're not gonna get the cure now, ha ha ha. And she's like, why? Are you gonna tell Elijah? And he's like, no, you are. You're gonna tell him that you screwed it up because you can never do anything right, and you're always like one whim to another. You never know what you actually want. This was a stupid idea. You don't really want the cure. That's what's gonna happen. We cut to Elijah waiting at home and Rebecca showing up and him being like, how did it go? Did you have a good night? And her being like, oh, I had the best night ever. It was amazing. Like, I had such a good time. There were complications, but I passed all your tests. Like, I did it. We go back to Rebecca and Klaus is like, I'm done arguing with you about this. Thankfully, it no longer matters. This is the last conversation we have to have about it. And he goes to leave, and Rebecca is like, what are you talking about? What does that mean? Cut back to Elijah and Rebecca talking on the porch, and Elijah's like, I'm so proud of you. I'm so excited for you. I hope it's everything you want. And he gives her the cure, and she's like, thank you. I guess it's time for me to turn into a pumpkin now. She goes up the stairs. The snake rattle sound happens just as Elijah's phone begins to ring. He answers it. It's Rebecca. He's like, where did you go? Because now the Rebecca that was supposed to be behind him is not there anymore. She did not go inside the house. Rebecca says, something's going on. Klaus is up to something. I don't know what's happening, but don't let the cure out of your sight. And Elijah has to be like, oh, that is gonna be difficult. So like, yeah, they really didn't have a smart brother, huh? Tyler and Caroline are slow dancing in the living room, and then he says he has to go because he doesn't want to get caught by the people coming to the after party. She says she understands. She gives him a kiss. She's like, thank you for the best prom night ever. Like, I love you. He says he loves her. Then he leaves. On the porch, Klaus is waiting for him. Tyler sees his entire life flash before his eyes and is like, it's over for me. I'm a goner. Klaus is like, I hope it was worth it to see her smile, to give her the best night. I hope it was worth it, Tyler. Tyler doesn't say anything. He is seconds away from peeing his pants. Klaus is like, in the interest of continuing to give her the best night and the night that she deserves, I'm gonna count to 5 before I rip out your heart. 1, 2, and then before he can get to 3, Tyler is gone. Damon and Stefan have Elena locked up in the crypt, but they put her in the coffin, so she's comfortable, okay? They're gentlemen about this. Damon admits that he saw fear in her eyes when Bonnie was killing her, which means that she's begun to let the trickle of emotions back in. I think across this episode, you see a couple moments of that, like starting with the picture situation where she's looking at the picture when she tells Bonnie that she reminds her of all the bad things she did, so she doesn't like looking at her even though her emotions are off. The big one though is really when she admits that she's worried about the loved ones coming back because that would be hard for her to deal with. I think that's a really telling moment right there. Klaus finds a note waiting for him once he gets back home, and it's got a K seal on it, so it's from Catherine. She says that she knows that since the cure is gone, like, they don't have anything that they can do as a bargaining chip anymore, but she has one last piece of information. She heard that there's a witch in New Orleans that is coming after Klaus, and if he'll go after her and find out what that witch is planning, it'll put hunting Catherine, like, to shame, and he won't want to do it anymore. She signs it with love and hate, Katerina. Bonnie goes down into what I can only assume is the Lockwood cellar, and she is like, I know you're in here. My locator spell led me to you. I know you're here. Come out. We hear Silas's voice from inside one of the cells, and he's using his real voice. He's in the shadows. His real voice sounds kind of weird. It's like kind of garbled. We learn that the reason he's been hiding and using other people's bodies is because Ketsia didn't just entomb him and like keep him trapped from the cure. She disfigured him horribly so that no other woman would ever want to love him again. All he wants is to die. And she's like, yeah, I believe you, and I want you dead too, so I'm willing to drop the veil in order to do that. She then asks to see his face, and he leans through the bars towards her, and we don't, like, there's nothing to recognize him or know who he is or what he looks like because he's so disfigured that he just looks like a very, very hurt dude. Then we cut to black. So episode 20 is called The Originals, and it is, in my opinion, knowing what I know, basically like a prequel or like the episode that gives you the beginning of the spinoff for The Originals. I'm not totally sure if they filmed in tandem but the storylines at this point, this is when everything branches off. So we'll still see characters from the original family in the Vampire Diaries as we move forward, but it won't be nearly as often anymore. And then I think that the originals is going to pick up at this point in the story. Knowing what I know. Again, I'm going into that spoiler free, so I don't know everything yet, but I know a couple things. So we open this episode with Elena in the basement. Remember, the boys are basically keeping her subdued and off of blood so that they can hopefully break her and get her to turn her humanity back on. She's refusing to beg for blood because begging would like be a form of desperation, which would be an emotion. So she's pretty much just like desiccating, and they're kind of both like, what's gonna happen? Are we gonna be able to break her out of this? And they're just hoping for the best at this point. Catherine just like shows up in the house and is like, hey, what's up? She takes a drink and she's like, hi, nice to see you guys. Did you miss me? Damon's like, you are really freaking bold. What are you doing here? Klaus literally lives here. And she's like, actually, Klaus is gone because of our little friend, the wolf girl, Haley. We cut to New Orleans on Bourbon Street. Haley is at a bar talking to a witch named Jane Ann, which, if you'll remember, is the one that Catherine said was like planning something to take Klaus down in her letter that she sent to him. Haley is looking for her family, but she can't get anybody to give her any information. And Jane Ann says that that's because people like her, meaning the werewolves, were run out of town. There's a woman in the bar watching Jane Ann talk to Haley. When Jane Ann like hugs Haley goodbye and Haley leaves, we see that Jane Ann has a little bit of Haley's hair that she like somehow plucked from her. We cut to Jane Ann and her friend, whose name we learn is Sophie. They're talking and Sophie is like, I don't think we should be doing this. I think we're gonna get in trouble. Jane Ann is like, that girl is the only way to get to Klaus. We have to do it. You know what you have to do. And Sophie goes off, and then Jane Ann is like staying in the graveyard, and after night falls, she starts doing some kind of ritual. Haley listened to Jane Ann, so she went right to the bayou, even though Jane Ann was like, be careful, that's the last place you want to go. Haley was like, absolutely, if there's info about my family there, I'm going, count me in. So she goes straight to the bayou as if nothing bad's ever happened to her and she's always had perfect luck. While she's looking at the map that Jane Ann gave her, Jane Ann is doing the ritual and it causes the map to combust into flames. Then her car breaks down, so she can't leave. This is like so scary. She even calls for help, and Jane Ann does something else that makes her phone mess up so she can't get cell service. People come out of the woods to surround Haley, and then Jane Ann blows out a candle. Haley collapses, and we see Sophie kind of catch her on the ground, so we know that they're all involved. Elijah and Rebecca discuss the fact that Klaus went to New Orleans to figure out what the witches were planning against him. Rebecca's kind of like, yeah, I couldn't care less. I hope he dies. Elijah is just like, well, I'm gonna find out whoever's after him, and then I'm either gonna stop them or help them, depending on my mood. Klaus is in New Orleans as well, trying to find info on Jane Ann, but none of the witches want to talk to him because of a man named Marcel, who they say is in charge now, and if they're caught helping Klaus, they'll get in trouble. Klaus goes looking for Marcel and finds this man singing in a club, like just full on singing a song in a club in the middle of the day. It's New Orleans, I know that, but it is such a funny character reveal. Like, I forget every time that this is how we meet this man. Klaus squares up with him and they have a little bit of like an angry alpha match against each other, where Marcel has these like bodyguards with him that are just like, what are you doing to our man? Leave him alone. And Klaus is just kind of like, hey, I've been looking for you. And Marcel's like, Klaus, wow, bold of you to come back to town. What are you doing here? Wish you would have told me. And Klaus is like, why? What would you have done if you would have known I was coming? And Marcel's like, I would have thrown you a parade. And then they start laughing and they hug. Marcel is a vampire. This is him again, in case you forgot. And Klaus is his sire. Marcel's inner circle are daywalkers, which is not great news because it means that Marcel has witches working for him / witches under his control. Klaus tells him that he's there in town looking for Jane Ann and that's really all he wants. And Marcel is like, no way, you're looking for her? Come with me. They go out into the street and all the vampires are like hopping around on the roofs. Nobody's being subtle about the fact that they have supernatural powers. Klaus is like, what's going on? They just act like this all the time. And Marcel's like, yeah, these are my night walkers. These are kind of the riffraff, you know, but I still love them. They're still my family. They bring Jane Ann out and Marcel is like, you are accused of practicing witchcraft. How do you plead? And Jane Ann is like, I didn't do anything. And he's like, we know you're lying. He's got eyes everywhere. And they saw her in the graveyard doing her little spell that messed with Haley. He says if she'll just tell him whatever spell she was working on, because the witches are allowed to do magic. There's just rules. So he's like, just tell me what you were doing and then, you know, I'll grant you mercy. I'm a man of leniency. I can be nice. And then before she can open her mouth to say anything, he's like peeling the leaves off of a switch, like a big branch in his hand, and he whips it at her and slices her throat, and Jane Ann freaking dies. Klaus is super duper pissed about this, but Marcel is like, relax. I just got caught up in the show. I was just proving how strong I am. You taught me how to do that, Klaus. Like, this is just how we keep control around here. Then Marcel tries to find out why Klaus needed Jane Ann so badly. Like, what did he even want to know? And Klaus is just like, I'm not telling you that, and like deflects and acts like, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Klaus goes to meet with Sophie, and this is when we find out that she's actually Jane Ann's sister, so that sucks. Vampires come in and watch them talk, so Sophie won't say anything to him. She's like, it's not safe. Marcel is in control of this town, and I'm not talking to you while they're present. Klaus then goes over to those vampires and is like, exactly what are you doing? Following me. They're like, oh, Marcel just wanted us to, you know, keep an eye on you. Like, we're just supposed to make sure you're okay while you're in town. And Klaus is like, do it again and I'll rip out your spines. Sophie goes outside to a little shrine that's been set up in the alley, and vampires come out and are like, you're doing magic? What are you doing? And she's like, I'm praying to my dead sister. Would you guys like to talk to her? Go ahead. And they're like, oh, you know, Marcel will be mad at you for doing that. And she's like, whatever, I don't care. She goes to go inside. They go to attack her, and then they just start getting picked off one by one. They get snatched, and then their hearts are dropping to the pavement, and Sophie's like, what is going on? And then a man drops down into the alley with her. Surprise! It's Elijah. I know. He loves to make an entrance. He's like, I'm Elijah. Have you heard of me? And she's like, And he goes, tell me what business you have with my brother. So then we cut to Klaus just like strolling through town, kind of taking in how crazy everything's gotten. The vampires are quite literally just like eating people left and right, drinking from them. There's like lots of partying going on. There doesn't seem to be any real order anymore, and so he definitely looks a little concerned. He goes up into the club where Marcel is at and storms in, kind of attacks the men. Marcel's like, what's going on here, dude? Calm down. Klaus is like, how dare you have me followed? Are you joking right now? Marcel kind of like calls everybody off. And then Klaus is like, why don't we go for a walk and you can show me around my town? We cut to Marcel and Klaus on the roof. Marcel's kind of explaining, you know, we're expanding every day. We're bringing in all these new jobs, all these new tourists, and all the tourists that come in are fresh blood for my people to eat. And then the humans that live here, I've just got them like turning their eyes. So nobody's saying anything about it because the economy's booming. And the witches, I've got them under my thumb. They're all afraid of me. I keep them in control. They see the bartender from Sophie and Jane Ann's bar down below on the street walking by herself, and Marcel's like, I'm gonna go see how brave she really is, and then I'm gonna decide if I want to eat her or not, and he like goes to maybe attack her. Elijah then shows up on the roof with Klaus. It's really fun because Marcel leaves and then Klaus is standing there and he's like, hello, brother. And then Elijah's there and he's like, hey, what's up? I need you to come with me. I know what's going on. I know why they're after you. I can tell you everything. And Klaus is like, no freaking way. How'd you find out? And Elijah's like, I am the smart brother. He takes Klaus to the cemetery. Yikes, Sophie is there. And Elijah's like, go ahead and proceed. And Klaus is like, what the frick is going on? She says, Marcel's out of control and we need you to help us stop him, meaning Klaus. Klaus tries to leave, and then Haley shows up and she's like, Klaus, please, you need to listen to what she has to say. He starts laughing and he's like, y'all think a one-night stand that meant nothing to me is gonna convince me to stay? I think not, and he tries to leave again. Sophie says that witches always know when something new is brewing because they're servants of nature and it's all connected. And then she's like, and me specifically, I happen to have the special talent of knowing when a girl is pregnant. And Klaus is like, what? Yeah, that's right. Elijah then goes, Niklaus, that girl is carrying your child. Haley is pregnant! When I tell you guys, I've never been so angry in my life. Oh my God. Klaus doesn't believe it could be his kid because he's a vampire and vampires can't reproduce. Sophie's like, vampires might not be able to, but werewolves can, and you were born a werewolf first, and when you activated your werewolf side again, oops, I guess this is a loophole. Jane Ann gave her life to prove that the baby was Klaus and Haley's, so whatever spell she was doing, that's what that did. And then Sophie's like, if you don't help us take down Marcel, we'll just kill Haley just to spite you. Elijah is like, what's the problem here? If you guys really need Marcel dead, I will go do it right now myself, no problem. But Sophie is like, no, there's a clear plan and we have to follow all the steps and rules. Klaus, very in character, is livid about being controlled and manipulated and bossed around. He's like, absolutely not. You will not be getting the upper hand on me. Do you know who I am? But Elijah steps in and is like, listen. And then it goes really quiet and Klaus can hear the heartbeat inside Haley's stomach. I hate this arc. I hate it so much. They're both stunned, shocked, absolutely flabbergasted. The whole room is just like, well, that's confirmation enough. Klaus even starts to get teary-eyed, y'all. Like, this is a very intense moment. But then, true to himself as always, Klaus looks over at Elijah and goes, kill her and the baby. I don't care. Klaus goes running away, but Elijah follows him. Klaus is like, this is a trick. I'm not stupid. And Elijah's like, this is a gift. This is a chance to start over the way we've always wanted to. Klaus doesn't want to be manipulated because he hates feeling like he's not the one in charge. And Elijah's like, so what if they are manipulating you? What does it matter if at the end of it we can keep our family safe and we can start over together? Klaus just really wants the power in the situation, but Elijah insists that family is power and it's time for them to stick together again and be the original family that they're supposed to be. Elijah then goes on to be like, I don't even know you anymore. I don't recognize you, but I know that you're my brother and we're supposed to be together always and forever. And if you will do this, I will stand with you and I will stay here and we will build a life together in New Orleans for our family. We can be together again as a family, as we're supposed to be. Just say yes. And Klaus says no. Elijah calls Rebecca and fills her in on everything, and she's like, I don't know what you expected. Klaus is terrible. He's so selfish. Of course he's not gonna help you. When are you gonna give up on him and realize that he's not worth redeeming? Elijah is like, I will stop when I believe there's no redemption left to save. Catherine was listening in on the phone call on Rebecca's side, so then she steps in and is like, I don't know what he's worried about. You know, of course Klaus is gonna give in. And Rebecca's like, why would you think that? My brother could care less about Haley. And Catherine is like, because he's just like me. We're super selfish. We're willing to do whatever we need to do to get what we want. But at the end of the day, we're really freaking lonely and we hate it. Then she tells Rebecca to tell Elijah to call her, which is gross. Klaus goes to Marcel. He wants to know what exactly Marcel did to get the witches to bow down to him. But Marcel is like, yeah, that's my business. I'm not telling you. Oh, goodness, be careful. Klaus says he left Marcel 100 years ago and Marcel was nothing. And now all of a sudden he's in charge. He has all this power. He has this huge family. Like, what's going on? Marcel is like, why do you want to know so badly? Are you jealous? He says he took over and he built on what Klaus left behind and now it's his town and the vampires are in charge and he's the one that got rid of the werewolves and he's the one that holds the witches down, so he's the one with all the power. He's the king of the quarter. Klaus does not care about bowing down to anybody, so he lashes out and bites one of Marcel's men. And then he's like, oops, he'll be dead by morning. Looks like I broke one of your rules. Too bad you can't kill me though, since I'm immortal. So who has the power now, friend? Klaus goes running off and he watches the artist kind of in the downtown square area. He sees this specific painter that's like going at it on the canvas, very similar to how Klaus paints. Then he sees the bartender from before, so I guess Marcel didn't eat her. He goes up to her. Now would be a good time. I think I showed you guys her, but she kind of looks like Caroline. You know, she got a vibe to her. So he goes up to her and she starts talking to him. We find out her name is Camille, but she goes by Cammy. She's very sweet. What is that? What? What? Stop. Ah. Oh my God. I am having a hell of a freaking time. They start talking about the artist that they're both watching, that painter. And she's like, I love watching them work because they all have their unique stories. Like this guy, it seems like he's in a lot of pain. He's very sad. He's seeking for control on the canvas where he doesn't have it in his life. You know, basically describing Klaus. So he's next to her being like, damn, this girl can see into my soul. And then she turns to him and she's like, I'm sorry. That was probably kind of weird. That's not true at all. That's probably not his story. And Klaus is just like, no, I think you were right the first time. And then when she goes to say, so, do you paint? He's gone. Klaus sits down on a bench alone, and then when the camera pans out, Elijah is sitting beside him. I love the way this man just appears places. Like, what is he doing? Klaus says he forgot how much he really, really liked New Orleans. And Elijah is like, I didn't forget. So Elijah says that he didn't forget, and this is one of the places that he remembers their family being the happiest. Klaus says that for 1,000 years, he's lived in fear of settling somewhere because of Michael and how he was chasing them, you know? But now he's got this like ability to, and he just sees Marcel in his city that he loves with all the things he wanted, like a family and power and all of that. And he's like, I want what he has. I want to be king. And Elijah's like, okay. And what about Haley and the baby? And Klaus goes, every king needs an heir. I live for that energy specifically. Elijah and Sophie talk about the plan that's in place. They need to go after the vampires that work for Marcel in order to hurt him before they go after him specifically. Klaus goes back to Marcel and his people. He says that he's sorry for the way he acted. He says that he sees now that Marcel succeeded where his family failed, and he understands that Marcel is in charge. Then he offers his blood to heal the vampire that he hurt so that guy's not gonna die. Then he says, you know, I know this is your home now, but I would like to stay a while if that's okay with you. And Marcel breaks into a grin and they make up. There's a parade and Klaus is watching it, and then he calls Caroline, and boy, does this one hurt. And he's like, I'm in one of my favorite cities in the world, surrounded by food and music and culture, and all I can think about is how I want to show it to you. Maybe one day you'll let me. And then he hangs up and he's smiling. Elijah goes to Rebecca and is like, good news, sister. We can go back to New Orleans. Let's head out. She's like, excuse me, but what about my hunt for the cure? He's like, girl, come on. You do not actually want the cure. You want to keep going to high school forever and ever and ever? No, you want to come with us and start over. Let's go. She's like, I wanted a human life and a family. How dare you tell me I don't really want that? And he's like, I'm offering you a family. The family needs you to come to New Orleans, but it's your choice. So if you don't want to come, I'll let you stay. And she's like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with Klaus. I don't want him to have an ounce of happiness. I'm not going. And if you're smart, Niklaus, you'll do the same. Catherine shows up and is like, yeah, Rebecca's right. They just want Elijah to be smart about this and realize that Klaus always turns on him and always stabs him in the back. And then Catherine is like, it's our turn for an adventure. It's our turn to start over. Like, let's just go run away together, me and you. And then Elijah holds her face in his hands. He goes to kiss her, and then he kisses her on the forehead and says goodbye. We circle back to the beginning of the episode. Damon goes to see Elena, who is still locked in the cellar. She's like, I'm hungry. Not that you care. He says, actually, I do. You're the one who doesn't care. And then he shows her a blood bag that he brought her, and he gives it to her and lets her drink it. She chugs that thing down and then immediately starts gagging, and he's like, oh, I put vervain in it. Sorry. Does that upset you? Does that make you angry? And she's just like glaring at him, and he's just living for this, okay? One thing about Damon, the man is consistent. So if you tell him to torture somebody, he's gonna do it, and he's gonna do it well. She lashes out and goes to run away, but then Stefan is there and he blocks the door. She's like, you boys wanna play games? Go ahead. Let's see who breaks first. Me or you? Alright, so episode 21 opens with Elena showing up to school. Caroline's there and she's like, Elena, oh my god, I got valedictorian! And then Tyler and Bonnie are there too, so they're all like walking up to senior year. Elena is like, what is going on? Something's wrong. I'm not supposed to be here with you guys. She realizes that it's a vision from Damon, so he's just like in her head right now. He shows up and he's like, what? I'm just showing you all the things you're missing since you're being a little brat and blowing off senior year. She complains that he's starving her, and he's like, if you keep refusing to turn your humanity switch on, there are lots of different ways of eliciting an emotional response. Damon comes out of the vision and pulls Elena out of like a little metal coffin safe thing that they're keeping her in, and he's like, how you doing in there? You doing good and you need a couple more minutes? And he like puts her back inside. He is not struggling at all with being mean to her and doing what needs to be done. Stefan, on the other hand, is pretty distraught. Caroline shows up and wants to talk to her, but Stefan is like, no, the whole point is that we keep everyone away from her. We need to make sure she starts to feel misery and isolation and desperation. Like, that's what we need. And Caroline's like, okay, well, you're already hurting her, so she's super sick and weak, and I can talk to her. She's not gonna be able to hurt me. Caroline goes in and talks to her and even brings her like a little bottle of blood that she like snuck in to give to her. She says she doesn't agree with the boys' methods because she knows Elena and this isn't going to be the way to get through to her. Elena is just really mean and is basically like, you know, Caroline, I don't think you know me at all. I don't think you know anything about me anymore. Also, if you think I'm terrible, just remember that you ran Tyler out of town and Klaus left without even saying goodbye. She says some stuff here about Klaus too that's just kind of, you know, mean on purpose, like saying that maybe Caroline just likes the bad guys and maybe she doesn't really have as good of a moral compass as she thinks she does, which is rich coming from the girl in love with Damon. But Caroline insists that they're best friends and all she wants to do is celebrate senior year with her. Elena is like, I can't believe you're graduating. You're gonna look so stupid in a cap and gown, pretending to not be a monster. And your mom's gonna be out in the audience watching you when really she's just gonna be waiting for you to leave so she can quit looking at you because you're a monster, Caroline, and you're pathetic. Then she says it's too bad Stefan stopped her before she could kill her. She goes to attack Caroline again. Caroline is like, what are you doing? Knock it off. Elena does not stop. Caroline snaps her neck. And then Stefan is there and Caroline's like, yeah, do whatever you need to do. She is really messed up. We cut to the grill where Rebecca is day drinking and Matt comes to see her. She says that Elijah and Klaus left town, so she's finally free. He says he's sorry she didn't get the cure, and because she is her brother's sister, she lashes out and is like, don't lie to me. I know you would have just given it to Elena if you could have. And he's like, wow, okay, so I meant what I said, and now I'm gonna go. You're mean. She stops him and then makes it worse by being like, I don't want Elena to get fixed. Elena's better now. I like her the way she is now. And Matt's like, girl, she's been my best friend for forever, and this is kind of all your fault. So knock it off. She's not supposed to be your little mean girl sidekick. She's supposed to be the girl I love. And because he's so upset, he's basically just like, if you're free now, why don't you just leave? Like, you don't have to be stuck in Mystic Falls, unlike me, who can't go anywhere. Caroline calls Bonnie and wants her to come kind of help keep an eye on Elena, but also Caroline wants to check on Bonnie and make sure she's doing okay. Bonnie refuses and says that she's fine and she knows that Silas can't control her anymore. She can see his true face and she's the only one who can do that, so she's not worried about him. She hangs up and then Catherine shows up. So that's great. The boys strap Elena to a chair in front of one of the living room windows and take her daylight ring so they can burn her. Once again, Damon's very good about this, but Stefan has a hard time with it. Elena's just like really over it and bored, and she's like, am I supposed to be scared right now? And Stefan's like, yeah, you will be in a minute. Focus on that feeling when it comes. She says if she does turn her humanity back on, she's just gonna hate both of them. Damon's like, it's worth the risk. They legit let her arm catch on fire and then put it out with a fire extinguisher. Elena tells Damon that when she gets out of this, she will kill him. And he's like, "Aw, that's so good. Look at you showing signs of rage." Then she tells Stefan that it must be nice to like pull back the curtain and be the one to let her get touched by the sun because, you know, she did dump him. So he's probably pretty mad at her and I bet it feels good, which is, you know, pretty vindictive. They just burn her again. Caroline and Matt are outside talking so that she doesn't have to fully listen to Elena being burnt. Matt's not doing too good. He just seems kind of off and sad in these episodes. Caroline's like, "I ordered your cap and gown when I ordered mine because I figured you'd forget. And also I got Elena's too. Like, I hope everything's ready when it's time. I just want to graduate and I just want us to be happy together again." He's like, "We're gonna get Elena back. This is going to work, I promise." Rebecca shows up with food. It's mostly for Matt, but it's also kind of an extended peace offering to everyone. She says that she's planning to stay and help Matt study since he's struggling in classes. Caroline is like, "You're struggling in what now?" Because he just didn't tell her. He's basically like not failing, but he's super behind and he's not sure if he's gonna graduate. So then Caroline, you know, is obviously like, "Well, I'm gonna be the one to help you study. I'm the best studier. I can do this. We can fix you." And Rebecca's like, "All hands on deck. Like, let's all help. I don't mind. We can help him together." And Caroline's like, "Who invited you? Leave the house. I'm gonna go get my flashcards and my study guides and my binders and my notes and my notebooks and my journals and blah, 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 blah." And then she leaves and Matt's like, "Whew." And Rebecca goes, "You dated that?" And Matt's like, "Yeah, she likes a project." When Caroline goes outside, she drops her keys before she can get into her car, and then she feels someone watching her. She turns around, and it's Klaus. He's like, "Hello, Caroline." Bonnie wants Catherine to give her the tombstone. She says that she did agree to help Silas initially, but now she's been hiding from him and just biding her time. She won't tell Catherine what she's working on, but she's like, "If you help me, I'll make it worth it for you." They stop burning Elena and she lashes out verbally to Damon again, and she's like, "The sire bond wasn't real and I was never in love with you. Everything was fake." That obviously hurts him a lot, and then she teases him about the fact that it hurts. Then she jumps out of the chair and rips open the curtains and catches herself on fire. Obviously the boys step in and stop her, and while she's like on the floor put out by the fire extinguisher, she's like, "Ah, see, I knew you guys would never hurt me. I'm the girl you love. What do I have to be afraid of?" Damon can't believe that she won't just turn it back on. He's like, "Every vampire turns it back on. What's wrong with her?" And Stefan's like, "She doesn't have anything to turn it back on for. Her house is gone. Her weird, creepy, you know, professor slash guardian slash dad is gone. Her brother's dead. What's the point?" They realize that they need somebody who will be willing to hurt her at least more than they will, that will actually elicit fear in her. Klaus and Caroline talk in the woods. She says he doesn't owe her an explanation. He says he was never planning to leave without saying goodbye. He can't stop thinking about her, and he begs her to come with him. She freaks out, and he's like, "What are you so afraid of, Caroline?" And she's like, "You." He launches into this whole thing where he's like, "Or maybe you're afraid of yourself. Maybe Elena was right, and you do just like having your feathers ruffled by a bad boy, but you're never gonna deliver on it." She's like, how do you know about that? Because that conversation happened in the cell with Elena earlier on in the episode. Remember when she tried to talk to her? So then she realizes, uh-oh, this isn't Klaus, this is Silas. He tells her to tell Bonnie to get the tombstone and do the spell. Then he stabs her in the chest and leaves her there. Matt and Rebecca are studying together. He's afraid to fall behind and get stuck in town. That's kind of what's weighing on him so badly. She's like, "Dude, you are smart. You're perfectly fine at school and your grades would be totally normal if you hadn't, you know, been worried about Jeremy and his hunter's mark and tried to help Elena with all her problems. Like, you just give too much of yourself to your friends and you need better friends. Like me. I could be your friend. I could compel you better grades. I could get you into any college you want. I could get you another truck. We could get you a better house. We could change your clothes. I could do anything you want. Just let me help you." And then she's like, "Anybody that leaves you behind is a fool. I wouldn't." And before he could say anything to all of this, Catherine walks in and makes fun of her. They're like, "What are you doing here?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm here to fix Elena." Matt and Rebecca, to say the least, are shocked by this news. Damon says, but Damon is like, "This is the best idea we have, and we know this is gonna work." Matt rushes off to tell Caroline. Remember though, Caroline got stabbed, so she wakes up in the woods. She pulls the stake out of her chest and goes running for help. Matt finds her. Surprise, it's Silas again. She runs to the house and Klaus attacks her and is like, nobody in the house can save you. He says she needs to find Bonnie or he'll kill the person she loves most. Caroline gets in the car and calls her mom and tells her to go home and lock the door and not let anybody inside. She's like, I have a key so I can let myself in. You just go to the house. While backing up, she sees somebody behind her and then they pop up in the driver's side window too and she screams and drives away. Catherine drags Elena out of the metal cell that they've been keeping her in and like grabs her by the heart right away. She says the boys won't let her kill her, but she can do as many terrible things as she needs to do in order for Elena to agree to turn her humanity back on. Catherine really though just wants to know what Elena said to Elijah to make him leave. Elena is like, I didn't have to say anything to him, dude. You're literally like the worst person on the planet. Why would anybody want to be with you? You're not good enough for anyone. It's no wonder he left. Catherine says, I might be terrible, but at least I've never been so weak that I had to turn it all off. She's like, you wouldn't last a week as a vampire if everybody wasn't fawning all over you and taking care of you all the time. She locks Elena in the cage and then she goes, but I'd love to see you try. And she opens the door. Damon and Catherine are talking post her torture session. She's teasing him about how he's so dumb and Elena's definitely gonna go back to Stefan because Damon never gets the girl. That's like the problem with him. Speaking of Stefan, he comes running in and he's like, Elena is gone. Catherine's like, oops, my bad. I just wanted to see her eat an entire orphanage. Like, I'd love to see her try to come back from that. Stefan goes off to look and then Damon takes Matt with him, hoping that they can use Matt as bait. Caroline gets home and Liz is there and Liz is like, honey, what's going on? Why are you so upset? Caroline tells her to stop because she's like, I don't know if it's you. And Liz is like, okay, well it is. So let's calm down. Then Caroline like pulls her phone out and calls her mom and Liz's phone rings and she's like, hi. What's going on? And then they hug because they know it's each other. Elena's stumbling around in the woods. She hears a car behind her and turns to see a truck coming into view. She like falls down and pretends to be hurt on the ground. It's Matt though. So initially she's like, Matt, oh my God, I'm so glad you're here. And then she goes to attack him because she's hungry. He's like, Elena, stop. You don't want to do this. You're the girl I love and you're my best friend and I know you better than anyone and I know that deep down that has to matter to you. Even with the wall you've built up, that has to matter to you. She goes, oh, Maddie, deep down it probably does, but I'm really hungry. And then she attacks Matt. Caroline can't get Bonnie to call her back for help. And then Bonnie shows up at the house and is like, hey, let me in. And she's trying to like jiggle the door handle and get inside. Caroline realizes, I'm not gonna be able to tell if that's Bonnie. How do I know if that's really Bonnie? Then Liz walks up behind her and is like, Caroline, what's going on? It is Bonnie though, so she sees through the like Silas hallucination and realizes that that's not Liz and breaks down the door in order to get inside to get to Caroline. Caroline runs to find the real Liz, who is still in the living room, knocked out unconscious on the floor. Silas is like, I thought we were on the same team, Bonnie. She says that she has 2 days left and she's just been gathering strength, like he's too clingy, he needs to leave her alone. She's still planning to do the spell and he threatens everybody if she's lying to him. Caroline is in the living room giving Liz blood, but she's not waking up. Silas says Bonnie's promise to him is binding, and if she means what she says, she needs to leave with him right then. So Bonnie can hear Caroline just freaking out and crying in the other room, but she leaves with Silas anyway. Elena didn't kill Matt, so she kicks him awake because she needs to feed from him again. Before she can lash out though, Damon and Stefan show up. Damon has Matt, and then Stefan grabs Elena, and Damon calls her a brat. Damon's like, you think we can't punish you? Fine, but we can punish him. She says it won't work. He's like, I'm done being nice to you. If you don't turn your emotions back on right now, I will kill him right here, right now, right in front of you. Stefan's like, whoa, let's maybe not do that. And Damon's like, if she doesn't care, then I guess it doesn't matter. Elena goes, you're bluffing. Damon snaps Matt's neck and just drops his body at their feet. Elena goes, and just freaks out. So does Stefan. Stefan's like, what happened? What's going on? Damon is like, do you feel anything now, Elena? Are you angry? Are you sad? This is like such a highly tense scene. He's basically just like, the boy everybody loves is now just a bag of bones. How does that make you feel? The quarterback is dead. Like over and over again. And he's like, so then I guess it was a good idea he's wearing this, and he holds up Matt's hand, and Matt has the freaking Gilbert ring on. Stefan didn't know this was happening, and he is so shocked in the background of the scene. He's just like, Jesus, oh my God. He's so upset. Damon walks Elena through the fact that she's feeling joy and relief, and then we kind of zoom in on her face, and she lets some tears start to fall while her humanity like fully rushes back in. Damon switches right away to like, you're okay, you're okay, you're all right, shh, you're okay, you're okay. But Elena is freaking out, and all the bad things that she's done come rushing back to her, so she can't believe that she almost killed Matt. She tried to kill Caroline, she tried to kill Bonnie, she did kill that waitress. That still happened. Damon like grabs her and keeps her in place while Stefan talks to her. And he's like, I've been where you are. It's okay. I know this is overwhelming. Just pick one emotion and hold on to it, okay? Just focus on that emotion. Pour yourself into it. It's gonna be fine. She calms down and like breathes with Stefan while Damon watches. And then she just starts screaming from all the emotional pain that she's going through. Damon touches her arm and he's like, are you okay? And she's like, no, Damon, I am not. Caroline is trying to wake Liz up and it is not working. She starts like shooting her up with medicine from the paramedic bag and nothing is working. The blood didn't go down because Liz wouldn't swallow it because she was unconscious. Caroline just starts crying and she's like, Mom, wake up. Mom, please, you have to watch me graduate. You have to wake up. We'll move out of town. We'll get you a nice man. Mom, please. And I hate these kinds of scenes, okay? Strong dislike. I don't want to cry. Don't make me cry like this. But Liz wakes up and everything is fine. Matt wakes up too. He's got a huge headache, but he's okay. Rebecca is there watching him and she calls him brave. He says that Elena saved him from drowning and he's just glad he was finally able to pay her back. She says there aren't enough apologies in the world to make up for the part she played and what happened to the two of them and how, you know, she ruined their life in a lot of ways. But if he doesn't want her to cheat him into college and stuff like that, she will do it like the normal way or whatever, but she's gonna spend every day from now until graduation making it up to him. Which they graduate in 2 episodes, so I don't think it was that many days, but she's making a nice point. Catherine goes to Bonnie again and is like, you know, I figured it out. The tombstone can't just be some stupid rock. There's got to be something more important to it that you're not telling me. She thinks that Bonnie wants the tombstone because of Ketsia's blood being calcified onto it, and that would maybe be enough power for Bonnie to drop the veil whenever she likes instead of having to wait for the full moon. Catherine's like, again, what is in it for me? And Bonnie's like, your freedom. She explains that she's planning on dropping the veil, talking to Ketsia, and finding out how she made Silas so immortal, because like Silas cannot be killed by anything but the cure making him human, then he could be killable. So she's like, I'm gonna find out how she did that and then I'll do it for you. And Catherine's like, girl, you got a deal. Elena wakes up to Stefan putting a blanket on her back. He asks how she's doing and she's like, well, I feel terrible, but you're right. It was just a big cheat move and I never should have done it. I need to feel my emotions. I need to do something about what's happened. Stefan's like, yeah, girl, you need to rest. And Damon's like, you've been through a lot. You just need to take it easy. She's like, no, there's so much I need to do. There's so much that I have to get done. There's one person that ruined our lives, boys. There's one person that this all ties back to. It all comes back to her. She did this to us. It all comes down to Catherine. So yes, Stefan told her to pick one emotion and she picked hate. And who does she hate most? That's right, Catherine. They try to talk her out of it. They're like, girl, that's not what Stefan meant. Hating Catherine, even for a minute of your life, means Catherine wins. And Elena goes, not if I kill her. Uh-oh. We open episode 22 with Stefan and Elena in the training room together. She's breaking cinder blocks and doing pull-ups. He's basically trying to distract her and burn off this energy that she's got and keep her from going after Catherine, but it's not working and she's still super hyper fixated on that. Then we cut to Caroline and Elena outside the grill working on graduation announcements. Caroline has like 1 million that she's sending off, but Elena only has 1 because literally everyone in her family is dead. Then Elena freaks out on her because Caroline like mentions Catherine and Elena's like, oh my God, Catherine, you know where Catherine is? Tell me where she is right now, Caroline. You tell me if you knew, right? If you knew where she was, you would tell me. And Caroline's like, you need to relax. You're getting a little obsessed. Catherine meets Bonnie in the woods and Bonnie is meditating and we can hear the sounds of the spirits around her, which is a little weird because she's not supposed to have a connection with them anymore. They're meeting at the site of the witch murders and Bonnie's basically going from site to site to charge everything so that she can perform the spell inside the triangle. Bonnie says Silas is evil and she needs to talk to Ketsia once the veil is down, which is the whole reason why she needs to drop it so that she can find out how to truly put Silas down again. Catherine thinks doing that is stupid because there's no way Ketsia is going to show up and talk to her, so she goes to leave, but Bonnie actually linked them because she's like, I know you have the tombstone, I need you to give it to me, I can't let you go off without me because what if Silas gets to you? So now they're stuck together for the day. Damon and Stefan talk at the hospital. Damon doesn't think that there's anything they can do to stop Elena from going after Catherine no matter how badly Stefan wants to, and he's kind of just over it and like not really worried about it. He's like, it's gonna happen if it's gonna happen. Liz shows up and tells them that they've got a problem, something's wrong. All of the blood had been moved away and kept somewhere else because remember Silas was stealing the blood from the hospital before, but now they've got 5 different murders on the same floor, all done by a vampire. Stefan says maybe it was Silas and he's gearing up for something big. They fill Liz in on the whole Bonnie-Silas situation, and then Damon realizes that the full moon is tomorrow, so they have like 24 hours to figure this out. Bonnie goes down into the Lockwood cellar to charge the place where the hybrids died. She drags Catherine in with her, even though Catherine says it smells like wet dog. And then Catherine like threatens her and Bonnie's like, go ahead. Anything you do to me happens to you, so Catherine can't kill her. Elena talks to Rebecca at the grill and Rebecca tries to like get close to her and be friendly. And Elena's like, I don't know what you're doing, but we're not friends. Everything I said to you when my humanity was off was a lie and I don't like you. So then Caroline shows up and she's like, did you mean everything you said to me when your humanity was off? Are we still friends? Elena sort of blows her off, but then the power goes out all around town. Bonnie is still charging the triangle and it's making everything go funky, so there's like a lot of wind. At the Young farm, Bonnie finishes the triangle and she's like, it's time to drop the veil. Liz and the boys put together that the outages started at the murder sites, so they're like, Bonnie must be doing the spell now. She must not need the full moon. Yikes. Then Liz says that somebody called her and said they saw Bonnie leaving the Young farm with Elena. So now they know, oh my God, she's working with Catherine. They figure out that the center of the triangle is, of course, the school. So Stefan and Caroline go inside to search, and then Elena and Damon stay outside to like search the grounds. The second they're alone though, Elena's like, tell me where Catherine is. I need to know where Catherine is, Damon, and I know you know where she is. And Damon's like, oh my God, the only thing we should be worried about right now is Bonnie. We need to find her. And Elena's like, tell me where Catherine is. And Damon's like, they're together. Okay, so if we find Bonnie, we find Catherine. Caroline and Stefan can't find Bonnie inside the school, even though she should be there. Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's this weird moment where like they hear something in the kitchen. It turns out to just be the ice melting in the freezer, you know, because the power's out. And then Stefan follows it to a drain in the floor. And he's like, oh my God, they're below us, because this town was built on tunnels. Bonnie and Catherine are in fact underground. Bonnie takes the tombstone from Catherine and then starts like the official spell. Damon stops Elena from following him to Stefan and Caroline because he's like, you have to stay here because if you go all crazy and murdery, you're gonna ruin the plan and we have to stop Bonnie. That has to be our priority right now. Catherine can wait. She gets all manipulative and she's like, what if killing Catherine is what I'm supposed to do? What if it makes me myself again? What if the second I kill her, I'm who I'm meant to be? And Damon's like, yeah, no, I don't think so. You might just be dead. And she's like, at least I'll die trying. And then she stabs Damon and runs off. Bonnie pulls the blood from the tombstone. Like, she just uncalcifies it, which looks so gross. It's like thick. It almost looks like wax dripping off her hands. I hate it. she starts channeling the expression triangle, like officially, and then the candles flash really big, and Bonnie goes, "It's done. The veil is down." We cut back to Damon, who has been stabbed and left alone in the hallway, and then Rick shows up, and he's like, "Need a hand?" Oh my God! Damon's like, "Hello? What are you doing here?" Rick just like pulls the stake out of him. Damon's like, are you Silas? And Rick is like, "Would Silas know about locker 42? And then he pulls out a bottle of secret alcohol from locker 42. Cause I guess the implication of that is that Rick hid alcohol throughout the school. And Damon's like, "Okay, good. You're not Silas, but you are a ghost, so the veil must be down." Rick is like, "Yeah, the veil is down. So that means that people can see him and touch him and hear him, and he's like basically a person again. But it's only inside the triangle, and it's not everybody, it's just the people that were connected to Mystic Falls that either had like good things left unfinished or bad things left unfinished. So I'm sure that'll be fine." Matt and Rebecca are still at the grill together. She's helping him close up, and they're getting kind of cute and cozy together. He's like, "Why are you still here? I'm the only one getting paid." And she's like, "I don't mind at all. It was kind of fun." And then freaking Cole shows up. He's like, "Greetings from the dead. I need a drink." She starts crying, and she's like, "Oh my God, Cole, I never thought I'd see you again." And he's like, "Oh, shut up. I watched you grieve. It lasted for old 24 hours, whatever." He came back to kill Elena because Jeremy's already dead and Elena's the other one that killed him. So he's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna kill Elena." Then he threatens Matt, and Rebecca's like, "Not in my bar, get out." They tell him that they don't know where Elena is, but he's just a jerk. So he breaks a bottle and then stabs Matt in the throwing arm with it. Like he literally just flings the broken bottle and it just like tink right into Matt's shoulder. Bonnie's trying to connect to Ketsia, but she can't get through to her. And then Catherine hears somebody coming, because remember, they're down under the school in like the tunnels. She hears someone coming, and Bonnie's like, "No one's coming. You're lying to me. I'm not letting you go." And Catherine's like, "I'm not lying. There's somebody here. I can hear them. Give me some slack and I'll go find out." So Bonnie stays and continues to meditate and kind of just lets Catherine run off a little bit. Catherine starts calling for Silas in the tunnels, but it's not Silas, it's Elena. And Elena grabs her by the heart. Unfortunately, remember that everything that happens to Catherine happens to Bonnie, so then Bonnie starts bleeding and freaking out from the pain. Elena is torturing Catherine, which is hurting Bonnie. And then the boys and Caroline show up and they're like, "What's going on?" And Bonnie's like, "Find Catherine, we're linked." So the boys run to find Catherine, but Caroline says she'll stay with Bonnie and make sure she's okay. Elena is like seconds from killing Catherine, which would then kill Bonnie, but Stefan swoops in and stops her. Catherine's like, "Oh, thanks for the save, handsome." And Stefan has the most perfect line delivery here. He's literally like on top of Elena holding her down, and he looks back at Catherine and he's like, "Get out of here before I kill you myself." Matt won't let Rebecca heal him with her blood because he's afraid of accidentally being turned into a vampire, which, like, valid fear in Mystic Falls. Trigger warning for what you are about to hear. It is disturbing. Rebecca goes into the back room to try to find something to help clean his wound a little bit better, and then she hears this weird, like, ka-chink, ka-chink, ka-chink sound. She turns her head and finds Caroline on the ground. She's like, "What are you doing?" Because Caroline's holding a sharp thing and she's just going, ka-ching, ka-ching. It's really bad. And Rebecca's like, "Whoa, what's going on?" Yeah, I know. So then Caroline's like, "He told me I had to keep cutting. I have to keep cutting." And Rebecca's like, "Whoa, no. We cut back to Bonnie in the cave with apparently not Caroline. Bonnie explains that she's waiting for Ketsia. Caroline's like, "Well, you might be waiting a while." And then she turns back into Silas. So basically he lied and he made Bonnie think that she could see his true face. So he's just been manipulating her the whole time. So like when he disappeared, when she attacked him as Jeremy at the prom, that was all fake. Him leaving her alone, all fake. It's all been fake. Silas is always 10 steps ahead, okay? He is truly one of the scariest villains. In this moment, it's Caroline and Rick and Stefan, like on all sides of Bonnie, just tormenting her. So wherever she turns, there's like a friend that is lying to her and pretending to be Silas. It's so scary and creepy, and she's like stumbling around in the cave. And his point is basically that she is in no way more powerful than him. Elena is pissed at Stefan for stopping her from killing Catherine. And he's like, you're an idiot. They were linked. You were gonna kill Bonnie. And all Elena can think is, do you still like Catherine? Do you like have a thing for her or something? Are you still into Catherine? That's stupid, Stefan. I can't believe you stopped me. He's like, this whole situation right now with the hatred and everything is just a distraction. You're a vampire, Elena. Grow up and realize that you have to be able to handle your grief. Do you have any idea how many people I've loved and lost? Get it together. And then he's like, I'm here. I can help you through it. And that just pisses her off. And she's like, will you look at yourself? You're always here for me. You're always giving me your time. I don't want it, Stefan. I want to kill Catherine. He's like, good. I'm glad you're mad at me. She tries to leave. He stops her. She slaps him. And she's like, yeah, I tried that. It didn't work. I still want to kill Catherine. Rebecca is trying to stop Caroline from literally cutting off her hands. But it's a struggle because Caroline is freaking out and she's like, he told me to do it. He told me to. I have to. I have to. So then Rebecca just slaps her in the face and Caroline's like, ah, bitch. And Rebecca's like, oh, thank God, you're back. Matt calls Damon, who is with Rick, and basically explains the whole Caroline is not real. Whatever Caroline you guys have with you is not the real Caroline. And Damon is like, okay, cool, Rick, call Stefan and explain that to him. Rick is like, isn't Elena your girlfriend? Like, shouldn't you be the one to tell them that? Fake Silas Caroline is back, and he's like, Bonnie, just drop the veil. Drop the veil so I can take the cure, and I'll even let you kill me, and then I'll be gone for good. But Bonnie doesn't want to free everyone. And he's like, well, if you don't let them free to roam the earth, I'll be here roaming the earth, and I'll kill everyone you love. Then he reminds her that Ketsia wants him on the other side with her, like she loved him and would want to see him again, so she's not gonna help Bonnie. In the tunnels, Damon starts calling for Bonnie because Rick was supposed to call Stefan, and then Rick was gonna go be with Stefan and Elena, and Damon was gonna go get Bonnie, so he's looking for her. Silas turns into Rick and then is like, maybe Damon can convince you, kind of implying that he's gonna go attack Damon now, and then he makes Bonnie hallucinate that the air in the room is like thin and she can barely breathe, and she starts like choking to death. Elena decides that it's time to rip all of our hearts out, and she goes to the cemetery to visit Jeremy's grave. Not only does she visit him, she starts talking to him. She says she gives up. Stefan was right, and she wanted to kill Catherine for Jeremy and avenge his death, but it was just a distraction because she is losing it, and she can't feel this much pain and miss him this much and live without him, and she's just like sobbing at this point. Someone walks up behind her, and before you get too excited, it's Cole. So they start fighting. Bonnie can't breathe. She is dying on the floor of the cave. But then Grams shows up and is like, Bonnie, it's okay. Breathe. This isn't real. And she convinces her to take a breath, and Bonnie is saved. Bonnie's like, I thought you were in pain. I thought something was wrong with you. And Grams is like, no, Bonnie, I'm fine. I've been watching over you. So that means that that time that Bonnie messed with expression and Grams was like screaming in pain, that was fake. That was just the spirits messing with Bonnie. Grams has been fine the whole time. Bonnie's like, I can't defeat Silas. Grams changes her tune on expression and is like, I might not like it, but you have more power than anybody right now, okay? You can do whatever you want. Rick catches up to Damon, and we hear the snake sound, so we know it's Silas Rick, not real Rick. He's like, I talked to Stefan like you asked. Did you find Silas? Damon goes, yep, and then knocks him over the head with, I think, a flashlight. He proceeds to grab Rick Silas and wrap a chain around his throat and hold him in place. And then Bonnie shows up and she begins to calcify Silas into place. As he like fades into rock, he covers his face and like tucks into the wall so that they can't see what he really looks like. So we still don't know his true face. Cole is so creepy. He tells Elena that he's been watching her and tormenting her and whispering into her ear all the ways he wants to kill her, but he was a ghost, so she couldn't hear him. She's like, go ahead and do it, dude. You'd be doing me a favor. And he's like, as you wish, darling. But then we hear the sound of a crossbow, like a little bing, and the little swoosh, and Cole lets go of her to catch the shot, and it's Jeremy holding his crossbow, and he's like, how many times do I have to kill you? Cole is like, wow, amazing, little Gilbert is back, how extraordinary, I love this for us, and he starts villain monologuing, and then before he can finish his sentence, Stefan snaps his neck and Cole drops. Jeremy runs to Elena and she's okay. She's just a little banged up. They embrace and she just starts crying and they're just holding each other and it's so sweet. And Stefan's just watching like, oh yes, this is incredible. Bonnie tells the boys that they need to get rid of Silas's body, but they cannot decide what to do with it. Elena shows up and tries to apologize to Bonnie for everything because now her humanity is back on and she's not focused on hate, so she can kind of do other things with her emotions now, so she knows she needs to apologize to everybody. But Bonnie is like, it's okay, you weren't yourself, and I know all about that, I've been there, it's gonna be fine, we'll make up, we'll have plenty of time, you need to catch up with Jeremy right now. Jeremy thanks her and then hugs Bonnie too. Bonnie says she'll give them as much time as she can, but she's gotta put the veil back up. Stefan tries to bow out immediately. He's like, I'm gonna go handle Silas. And Elena's like, wait, Stefan. But he just says, welcome back, and then leaves before she can try to talk to him. Elena then tries to talk to Damon too, but he's like, the most important thing right now is you and Jeremy and saying goodbye. We can talk later. Elena and Jeremy hug again. Look, y'all, I have 2 brothers and a sister, and I'm the oldest, and this is so painful. Stefan's now at the grill. Caroline shows up and she's like, why do you look so sad? Let's celebrate. He says he's not in the mood. She's like, what is wrong with you? We literally just defeated Silas. He says there was someone he thought he was gonna see today and he didn't, so he's just a little bummed. From behind, we hear, you better mean me. That's right, it's Lexi. Stefan's like, you gotta be kidding me. And then they're reunited and it's so sweet. She even thanks Caroline for keeping an eye on Stefan for her. Rick and Damon are getting rid of Silas's body together and they're drinking. And Damon is like, I thought you were cutting back. And Rick is like, I thought you were gonna look after the children. Which means that Rick heard him that day at the cemetery after they did the floating lanterns and Damon went to sit with him and he was talking to him. Rick was there. We knew that, but now Damon knows that. So Rick's been checking in on him. Rick says he found the cure in Silas's pocket and gives it to him. How did Rick get it out of the calcified Silas's pocket? We don't need to know. Don't worry about that. Damon's like, what do I do with this? And Rick's like, get the girl. Lexi teases Stefan about being so hung up on Elena. And he's like, do you have any idea how much I've missed you? And she's like, yeah, believe me, I do. And it's really sweet. And then she says, but you know, Caroline's kind of cute. And he's like, don't even start. Bonnie is not putting the veil back up. She's trying to do a spell to get Jeremy to stay. Grams is like, that's not gonna work, Bonnie. There's no magic that can do that. Bonnie says she has all magic at her disposal. She calls on the spirits and the darkness of expression and does the spell anyway. Grams disappears and Bonnie can't see her anymore, and then she gasps and falls over and passes out. Matt and Rebecca are together. They're leaving the grill. The power comes back on, and they see freaking Alexander. That's right, the hunter dude, just strolling through the park. Rebecca's like, what the heck? Alexander sees them and comes towards them. They turn around to run, and surprise, surprise, Galen and Connor are behind them. Bonnie wakes up in the cave. Graham touches her, so she shows up again, and she's like, I'm sorry. The spell was just too much. And then Graham shows her freaking dead body on the ground. Bonnie goes, oh my God, I'm dead. And that's the end of the freaking season. Just kidding. There's one more episode. So yeah, this season has a surprise episode 23. I forget every time though, and I'm always like, damn, they ended on Bonnie dying. But no, we get one more. This one's called Graduation because we got to close out senior year so that we can open season 5 with college. So we open with a shot of an empty graduation field, all right? It's set up, but the kids aren't there yet. Instead, it's all the dead people, the hybrids and the witches that were killed in the murders. Cole is up on stage with the mic and he's like, we're gonna take revenge. They killed us for no reason and we're gonna take revenge on them. Even though it's Silas's fault. Like his whole thing was Silas is the bad guy. And now he's after them, even though Silas is still alive. So all these dead people could be going after Silas, but no. Shot to the Heart starts playing, like iconic. Because remember, Stefan and Lexi love the 80s. So they're just like vibing, drinking together in the Salvatore house, just enjoying the time that they have. Damon comes home and is like, oh, good, Lexi's back. That's not awkward at all. And then Damon realizes like, hey, if Lexi's back, then that means the veil didn't go back up. So did something happen to Bonnie or what? And Stefan's like, I don't know. Did something happen to Bonnie? And Damon's like, are you drunk? And Stefan's like, I don't know, Mom. Am I? And it's just ridiculous. So Stefan's decided he's not going to be a hero today. He's just going to get drunk with his best friend, which I don't blame him for. Have fun. Bonnie calls Caroline and is like, I'm sorry, I couldn't finish it last night, but I'm trying to fix what happened and I'm going to get the veil back up. I'm just going to have to wait until tonight when the full moon comes up. Caroline is so upset that they might graduate in the middle of a freaking zombie apocalypse. Obviously, Bonnie is dead, so she won't be graduating at all. Caroline insists that today will be a friend day and they will spend it together and they will go to graduation as a group and they will enjoy it, and then Bonnie can do what she needs to do that night. Bonnie agrees, and then Grams is like, honey, you gotta tell them. And Bonnie's like, I know, but I don't want to put this on them right now. They're gonna be so upset. They've been through so much. They deserve to graduate in peace. They really put a lot on high school graduation in this show. Like, it's a big deal. I personally hated high school. I enjoyed college much more, so I could have cared less. Grams reminds her to at least say her goodbyes properly before she comes back. Rick and Jeremy are just downing burgers and fries because they can't really eat on the other side. Jeremy tries to take the alcohol from Elena and she's like, no, you're too young. And he's like, what are they gonna do? Throw me in jail? I'm dead. And Rick goes, at least you'll have somewhere to stay. Excuse me? She cries kind of over what she did, but also just over being happy that they're back. And she's like, it's a good thing that I'm crying. It means my emotions are back and I'm regulating them again. The grill then calls Elena and she thinks it's Matt, but it's actually Connor. Alexander has Matt and Rebecca held hostage outside Connor's old trailer that apparently nobody got rid of. Remember, Connor has all these weird weapons, so they put Matt on like what basically looks like a scale that is a bomb that if he steps off of, it will explode and kill him. Galen then shows up at the house and attacks Damon. Now would be a good time to tell you guys that I call him Galen because that's his first name, but everybody else calls him Vaughn, which is his last name and I guess just easier to pronounce, but his name is Galen Vaughn, so I'ma call him Galen. The hunters explain kind of across a couple scenes that they talked to Ketsia and they want the cure and Silas so that they can finish what they were supposed to do. And if they don't get those things, they'll kill all the family members that came into town for graduation. Galen starts monologuing about how Damon left him there to starve and Ketsia gave him back his purpose and now he knows what he's supposed to do and his goals are fulfilled, and then Stefan sneaks up behind him and snaps his neck. Rick goes to Connor and is like, what's up? I'm the dead legal guardian of the 18-year-old you just threatened. Can I help you? And Connor is like, yeah, I wouldn't threaten me right now, dude. I'm loaded with explosives and I will blow up the grill at any time I see fit. Rick is like, this is my bar and no one is gonna blow it up. Rick is still a vampire ghost? So he grabs Connor and yeets him out of the room, and then he does explode the explosives on him, but it doesn't actually blow up like the whole grill, and supposedly nobody gets hurt. Rebecca is trying to figure out if she can get Matt out of the blast zone in time, and Alexander is basically like, you can probably survive it, but if you try that with him, he's gonna end up dead. Matt tries to keep her mind off Alexander because he is like truly an asshole. So he asks her what she wants to do after graduation. Rebecca says that she's gonna give Matt the life he deserved. She's gonna take him to Italy and she's gonna show him the church that she loves so much, which remember is the place where she was gonna marry Alexander. So then he goes, oh, that's a romantic spot, perfect for weddings. I take back everything I said when he first stabbed her with the dagger. Remember when I was like, he looks a little sad while he's doing it? No. He's a bad guy. So yeah, she says she's gonna show him all the most amazing, wonderful places she can, and he says it's a date. She says we're gonna do it because we're alive, and we're not stuck on the other side being miserable little ghosts, which is too much, and then Alexander goes to shoot Matt. She stops the attack from happening, but Matt almost falls off the thing, so now he's like balancing funny, and Rebecca's kind of holding him and they're like sharing weight. Catherine goes to Bonnie and demands the immortality spell that she was promised, but Bonnie says she can't give it to her because she's drained and it's not gonna happen. She can't get through to Ketsia. So Catherine then threatens Elena because she's like, my shadow self has the life that I'm supposed to have. She has everything I want and I'm just gonna kill her if you don't give me my immortality. Bonnie is like, girl, I will kill you right now. I can't believe you just threatened my best friend. And Catherine's like, go for it. But then students come in, so Bonnie doesn't do anything and Catherine gets away. Elena goes to talk to Damon finally, and he gives her the cure. And she's like, I can't take that, Damon. There's only one, and the hunters are gonna kill everybody in town until they get it. Like, I can't be selfish and take it. But he pushes it into her hands anyway and is like, take it, Elena. I want you to have it. She gives it back though and says, no, I don't want it, which answers the sire bond question, so it's broken. Jeremy shows up and Damon's like, come on, little Gilbert, back me up here. And Jeremy just goes, well, actually, I love you, Elena, no matter what you choose. And Damon's like, are you joking right now? Stefan doesn't go up there. This is happening in the Salvatore house. And so Stefan and Lexi are downstairs. He doesn't go to join in on that conversation. And Lexi's like, why not? Don't you want to weigh in on it? And he's like, it doesn't matter if she takes the cure or not. It only matters if she still likes Damon. Lexi's like, what are you gonna do if she doesn't like Damon and she picks you? And Stefan's like, she's the love of my life. I'll go back to her in a second. Excuse me? And he's like, but if she doesn't want me, then that'll be the push I need to finally leave town. Galen then regenerates on the floor because, you know, like how Cole is back, the ghosts can be killed, but they don't die, so they'll just keep coming back. Upstairs in the room, Damon like flinches in pain when he moves, and Elena's like, what was that? And he's like, nothing, okay, I'm fine. And she's like, take off your shirt, Damon, show me what's going on. And he's like, Elena, there are children present. And he like looks at Jeremy and she's like, fine. So she just grabs his collar and like pulls it down, and we see this like big wound on his arm, and she's like, what is that? And he's like, the bullet that Galen used, it was laced with werewolf venom. Elena's like, okay, we need Klaus. We need to get Klaus right now. And Damon's like, dude, he's in New Orleans. He's not getting here in time. That's like 10 hours away. Jeremy suggests the cure, and Elena's like, oh my God, he's right. That's perfect. If you're a human, it won't affect you. You'll be fine. And Damon's like, yeah, I'm not taking that. No. Damon then goes downstairs and gives Galen the cure, and Galen's like, what? What are you doing? And Damon's like, come on, I'm going to take you to Silas. I'm going to give you what you want. Everybody's sort of just like, Damon, what the heck? And he's like, let's go, Galen, woo! And they leave. Rebecca is still trying to think of a way to get Matt off the bomb. And Matt's just like, you know, maybe I won't die. I'm wearing the Gilbert ring. Maybe I'll be fine. And Rebecca's like, are you an idiot? You will be blown to bits. You will absolutely die. She then says, fine, okay, the first rule of living is doing the things you're afraid of. And she kisses Matt, and in the confusion of the kiss, she backs him up and she steps up onto the platform. Yeah. So then he's off the platform and he's like, what did you do? And she's like, run, Matt. And he takes off running. He gets out of the blast zone. Alexander's like, what's going on? What did you do? And she's like, haha, bye. And she runs and the place explodes. Everyone's trying to convince Elena to go graduate, and she's like, are you guys insane? We have to go get Klaus. Damon's gonna die. Stefan's like, Elena, honey, I will go to New Orleans myself. We have time for graduation, okay? It was one little bullet. It was just a trace of vampire venom. He's gonna be fine. Everyone's way too casual about this, okay? Every other time somebody's gotten infected with werewolf venom, it's been a really big deal. And now when it's Damon, for the second time, no one seems to care. Jeremy can't go to graduation, you know, because he's dead. So he says he'll hang out with Lexi and Elena should go and be with her friends. At graduation, Caroline's on the phone. She's still calling Klaus and she's like, now is not a good time to decide that you're over me. We need you to help us save Damon. Get here now. The gang reunites and it's amazing. This is a wonderful scene. Very good into the season. They're all standing together in their cap and gowns. It's adorable. It's the gang minus Tyler, by the way. Bonnie's crying and everybody's teasing her and she's like, oh, it's just our last hurrah before you guys go off to college. And Caroline's like, before we go off to college. And she's so excited that she misses the expressions on Bonnie's face as she starts going on about they're going to go to school together. They're going to have the best time. It's going to be amazing. They can have a triple room. How fun would that be? And Bonnie's just like, Yeah, it'll be great. Once they get seated and the ceremony starts, Bonnie's dad is the one that is announcing everybody. So he gets to announce Bonnie's name. And when she goes to pass in front of him, she's like, "Thank you, Dad, for everything." And he kind of clocks it, but he also doesn't realize what she means fully. We get to watch everybody graduate. It's very sweet. Bonnie is sitting in her seat in the crowd and Cole is behind her and he's like, "Greetings, little witch." And she's like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "Look around you. Look at all the dead witches and the dead hybrids that are planted in the crowd. It'd be a shame if we were all to lash out and kill everyone here, wouldn't it?" And she's like, "Don't you have anything better to do? Like, you've got like 1 day left until I put the veil back up and you're here tormenting us. That's a little sad, Cole." He's like, "That's the thing. I don't want you to put it back up. I want you to drop it completely." Bonnie then takes Cole to her dead body and is like, "Yeah, I also want to drop the veil completely. I would love to do that." Cole gets so excited. He's like, "Oh my God, heck yes, we'll do it right now. I'll go with you. We'll do it together. This is perfect." And then when he tries to move out of the room, he realizes he's locked in and she trapped him inside. He's like, "Why would you do this?" She says that even though what she said was true, she can't do it because people like him need to be kept as far away from her friends as possible. Galen hasn't gone into the water yet to get Silas, and Damon's kind of messing with him. Galen then figures out that Damon's dying from that first shot because the thing is like spreading up his neck and he can see it. So he shoots him again in the leg. When Damon still won't tell him where Silas really is, he shoots him a 3rd time before he can fire the last one, which would definitely kill Damon. Rick shows up, snaps his neck, and throws him into the water. Rick even caught the cure, so we're all good. Stefan's on the phone with Rick, and they know that now Damon has like minutes to live. Before Stefan can figure out if it would make sense for Rick to shove the cure down Damon's throat and like force him to take it, the phones get messed up and they realize that the witches are moving in and attacking them, so all the vampires drop. So like Stefan, Elena, Caroline, they're all in pain. Surprise! Klaus pops up behind Caroline and throws a graduation cap and breaking beheads the main witch. This is the part of the show that because I watched the show over the course of 1 summer, and I want to say that I had been watching the show for like a month straight at this point, just binging the show, maybe even less time than that. I'm not gonna lie to you. And this scene happened, and I'm looking at the screen. There's no warning. You don't get to look away. It happens unbelievably fast, and you see everything. It's as gory as you think it is. And I just remember sitting there and like not flinching. And then I thought to myself, wow, you maybe have been watching the show for too long. Like, you are very desensitized, because I don't like gore. But that scene, just like Elena in the shower when the blood comes out of the shower, the beheading with the graduation cap just lives in my mind rent-free. So everything's fixed. Klaus got to town in time, so Elena goes to see Damon and he's all healed. He's perfectly fine. She then slaps him, and then we see Lexi and Rick and Stefan all listening from the other room, like downstairs. Jeremy went to see Bonnie, but he'll be back before the veil is up. Elena leaves Damon and asks to talk to Stefan. Lexi and Rick then have time to bond over how bad the other side is and how lonely they've been. And she's like, you know, but I know that there's gotta be something else out there. Silas wouldn't be so hell-bent on getting to it if there wasn't something else. So I think we're just atoning for the bad things that we've done, and then after enough time has passed, we'll be able to cross over and find peace. And Rick's like, that's gonna be really hard to do when the knuckleheads that we love can't get their lives together. Elena and Stefan are talking, and she says that she just wants to thank him because she's so grateful that he never gave up on her. He says he owed her, and then she gives him the cure. He, of course, doesn't want to take it, but she insists, and she's like, Stefan, you're the only one who's worse at being a vampire than I am. Like, the rest of us will be okay. It's hard, but we'll be fine. You deserve to have the life you want. You deserve a second chance. You deserve to be free of this curse. Nah, 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 nah. Does he? Do any of them? I don't know. Caroline's cleaning up from graduation and Klaus shows up and she's like, how did you get here so fast? And he's like, oh, I was already on my way. And he shows her the graduation announcement. So she sent him one and he was coming. He was gonna watch her graduate, which is a little bit creepy, but we gotta suspend disbelief, people. We gotta just pretend. He teases her a little bit and he's like, you know, I thought about giving you a lot of money or a plane ticket to New Orleans, but I knew you wouldn't come. So instead, I thought I'd give you something you really want. And then he says that Tyler is free to come back to Mystic Falls. He follows that up with, he's your first love. I intend to be your last, no matter how long it takes. Kill me. Then he kisses her cheek, says congratulations, and offers to walk her home. And he's like, let's get out of here before 12 hybrids decide to pick a fight. Belong by the Carey Brothers starts playing. Buckle in. Elena rushes into the room that Damon is standing in. The dress she is wearing is very similar to the dress she wore to her 18th birthday party. Remember when he gave her back the necklace and he walked her downstairs? Full circle moment. He says he wanted to apologize. She says, good. He says, but I'm not sorry. She's like, how am I supposed to be okay with the fact that you would rather die than be a human? He's like, I didn't say you had to like it. I just said I'm not sorry. You know what else I am, Elena? Selfish. I make bad choices that hurt you. Yes, I would rather die than be a human. I would rather die right now than have a few years with you and then die while you're still alive. That's who I am, and I'm not gonna change. And there aren't enough apologies in the world that encompass how wrong I am for you. She says, fine, but I'm not sorry either. I'm not sorry that I met you. I'm not sorry that knowing you has made me question everything. That in death, you're the one that has made me feel most alive. You've been a terrible person. You've made all the wrong choices. And of all the choices I've made, this will prove to be the worst one. But I am not sorry that I am in love with you. He goes to her. She's like, I love you, Damon. I love you. And they kiss. It's perfect. No notes. In case you were wondering, yeah, Stefan is listening. So Lexi's like, now who's eavesdropping? And then they hold hands while he kind of processes. We cut to Stefan putting Silas's body in the car. When he tosses him inside, it sounds like breaking rocks, but he doesn't even care. And then Damon comes out and is like, what are you doing? He's like, getting rid of Silas. And Damon's like, I'll come with you. And Stefan's like, no, it's okay. Lexi's gonna come with me. And Damon's like, oh yeah, okay, cool. And he goes to leave. Stefan stops him and is like, I'm not happy about what happened with Elena, but I'm also not happy for you. And Damon's like, thanks, brother. And they part ways. Jeremy comes to see Bonnie in the cave. She says she doesn't have any time left. She needs to put the veil back up. And he's like, no, I know. I came to be with you when it happens. He says he can't say bye to Elena, but he did leave her a letter, which is like very little brother of him. Like, good Lord. So Bonnie starts the spell. Rick is with Damon. Elena is off looking for Bonnie and Jeremy. Rick is like, you got the girl, man. Damon's like, I got the girl. And then he does his like signature half smile that Ian does. Rick is like, now don't screw it up. And Damon says, well, with you looking over my shoulder, how would I? And when he goes to hand Rick the glass, Rick is gone. Lexi and Stefan are in the car taking Silas's body away. She's trying to figure out where he's gonna move next, like New York, LA, where could he go? The possibilities are endless. He says, what if Elena was the one? And Lexi's like, she was, but you're immortal. And there can be a lot of ones in your life, Stefan. You just gotta find the next one. He says, I've never been to Portland, and she doesn't answer. And when he looks into the passenger seat, she's gone. And he says, see you later, Lexi. Elena gets to the school to try to find Bonnie and Jeremy, but Cole shows up and tries to kill her. Don't worry, he disappears before anything can happen. He just keeps her occupied so she doesn't get down into the cave where Bonnie is. But then Catherine shows up and says, happy graduation, Cupcake, and throws Elena into the wall. Bonnie pauses and says, it's almost up. And Jeremy's like, there are a million things I wanted to say, but nothing felt right. Bonnie's like, then don't say anything. They kiss, the candles go out, and then Jeremy stumbles away from her and he's like, she starts to cry. He's like, what's going on? What just happened? And she's like, it worked. I did a spell to bring you back and it worked. The veil's up and you're still here. He goes to hug her again and he can't touch her. Remember, Jeremy can see ghosts, so just let that sink in and hurt you. She says it's okay. She has the witches and Grams and she's gonna be all right. He doesn't need to worry about her. He can see her so they can talk whenever they want. He is just shitting his pants. He's like, Bonnie, what are you talking about? What happened? She makes him promise to tell Caroline and Elena that she went to her mom's for the summer because they deserve to have a good summer and not be worried about her. She doesn't want to take their happiness away. She walks into the caves and says she will be okay, and he can see Graham's waiting for her, and then she leaves. Rebecca goes to see Matt to check on him. He says he would invite her in, but he can't because Tyler made him promise to make it a no vampire zone. She says, look, I know we were under duress earlier and we made all these plans, so it's okay if you don't want to do them anymore, but I just wanted to check because, you know, she's super excited. Matt is like, well, actually, Rebecca, I need to keep my love life a no vampire zone too. She, in a turn of events, is like, oh, yeah, okay, totally. And she goes to leave and like not pressure him. And then he goes, so whatever happens on the road, I need you to promise you're not going to get all crazy and think about marrying me or turning me into a vampire so we can be together forever, okay? Basically, he wants to go because he's never seen the world, and this is like the summer before college. So he's just like, yeah, I am going to take you up on your offer. Spoil me, take me everywhere, let's go exploring. And Rebecca is stoked. Catherine is attacking Elena because she didn't get what she wanted from Bonnie. She wants to take Elena's happiness since Elena took it from her. Elena then reminds her that she quite literally killed her little brother. The fight gets pretty brutal and Catherine breaks a mop over Elena's back and then stabs her in the throat with it. Elena starts to black out and flashes back to being with Stefan when she tried to give him the cure. After she told him that he deserved it, he told her that he was glad that she was okay with herself now, but everything he did to get the cure was to ensure that she always had the choice over whether or not she wanted to be a vampire. Catherine wakes her up by stabbing her again and says, bye-bye, little girl. And then Elena grapples with her and shoves the cure down Catherine's throat. She like crunches her jaw on it so that Catherine is forced to swallow it. Catherine passes out and lands beside her, so they're just laying side by side. And Elena goes, have a nice human life, Catherine. We cut to Stefan up on top of the hill above the quarry, and he is going to throw Silas's body off the thing, but when he puts it on the ground, he realizes that it's just a bunch of broken rock, and Silas is not in there. We hear Elena say, don't bother, I'm not there. Stefan's like, you were dead, I saw you get turned to stone. Silas is like, yeah, but remember there's always a catch. The spell that turned me into stone was bound by a witch, a living witch. Now that that witch is gone, I'm free again. Stefan's confused because he's like, Bonnie isn't dead. Silas is like, be quiet, let me monologue. And then he launches into a story about how everything comes full circle for him now. He can never die because he's truly immortal. So nature found a way to keep the balance. They made a version of him that could die, a shadow self. So Stefan's like, okay, so you're another one of them? You're a Catherine Elena doppelganger? But no. In the reflection of the car door, we see Elena turn into Stefan, and that's his true face. He goes, hello, my shadow self. Then he stabs Stefan, asks him if he knows what it's like to starve for 1,000 years, locks him in the metal coffin safe thing, and throws it into the freaking water. We see Stefan go down, the coffin thing starts filling with water, and he's screaming and banging on it, but no one's there to hear him, and we cut to black. And that's gonna do it for season 4 of the Vampire Diaries. Hope you enjoyed that gossip session. If you did, don't forget to like and comment down below. I love talking to you guys, whether you're new or old to the channel. As always, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you so soon. Have a good one. Bye!